Boys, good heckin' morrow. I hope you're all having beautiful fucking days. I just got distracted watering some flowers outside. Yeah, I was walking my flowers. I was watering some flowers outside, and then I was like, wait a goddamn second. I think I've been a little long for the starting soon screen, so I had to like run back in real quick, but we made it. Hope you're all having beautiful ones. It's finally like a reasonable temperature over in Maine, so like this shit's beautiful. I'm loving it. We're having another day of PTR testing today. So this PTR session, like the last ones, will go until 9 p.m. EST tonight. After that, we'll hop over onto live. We'll make fun of how bad everything feels over there comparatively, and we'll live our most beautiful, glorious lives. Leon, messing around with a ranger today. Fresh leveling on the PTR. Oh, you're like leveling on the PTR. Interesting. Hangman 07, my boy. How you doing today? 3 weeks until phase 3. Yes, so August 4th is the start of phase 3. But up until that time, I've been trying to let everybody know they did expand private test realm access recently to every single tester. So if you have access to the game, you have access to the private test realm. Now, you guys are going to be watching gameplay from the non-PTR server, the alpha server, which I was on, a few days ago. Basically, on July 1st, they opened up the access to every single tester to get over to the private test realm. The reason you're not seeing gameplay from it is because it's visually NDA'd, but we can still talk about what we're doing, kind of like yap while we're running around and checking shit out. So it's pretty nice. They allow us a shitload of communication and transparency, even on such an early build. So, up until August 4th, I've been letting every player know they can hop in if they have their access, or if they do end up picking up their access before August 4th. You can hop into the PTR. You can go the route of leveling your character the organic way. You can level it to 15, 25 instantly. You can get starting gear sets, level 20 gear sets, whatever you may want. And then from there, you can just kind of like check out the archetypes, get a feel for the new systems coming in as well. The PTR is a different build than what's on live. So like the PTR itself is currently on Unreal Engine 5.6. We've got a new movement system, new gearing system, ton of UI reworks, crates, guild storage, but oh my god, the shitload. I just need to make a video on it. It's so much that's over on the private test realm and why people should play it. That's probably, honestly, what I should make my video on. Why you should give Ashes of Creation a shot going into phase 3. I won't lie. I feel like that's my video. I'm gonna record that shit soon. TM. Chat, stay on me to do it tomorrow. I need to post that shit so we can get people over here. Oh god, wait, the sub goal got fucked from this VOD. Hold on, we might have to pick a different VOD. Because the VODs have... Wait, hold on. The VODs have basically different, like, sub goals on them type shit, right? And the sub goals... type shit, right? Oh god. And the... I'm not muted. Oh my god, that was horrible. I'm so sorry. So with the VODs, I have to make sure that I have like the same thing up, like the same size sub goal, or it makes it look really bad. So I must find a VOD real quick that complements what we're looking for. And it'll very likely just be this one. This is... yeah. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay. We're so up. I'm pretty sure this literally may be the same VOD as yesterday, but either way. Either way. If you guys have questions about the PTR or anything like that, let me know. Smoky Stash, hope you're having a good day. Saint, thank you for the hydrate. Hope you're having a beautiful morning. She was paused and muted this whole time, was sitting here like, where is he? I mean, in all fairness, I was saying, I got distracted watering plants. Like, I went out to smoke as I do while starting soon is up. That's kind of the routine. And then I got distracted watering some plants. And I was like, oh shit. I don't really have time to be out here watering all these plants right now. Fuck me. And I ran in and I was like, well, okay. Starting soon's been up for an extra minute. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. So, we're all good now. How's your ranger testing going?
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Hey, yo, Black Blood, ni hao, my boy. How are you? Hope you're having a beautiful one. Wait for guild passive skills. Yo, new guild tree will go very, very, very hard. I believe they did like a UI rework. I don't know if this is still the same UI that was on the guild tree previously on live or not. I don't have it memorized like the back of my balls, but looks like they did clean up the guild UI a little bit in here as well. So that's quite nice. The guild tree is changed on the PTR. No, not functionally changed. It looks like it just might have had a little UX update to it. Just like a little UX fluidity type beat. It doesn't look like there are any functional changes yet though. And we haven't had any like new updates in terms of the past 2 days because they gave us a shitload to test and they want a lot of feedback like PvP based. We also did a pre-dynamic gridding test last night and that went, according to everybody that participated, extremely well. Much better than expected. So, that was fucking massive. We had... GM Jacob had pulled probably like 120 plus people. It was 3+ full raids out there. So 3 full raids plus more. Out to the middle of Jova. And essentially had us stand on the boundary of 3 different server workers. And like do a bunch of shit, run around together, drop abilities. Hit him, like every raid hitting him from a different server worker while he hopped around into each of the boundaries. And then he had us basically dogpile on him on the intersection of all 3 server workers. And it was fun as shit. But it went, like, at least from my perspective of, you know, server actually performing well, game actually feeling good, seemed to go extremely good. So I'm pretty happy about that considering it was day 2 on Unreal Engine 5.6 and they're already doing pre-dynamic gridding stuff. I would say that means the 5.6 implementation has gone off relatively, like, well in their mind. So they're able to kind of like release and, you know, go into that. Phoenix, hope you're having a beautiful day. Claire, how are you? I'm beautiful, how are you? It's finally not hot as shit in Maine. So I can just have the fans on and not be battling like 90-degree humid air outside. And it's fucking wonderful. I'm really happy about it. It's a nice, cool summer day. We got some PTR testing on our hands. Tomorrow, I gotta get up early and do important shit before stream. And then, more PTR testing. So, PTR this week was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. Next week, on the 14th, it goes up 24/7 until August 3rd. On August 3rd, PTR access will end for a little bit. That session ends. Shoal gets wiped, the Phase 2.5 server. And then, on August 4th, Phase 3 servers are here. There will be 1 NA, 1 EU, at least to start. Now, depending on player-based surges and stuff like that, it could always end up having more open up, but Intrepid may have a lot more capability on the server, like, capacity side of things than we give them credit for. So we'll see how it shapes up. Personally, I don't know that we'll have more than 1 of each. Even if a lot of EU does come over to NA, server capacity was already looking pretty solid over here, and I'm sure they've been making improvements since then. So, pretty excited about that. Not bad, TBH. Need to work on my kiting, but other than that, pretty good. Yeah, I would say one thing in PTR movement that we were testing in duels a lot, especially for like gap closing and shit, do not undervalue your sprint. Sprinting gives you 30% disable evasion rating, just additive. So if you have like 9% disable evasion rating, you go up to 39% while you're sprinting. And there's some tech with sprint where you can basically start your sprint, get the buff, verify, you know, just check in your character screen that you have that extra disable evasion. That'll be under your magic and fizz defense tabs. But if you're ever low on stam, you can always just stand still for a few seconds and your stam will start ticking back up while you're standing still with the sprint buff on you. Now, something tells me that's temporary, and they'll probably make it so the sprint buff only actively applies while your character is sprinting. But for the time being, it's a bonus 30% physical evasion rating. Physical and magical evasion rating. Disable evasion rating. Jesus fucking Christ, words are so hard. It's a lot of words too. Physical and magical disabled evasion rating. 30% additive, just plus 30. Really fucking OP. Really OP. I'm really enjoying following the dynamic critting thing. People getting wild about it. How has sentiment been, Jojo, in your experience? Do you think people are taking it like pretty well or pretty poorly? Pretty happy letting folk test out PTR and waiting for phase 3. That'll most likely not be on time for August 4th. Why do you think there would be a delay for August 4th? Not in terms of like, you know, you're wrong or anything, because it could always happen, but like, in your mind, why do you think they would end up like having to delay August 4th or anything like that? Personally, with everything that's on P3, not P3, but PTR already, the push is looking very good. Very, very, very good. Now, I know that on live, especially if people haven't checked out the PTR, then they may not see all of the things that are like actively being worked on simultaneously and kind of being dropped in batches. But genuinely, like, the PTR is in a really encouraging state, especially with the implementation of things and how well the transition to 5.6 went. It's pretty nice. Haffy, how you doing, my boy? We still on PTR? Yes, sir, Ski. PTR today and tomorrow for, let's see, it's up 6.5 more hours today. So 9 p.m. EST, that means it'd be 2 a.m. your time. PTR servers go down. And live servers are also up today. So after 9 p.m., I'll probably hop over to live servers for a little bit, kick it for a couple hours, and then just kind of chill over there for the rest of the stream. Tomorrow, it is 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST again, and then we go over to live servers until the 14th, and then once the 14th hits, we go over to the PTR 24/7 until August 3rd. August 3rd, it all wipes. August 4th, we go on our new server, and everyone will be there, and I can't fucking wait. Gravon, how you doing, my boy? Thought I'd drop in and see how 2.5 is going as well. I'm waiting for Summoner. Yeah. So, Summoner, in terms of its deployment timetable, is said by Intrepid to be somewhere in the September-October range. Just kind of like that general heat map. So I'd say like mid to late September, early to mid-October is their general like heat map of where it'd be deployed. With that being said, they had talked about how it was a similar implementation process to the Rogue previously, in terms of like the timetables. And if private test realm deployment leads to more testers having their hands on it and providing the feedback that they need, we could very well see a faster PTR to live timetable than we did on the Rogue itself. So food for thought. I definitely think that it's not out of the realm of possibility to see it in September, which would slightly be an inconvenience for people that did want to level their summoner, because you will have like, you know, you'll have your people that are leveling something else, a bard, a mage, to transfer gear over to their summoner. And then they may have to like level gear, re-level, but it is what it is. People can also kind of like take solace in the fact that even if you're late to phase 3 while you're waiting for summoner, phase 3 servers will eventually wipe anyways. So it's not the end of the world. I don't really think that it's like the end all be all if people are waiting for summoner, but that's also where PTR comes in handy. If someone really is waiting for their summoner fix, you can just hop over to the PTR when it's deployed. So like Previm, Haffy, it's really excited for summoner. He's gonna be a new player hopping in. I told him if he's able to hop in for the PTR, start as a bard, figure out what to do as a bard, level phase 3 start as a bard, because he wants to go summoner bard as his like total class when secondaries are in. So start as a bard, level a bard. When summoner's deployed on PTR, play summoner on PTR, level your bard on phase 3, and then once summoner's deployed on phase 3, just give your bard gear to your summoner and then level your summoner, knowing what you're doing from the PTR. So, kind of some ways to look at it. What up, bitch? Hi, Corla. How's your Civ? Are you winning today? If you lose again, you're not allowed inside anymore. You gotta win your next game outside. Were there any bugs happening during the dynamic grading test? Bugs? Honestly, not really. Now, everything was running really fluid, in my opinion. Like, frames were good. Server responsiveness was good. we were on the boundary of 3 different server workers, and we collapsed in the middle of the boundary. And some people during that big collapse, because it was 120 plus people out there, some people during that collapse, myself included, did get a disconnect to character select, and then we were able to get right back in. But a lot of people did not even get that disconnect, and a lot of people had like very, very fluid, fluid gameplay throughout it. So it went probably better than expected. Now, keep in mind, it was a pre-dynamic gridding test, so we don't even know that it was like dynamic gridding being actively used or anything like that. They may have been seeing kind of like where everything is at before dynamic gridding comes in, what's needed to facilitate crashes, how servers respond to the load. I don't really know that we have any verified, validated proof yet that it was dynamic gridding active, but it always could be. The way that Jacob described it to us from like the system messages was a pre-dynamic gridding test. So take that with, you know, what you will, but is there respecing in this game? Yes. So basically, in terms of respecing, for testing, it will be completely free. So like all through playtesting, at least through alpha testing, you'll have free respecs. Now that may change. They may want to get the econ on paid respecs, whatever it may be. But this is your class tree, your ability tree. Now this is going to be, excuse me, this is going to be reworked for all classes soon to include ranks for both your passives, which are over here, as well as your actives, which are all over here. So with the actives, you see actives, various things that they can do. And then you see augments, which I can choose to go into or not go into, attached to these actives. So that's kind of a preview of how secondaries will work as well. Like your secondaries will augment some of your abilities with elements of your secondary, right? So like you as a summoner bard, your summons may have more like buff elements to them than a normal summoner would. Whereas like a summoner fighter may have more like, I don't know, fucking melee based summons or something. So there will be some variance there. With that being said, this is all free respecs through playtesting. Weapon tree, same thing. So your weapon tree has different debuffs that are facilitated on your combos, which are your final hits of your weapon combo, like your weapon chain. Or sorry, on your finishers. So essentially, you have your finisher and then your extended finisher. And then you have a chance for either of those finishers to trigger as a deadly finisher that does more damage and then triggers certain effects. So basically, if I get to, with my bow out, let me switch to my bow, bitch. If I have my bow out, I have hit 1, hit 2, and then hit 3 as a finisher and hit 4 as my extended finisher. So on each of those hit 3 and hit 4, I have a 55% chance on hit 3 to make it deadly, which would then put out a wound, which is an anti-heal on the target that I'm hitting. And then I have on the 4th hit a 45% chance, because I have 2 of these plus 10% chances. It's default 25% chance, sorry. Each of these are 10% additive, so 45% chance to also put up an anti-heal. So if I hit both of those procs, I put up multiple stacks of anti-heal. It's 5% per stack, up to a max of 50% anti-heal at 10 stacks. So it's pretty solid to be like pumping that out. On top of that, with this build, which I use for 1v1s, my finishers, extended finishers, and the deadly triggers have increased base damage and crit damage. And then thanks to Keen Edge, finishers and extended finishers have increased crit chance. So chance to crit and hit harder, more damage and more crit damage when they do hit hard. So then we have Bullseye, deadly finishers and deadly extended finishers empower your next ability, deadly finisher or deadly extended finisher, used within 5 seconds with more crit strike chance, and it stacks up to 2 times, but is no longer consumed by the deadly extended, which is the last hit of your combo, if it procs deadly. So now we have more crit chance, more crit chance, more crit damage, then a deadly extended finisher, or any extended finisher immediately after a deadly finisher. So if I proc the 55% chance first hit, any of the last hit, even if it doesn't proc. So like 3rd hit, procs is deadly, last hit, 4th hit, does not, it still puts this bleed on the target. Your next ability within 10 seconds has a 5% increased accuracy, 5% increased damage, and 10% increased crit damage. These bonuses double against bleeding targets, so 10% accuracy, 10% damage, 20% crit damage. So basically, your weapon tree, while it's not giving you active abilities, is still giving you... Oh wait, I forgot that you can't see the visuals. So I was saying some of these, I have these. But basically your weapon trees, I forgot that I can't fucking show you anything because this goddamn stupid visual NDA. I showed you my class tree and I was like, this is your class tree. So your class tree, you don't need to see that right now. Weapon tree, I went through a lot of like what it actually does, but essentially your weapon tree plays on like your final hits in your combo, aka your finishers. And it puts out like status effects, debuffs, shit like that. For me, it's all about scaling the finisher damage, crit chance, crit damage, and making those actual like basic attacks in my weapon hit harder, and then transition that hitting harder into my abilities as well. So you'll be able to respec both of those completely for free. There's a stamina tree that kind of like augments your stamina management from like blocks, sprints, and dodges. That'll continue to receive expansion as well. There are already passives in that up to level 50. So there are multiple things that you can respec. On top of that, your secondary archetype. You will be able to respec your secondary archetype for free through playtesting. When the game launches, there will be secondary change, but with friction. So you'll have to actually like do stuff to respec. It won't just be free. Same thing with abilities. So you'll kind of find yourself probably in like a build that is either, you know, very diverse and can do all the content that you want to do, or something that's very specialized and you actually have to kind of like plan out what you want to do for your endgame build. So, pretty cool there. Bonk buddy versus buffing buddy. Exactly. I saw someone playing that game, Carlo wanted the date everything or whatever. I mean, why not? You can date everything, you can fuck it all, it is what it is. Yo, Champagne, how you doing, my boy? When are we getting player housing? I mean, freeholds are already in node housing. I don't know the exact timetable, but as precursor things, they did say that we are getting tier 4 nodes very, very shortly. Like that is on their immediate agenda. That's like in the node progression itself. They also took out T6, so now it's just T1 through well, I guess T0 to T0 through T5. T5 being the current highest. So with that, I would have to wager a gander that once T4s are implemented and they have those larger nodes, because we were also able to confirm via the PTR over here that a village has 6 empty plots now instead of 4 empty plots. Food for plot. So the plots have been expanded. I'm excited. Are they gonna make the nodes dynamic? Yo, Lucas, thank you for the follow. Are they gonna make nodes dynamic in the sense that mayors and players place buildings in certain areas in the village and node? So that is already in place. So we were actually mayor for a little bit in the tropics before I went to Vegas and stuff. And Zombie's currently a mayor over in Shorefoot. So we have a couple people that are very like transparent with the mayoral process, and then in phase 3 we'll just fucking have one of us do it so we're not bouncing it back and forth. Either way. So basically, in the nodes, when it hits tier 3, the election process starts. People can sign up to run for mayor, and then right now it's only the scientific election where it's like the democratic election, so popular vote wins. Long term, 4 different election types. We'll get into those in a second. But basically, with nodes, once the mayor is elected, the mayor can use node funds, so node gold that's raised through taxes, and you get some as kind of like a starting cash for the node itself. But you set your tax rate, and everything that is sold on the player market generates taxes. Vendor shit generates taxes. So there's a lot that you can do to generate taxes into the node coffers itself. But essentially, gold is used to start up buy orders and commissions. Commissions go on the mayoral commission board, and people complete those to put buffs up for the node. The mayor can pick the commissions, what people have to complete, and as a result, which buffs will simultaneously go up upon completion of those commissions. So, say I have a choice between like increase strength by 1%, or, you know, everybody gets fucking double processing speed. I think it is actually like 3% for the main stats. Or it's like everybody gets double, not processing speed, but like processing XP. I could put up the processing XP, I could put up like gathering buffs as well, and I could kind of select commissions that when completed would put up buffs in my node zone of influence that were gathering based, crafting based, refining based, XP based, whatever it may be, and kind of like complementary things there. Past that, once a node goes to tier 3, it starts with empty plots. So previously a tier 3 node was starting with 4 empty plots. So now, since they removed the top tier, tier 6, nodes start with 6 empty plots at tier 3. So essentially what this allows is the buy orders, which are put up by the mayor, have a limited number of turn-ins each day. Usually the mayors will set them at max number of turn-ins, so people can just spam those shits. Those turn-ins at the requisition agent next to the storage will give you your citizen bucks that you can use to pay taxes, buy goods from the mayor the node vendor, everything like that. So with that being said, you gather shit, you turn that into the requisition agent for buy orders, and that creates materials that go into the node's storage. So that's like the node's bank. You have gold and you have materials. Once you have enough gold and materials, you can stand up a building and start construction on it. And then once the construction has begun, citizens need to contribute the raw materials to that building to finish it. And then you have a building stood up. So essentially, once a building is up, 6 empty plots that become an apartment building, woodworking building. So basically, the empty plots right now, you have a couple of different options. You have your trade skill buildings, and it's a good time to ask because I'm just about to get into that. So you have your trade skill buildings, and then you have your support buildings, they're called currently. And surely there will be more options as they expand, royal stables, whatever you may have, housing shit. All of that will very likely be in the management of the node itself. But basically, what you currently have for the balance is when I place down a crafting building, it unlocks apprentice for all 3 of those things. So say I drop down a wood shop, we get apprentice logging, lumberjacking, lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry. All 3 of those, all an apprentice, 1 building. Now, when we want to take it to journeyman, we have to specialize that building in one of those 3. So either go into journeyman, lumber milling, lumberjacking, or carpentry. So you essentially need 3 wood shops within an area, each specializing in each of those sub-tiers of wood shopping, basically. And that's only for journeyman. We don't even know how it's going to work long-term. But basically, past the just, you know, evolution into a lumberjacking area, you also have to have what's called an expansion point. So expansion points come from support buildings. So different support buildings give different buffs, as well as different types of expansion points. So if you have a school of construction, then that's going to give people 100% increased refining XP within the area. If you have a school of construction, but the expansion point that you get from the school of construction is not the one that you need for your, say, weaving station that you want to build, then that's not really going to be, you know, valid. And you have to plan out your support buildings to complement your active trade buildings. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to actually build your trade buildings past apprentice. So there's already a lot of planning that goes in. A lot of very large community pushing, and then you also have like the buildings that you're standing themselves need to be coordinated within your region to kind of support, you know, all of the crafting that's available. Otherwise, nobody's going to go there in general. So there's a lot that goes into it. I remember talking about dynamic housing being 2 in-node types within the city. One would be instance and the other would be real player housing. How many empty plots per T5? Could that really make you feel big? So I think that the node housing may also just be present in the nodes themselves. Think of something similar to like a New World type beat, where different types of node housing in terms of being dynamic are activated at different levels. So the wiki has a good write-up about this. And honestly, I don't think the scope is really being reeled back whatsoever. I think this is just naturally part of development. Like, in-node housing is not really a core functioning thing of the game, more of like an accessory. And we're still in alpha, where you have to remember that this is core things. So with that, they said in-node would be instance and non-instance. Correct. And what they mean by that is the instanced housing is going to be similar to like a New World housing. Multiple people up to a certain amount can have one of the instanced apartments. But then you would have non-instance houses that are basically the first come, first serve houses within a node, within a town directly. So in nodes, you already have freeholds, which are non-instance player housing. So freeholds are already active throughout the node itself, not just like in the town. Then you'll have in-city housing as well, which will be your instanced apartments. There will be a tavern where players can basically use that as their lowest form of housing. And then you'll have your houses, and I can actually pull up the wiki on it. Hold on. Because it is a good yapping point. You give me one sec. Ashes wiki. Oh god, it's light mode. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Okay, my wiki's just cooked. That's fine. Okay. So basically, a player may own up to one of each type of housing simultaneously. Static housing and apartments are one per server. Freeholds are one per account. Player freeholds were released in Alpha 2 Phase 2. Apartments, inns, and static housing will be released in Phase 2 or in P3. So, P3. And then from there, you have apartments, which are your instanced. At Village and higher, you start at 50 of those. Freeholds, which are in the low thousands per server with a full server. Inns, which are the most accessible. And then your static housing is 8 per node at Village or higher. So, that's kind of like your... I guess your kind of like breakup of that, but... so I'm wondering how many plots there will be per city to make it feel alive. So I don't think housing is going to be associated with you having to build the housing. I think that might be kind of like, I guess, a point of contention there. But I don't think we've had any indication that that would be... Or is even discussing to be like our gauges. We can dig the wiki real quick, see if we can find anything. So let's see here. Player housing offers a number of benefits: ability to claim citizenship in a node, ability to place furniture, blah 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 blah. Each different type of housing offers additional benefits. Let's see. Citizenship, player housing grants the ability to claim citizenship of a village, node, or higher. Getting citizenship through player housing is not automatic. It must be claimed. Let's see. One per account. Node citizenship. Housing security. Permission system, so you can, like, share your housing with other people. Access to crops. Deposit or withdraw items from storage containers. So you could also use a housing area as a... like, as kind of a community storage, in a sense. You have your marriage system. Anti-griefing, your Asmongold laws. Let's see. Apartments have limited supply and will be available on a first-come, first-served basis. Village apartment buildings offer 50 rental apartments. So that's just by default. Additional apartments can be added at town if the mayor chooses to construct them, and if there is an additional plot for the expansion. So this includes different types of apartments such as penthouses. So you get like a default number of like housing units, and then you can expand on those to specialize your node in like a citizenship heavy node, or like a trade heavy node, or a commerce heavy node. So I actually think that's kind of nice. The mayor may additionally construct apartment buildings when the node hits stage 4 at one of the building plots in the node, along with cities getting additional static housing and apartments by default as a normal part of the leveling process. Now keep in mind, with them taking out Metropolis, because you mentioned that as well, Metropolis wasn't just like nuked for no reason. Metropolis is still in the game functionally. That's just your city. So they're allowing Metropolis to be an even larger expansion, so to say, in terms of the node progression. They didn't just like keep everything the same size. So on live right now, there are 4 plots in a T3. On PTR, there are 6 plots in a T3. So you have more decision making along each step of the leveling process, and each level that you hit within your node progression is going to feel more impactful because of that. So instead of it going T3 to T4 and you may be gaining like, you know, 2 nodes or something like that, or 2 plots, it may not be like nearly that close. Now I can actually see if there's, I don't think there's a T4 active. And encampments don't have any plots. So T3 to T4 to T5 are presumably going to be very large jumps. And with T3 also having 6 plots now, instead of 4 plots, it allows each T3 node a lot more decision making along the way. Also, vassaling is already in on the PTR too. Now, we don't know the extent of it, but a lot of things are in on the PTR. So I don't think it's really like pulling Metropolis away. Think of it as now, Metropolis is very likely the next thing that would pop up in our expansion. Whereas previously you would have had all 6 and it would have been a 7th that came in. So think of Metropolis, not like the name, but the level of content that it provided. That's just put into city now. And then when Metropolis does come out eventually, that will very likely be our next step in node prog after launch, where you'll have an even larger Metropolis with even more functionality that builds upon that of what would then be a city. So you'd have your cities which go into specialized things, and then maybe you could have like 3 Metropolises on a server instead of like 5 cities, and those 3 Metropolises would get larger, better buffs comparatively, and they just build into more of those like specialized cities. So I just want to see layouts and buildings be different per node. I've seen a lot of people not caring about nodes lately. Oh wait, no, nodes and buildings and layouts are completely different node to node. Yeah, like the entire point of right now in terms of node prog, like there's a node planner that's in place that if people follow it, right, then everything should be pretty organized. But every node does feel pretty independent right now, like, or not independent, but like codependent in the sense of like you all have to build different shit, but kind of like work together for it. So part of the reason why sometimes layouts and buildings can feel similar early on is because, like I said, if there are 3 wood shops for apprentice, people will be like, why the fuck are there 3 wood shops? Why are these all over the place? And then people, yo Tim, thank you for the follow. When people hit journeyman and they see, oh, journeyman lumberjacking, journeyman lumber milling, journeyman carpentry in 3 different spots, they're like, oh, right, that makes sense. Short organized, but I want people to really care about their node and feel proud to be a part of it. Yeah. So like that just that's based on your community, in my opinion. Also, hi Blotto, hi Tim, how you boys doing today? That's just based on your community, in my opinion. There are a lot of communities that, I mean, ours included, that have gone very out of their way to stand up buildings in their node. And that's also something that right now in phase 2.5, people won't really care about as much. Also keep in mind, if you get attached to a node now, then as the map continues to expand and more nodes are added, you're just gonna kind of like lock yourself into something that may be less than optimal. Us, for instance, we were very kind of like into the desert originally, then into the tropics, and then once the anvils open up, we were kind of thinking about the anvils, right? Originally, we were thinking about Shorefoot because it was right next to the anvils, but it wasn't a divine node. Then we had our theory that the anvil starting area would be right in the north middle part of the anvils where that mountain area is, and then kind of like bleed south from the top of the anvils. So Kaltorum, Divine Wilderness, that's kind of looking to be Cat-Torum, if we can make it that. So that's probably like one of the nodes that we want to target, and that's just with one of the updates on the map. So I think that there's a lot of kind of like decision making that'll evolve as it continues to go, right? And everything just continues to change as we evolve, and that's probably why you don't see as much like direct one-to-one, you know, we care about Winstead, we care about this, we care about that. It's a 3-month stress test, and also it's gonna get wiped. Building a node is a long-term process, meant to take a very, very long time, even with a large community. So I kind of get it. Very passionate about this game, not gonna lie. I appreciate that, Tim. I appreciate that. Much love, dude. And you guys have been working very hard on your end as well to keep things going this phase. Like, a lot of communities just kind of took the route of like, we're on break, we're chilling, we're not doing anything. And a few communities stuck it out and have been recruiting like crazy and trying to solidify, and I love that. I even took fucking basically 3 weeks out of Ashes through traveling, where I was like, I was still streaming Touch and Base and shit, but I was basically absent. And we had a lot of our leadership that just held it down and kept recruiting even through like the lull and playtesting population, like everything that was going on, man. It's been cool to see like how many people are truly committed and like here for the long haul of it instead of just, you know, for the good times. I can't stand all the MMO people that constantly hit on their game. The reason that MMO people will drop clickbaity titles and this, that, the other is because it's easier views and they're just hoping that Asmongold picks it up for a drama thing. The easiest way to get views is to have a video that gets clicked enough from a catchy title and a catchy thumbnail that it pops into the algorithm even if people don't watch it all the way through. And watch time doesn't really matter that much as long as people are clicking on the video in the first place and you get +1 view. And that's what I don't like about YouTube, and that's what I don't like about a lot of like modern content creation. It's about the clicks and not the retention. And I think that a lot of people underestimate like what kind of follows the type of attention that they try to garner with their content, especially in games like this. And I was like this with New World as well. I talk about the things that are bad and the things that could be done better from my perspective, but I also try to differentiate between like, am I giving critiques and constructive criticism, or am I bitching? And if I'm bitching, then that's not productive, and I'm just being a bitch, and I don't want to be a bitch. So I try to, anytime I'm like kind of discussing things that I do like, that I don't like, I'm like, okay, let's talk about this from a constructive point. Let's try to talk about what's not vibing, why we're not vibing with it, and what we think could be a step in evolution that would help me vibe with it a little bit more. And I think that there are ways for people to voice their opinions on things, but in the content realm, it's all kind of gone out the window because everybody needs more viewers. Everybody needs their opinion validated by their viewer count, by their sub count, by whatever. I'm not rich. I don't have a lot of money. If sub count just goes down for 5 months, I'm cooked, right? But basically, I would rather have a community that, if it does work, is built up around not just the clickbaity, selly titles and shit like that, and is built up around actually, you know, being informative about the game, being involved in the game. And whether something is good or bad, it's like some people will try to spin it into more views. Some people will kind of just like dig their toes in when things get rough and be like, all right, let's get through it. Some people will go to other games and then come back when, you know, there's more hype, when there's greener pastures. But what people don't realize is that anytime a content creator goes on one of those negative rants, one of those crash outs, switches games when things get rough, they kind of like lose a portion of the community behind to the people that do stay. The game hasn't lived up to their imaginations. I mean, that's perfectly okay. Yeah, I don't really like blame anybody for going to a different game, but I do blame people for thinking that an edgy clickbaity YouTube video is going to lead to any change whatsoever. I think that it is basically being upset about something and throwing a temper tantrum versus being upset about something and saying, this is why I'm upset about this, and kind of like discussing it. It's like the difference of locking yourself in the bedroom and kind of like throwing things around in the bedroom and making a ruckus versus being like, oh, I don't like when you do this for this reason. It's kind of like a difference in my opinion, just how people approach things, right? And there are things in Ashes that haven't hit me one-to-one in terms of my favorite thing in the world. And when things don't hit me one-to-one in terms of my favorite thing, I try to play them more. And I try to kind of like figure out what I don't like about them and how I could improve them. Because if I don't enjoy something, then that means I probably don't understand it fully. Did you watch Yellow's video on movement? Sounds like some angry propaganda. Yellow was like yelling at me one night because I was like, I kind of like the new movement. And Yellow was like, no, you fucking don't. And I was like, I think it's some minor tweaks away from being really fun, if I'm being completely honest. I was like, I kind of think it's good. On tots, there are no more tots. When the animals come on, as a whole ocean in between open, allowing for travel in between. So the ocean right now is already open from like the tropics down to the June dark, in between the riverlands and the desert, and then wrapping around the desert. There are a couple more areas that are still to be released in the eastern continent. So like, you won't have the full wraparound ocean yet, because you do have two areas still. You've got like the Badlands, a swampy area, and then the Dunes of Kel mountain range up over the top. I can actually just pull it up. World map. I got you. You give me un momento. And then as soon as Ash's wiki wants to load this information, I will show you this information. This. Okay. Yeah. So basically, you have the anvils up here being added next. Now the shape in game is like, it's pretty similar, I guess, to what the actual like map's looking like. Yo, what up, Broggington? How you doing, my boy? It's going absolutely beautiful. It's PTR testing, just spinning up a little bit of that excitement for August, brother. It's trickling in real quick. Private test realm's been fucking insano style, and if it wasn't visually NDA'd, I would have so many fucking Clippingtons, brother. Oh my god. Oh my god. But we've been cooking over here the past few days. Private test realm, we yap about all the changes coming in. They got Unreal Engine 5.6. They got 5 new weapons, new starting area coming to it soon. Crate system fully implemented. So they got guild storage guy over here. He's still figuring it out, but guild storage soon. We got a whole lot spinning up over here extremely quickly. Oh, new gearing system too. Black Blood asked about that too. So with the new gearing system, we do have new attributes on everything as well. Like, it's a fun time, man. We got less than a month now until P3 as well, and then P3 hits, and I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. The last probably like month and a half from an Ashes player standpoint has been like, stay if you want to stay. Like, play something else if you're not vibing with it, right? So a lot of people went the route of, because our server was May 1st to August 4th and then a wipe, go play something else for this 3-month phase. As a result, from a player standpoint, it was chill. You got to test what you wanted. From a content creator standpoint, it fucking sucked. A lot of people left the directory. A lot of viewers, a lot of streamers left the directory. Literally, basically everyone. Like, you remember when New World was like 50 viewer late nights, basically, and then people started coping and they started running Twitch drops again. So people came back. It's kind of like that, except instead of coping on Twitch drops, we're just going to a next phase in the alpha. I love you, Rug. But yeah, so we're like in that kind of, you know, fucking 50 viewer late night phase. A lot of the time, once stream gets going and stuff, like, we're chilling, everything's good. Shit, I mean, the 3-month average, we actually went back on Twitch Tracker and looked like a few days ago for the funsies. The 3-month average, we were sitting at a cool like 140 viewers, 140 plus. Everything was great. Like, we were fucking vibing. We had like 1,500 subs for multiple months. And then the trickle down of kind of like people just working their way out of the community for a little bit and just playing other stuff, checking out other stuff, especially with the launches that came out with like Dune, with fucking everything else that was just associated there. People just kind of like played other shit, right? Can't expect people to stay in an alpha all the time, no matter what. But with P3 hitting, we're already seeing people just trickle back in and back in and back in. And I fucking love it, man. We're getting a lot of new players in as well. P3 hits, and it's 24/7 uptime. So we'll have streamers in. We'll have more viewers in. And, brothers, is about to be great. It's right now as well for New World. Yeah, but y'all got like capture the flag and shit. So, I mean, shit. Maybe they'll give you guys another map. But you've been killing it over there. I always lurk in the streams. Rizzy. I always lurk in the streams. So, I don't know, man. I don't show my face much over there, dog. I just, like, sometimes when I'm, like, taking a shit, I'll just check on the boys. and I'll be like, yo, I hope everybody's doing good. And I go over there, and everybody just sounds like sad that they're playing all the time. Like, I feel like it was like when I was over there and people were like, Dusty, how the fuck are you playing OPRs 10 hours a day? And I was like, because I don't play the game, I read my chat and talk to my chat. And people don't realize that we literally just like mentally check out and we're just like yapping with chat the entire fucking time because nothing is fun over there. But I mean, like, I'm glad y'all getting some pops over there though with the drops and stuff. Like, shit's been good. It's just if New World could kind of like stop this whole thing and even like just lineate it to kind of like this, right? Just some constant gain month over month. Y'all would be set. I don't really think anybody expects New World at this point to be a zillion viewer game. I think everyone, even when I was there, shit, we would have been happy if we stabilized at 25K. Like, the fucking a couple of 3,000-4,000 viewers in the directory. Everybody's chilling. Everybody's having a good time. Like, no one wants it to be like top of Twitch anymore, but I don't know, man. We talk about it frequently, but they fumbled so many consecutive times that it's fucking crazy to think about. Absolutely wild. So I've been super excited, man. Like, Ashes is going to have its ebbs and flows. It's in alpha. It's not a complete gameplay loop like we're actually discussing before you came in. How certain like housing systems, people are still kind of waiting on things there. On the private test realm, we have an entirely new movement system in. So like over on this server, which is the live server, this is the alpha server that's not visually NDA'd. I'm playing the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd, so I have to hide my gameplay. Over here, the movement's like really b-hoppy and like movementy and shit like that. It's very fun. People have been trying to get me to get on Ashes with Supple. I don't know how Supple would do on Ashes. I love Supple, just like a lot of the people that run it. But I don't know how they would do over on Ashes. I won't lie. I know they did okay with TNL and shit like that. But Ashes is a very unique thing. Isn't there a huge wild guild on here? I don't know like how huge Polar is, but Polar's over here. But in P2.5, this phase, a lot of people have been very kind of like cooling out. So a lot of communities are in this like hibernation state until August. And a lot of people are saying, oh, we have this many people on break. We have that many people on break. So phase 3 is going to be interesting because it'll show how many people that are on break are actually coming back to play with the communities. So we can't really gauge like how numbers are, but in terms of like strong communities, Polar is definitely strong. Aura is another strong NA community. I mean, who else do you fucking have? Aura was previously Barcode. I feel like I haven't seen Purple on much lately. Purple was doing well with their like alliances that they were making as well. Purple had some good numbers for a bit. Who the fuck else is still playing from NA? Envious is cooked. I don't really see them much around anymore. Oh, yo, do you remember Envious from New World? DA was scamming people for like tens of thousands of dollars on account. Not tens of thousands, but like thousands of dollars on account. Delirium or ex-Envious people? Yeah. I just don't know, like, how many do they have at this point? I feel so bad for the people that like weren't involved with any of that shit. That were just like, Sakura Blue? What the fuck? What do you mean selling accounts? 80-ish recruiting? Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, that's great. That's great. Okay, so they've recovered quite well, too. That's really good. Okay, so yeah, they're doing well, too. Probably in terms of, fuck, as you can see, if that's 80-ish active, P2.5 servers have been fucking dead unless we've had something to incentivize people to actually get on. Now, we've been funneling a lot of our players into cats, like second guild as well, but it's been a little something. But there are also the EU guilds over on phase 2.5 right now. So the EU guilds are really strong right now in like numbers match shit. So 8v8 tourneys, EU's been having an insane amount of success there, just like running the dick down. Mass scale, like I think node sieges have gone the way of NA. So it's been kind of cool because there's only the one server right now because this is a 3-month stress test phase. Like May 1st to August 4th. Keep in mind, how many years after launch and what's the server capacity on New World? Because Ashes had 8,100 plus concurrent players on this one server. I'm just throwing that out there. And they've dropped in a ton of updates to server infrastructure since then. And we have quite possibly our largest server infrastructure system coming in on the private test realm soon with dynamic gridding. But yeah, it's a lot, man. It's very, very impressive to be a part of everything over here. And in terms of like map size, keep in mind, New World's filled with fast travels. New World's heavily instanced. Everything in New World is instanced. Everything in New World sucks. The entire New World map is just about this size. Oh, what the fuck? Blotto. Goddamn. The entire New World map is like just about the size of the Riverlands. And Ashes doesn't have fast travel. You got mounts in this bitch. If you want to go from, you know, northeast Delirium to the Goondark, you've got to spend a lot of fucking time doing that. A lot of fucking time doing that. So everything is kind of built around being a citizen of an area of the world instead of being a citizen of the entire world. If you're a huge PvP community and you're going across the world towards, you know, another huge PvP community that's over here, you're probably going to drop a guild versus guild deck, node versus node deck, siege, whatever it may be. There's probably a very decisive reason why you're making that movement. It's real fun. It's real fun. But keep in mind, just in terms of New World communities, a lot of New World communities, especially those that were war focused, specifically recruited other people to do all of the boring stuff like influence races and pushes and all of that shit, especially when pushes were actually time consuming. Everything in Ashes is incredibly time consuming and incredibly decisive, right? It's a full PvX game. So your crafting is how you get your best in slot gear, but you've got to gather and you've got to secure the gatherables and you've got to do a lot to actually get there. You've got to build up nodes, so you're waiting on server progression as well as your own personal progression. It's a lot. And there's a lot of groundwork that goes to every single person gathering for a fuckload of hours in your community to get the first buildings up, so your node then has the most buildings to support the best gathering and crafting to bring more people into the node to get more shit for your node to level your node higher. Yeah, South Harbor toast. Like, I worry that New World communities will come over here and be like, what the fuck is this boring ass gameplay loop? What do you mean I have to gather and refine and I have to have something up for my trade skills? Like, what do you, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of New World comms would struggle to kind of like dig their toes in and embrace the actual like full grind of it. I hope a lot of communities come over here expecting that full grind and tell that to people when they're recruiting that it is an incredibly grindy game, especially in the current state. But if they don't set proper expectations with people, especially from the New World comm, and you bring over all of your social slot healers that are like, I'm gonna log on 10 minutes before war and not watch the war plan. Sorry, Carla. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be very rough. Like, you won't be able to just slot 7 healers that don't actually play the fucking game. And just get away with it. It's a little bit of a different world over here. So even the social slots will have to be grinding. But the good news is, they have their cute ooh-woo hitting trees and they'll have a housing system and all of that. So, I love that. I love that personally. Now, setting expectations, toning down the sweatiness of the game as a play. The game will never be less sweaty, and the game will always be as sweaty as the players who play 12 hours a day make it. And if you expect to be at the top end of anything, you have to be putting in the top end amount of time, effort, and organization. And from a sweaty standpoint, if I played 12 hours a day and I spend my 12 hours in like a more organized, more efficient way and allocation of my time than you do, then there's no reasonable way that you as a non-sweaty player would ever catch me unless the game had a very flawed gameplay loop that actually did not respect time whatsoever. So, I like that Ashes right now is an incredible, in my opinion, time input to power output game. I think that a lot of games try to bridge that gap too hard and be like, oh, you can only play 2 hours a day? Well, here's your catch-up mechanic. You can do that, but why does it take hours upon hours to get levels and professions? Because it's supposed to be a long-term grind. That's just the pace of Ashes. It's not meant to be an instant grind, because keep in mind, even if you got level 50 lumberjacking day 1, you wouldn't be able to touch anything other than an oak or an ash for months because you also need to line that up with server progression. You cannot cut down willows until a wood shop is stood up. You cannot cut down braidwood until that wood shop has a support building next to it, very likely another building in the node, another support building, and all of the gold and materials raised to specialize that wood shop in journeyman lumberjacking. Then you make your lumberjacking axe, which also requires apprentice mining tools because you need to get apprentice minables. You see where I'm going with it? Everything is meant to kind of like line up and coincide. Player progression, node progression, and all of that. Because keep in mind, node progression right now is also taking much longer. We had people who had their professions up first couple of days of the phase because they wanted to focus those. It's very possible, especially gatherers and refiners. But with that being said, more people focusing on nodes, having more knowledge of the node citizen loop, and building that up will be huge. That will mean everything levels faster. That will mean the entire gameplay loop is a little bit faster. But it's not meant to be fast. Personally. Glop, hello my friend. Metsu, can we see which weapons we can access now? You can't see them. It's going to be visually NDA'd until they go live, and it probably won't go live until the 4th of August. But you have the one-handed axe, the two-handed mace, the one-handed rapier, and the two-handed spear for the 5 new weapons. When will the first continent be fully opened? That I do not know. Anvils will be open soon, TM. After that, we don't know which area they'll be targeting next, because you do have the Dunes of Kel mountain range going up into here. You've got this like foresty area, and then this Badlands area. Then from there, you've got Sejoma, if you consider Sejoma, you know, part of that continent, but I feel like it's technically its own, like an Australia type shit. From there, you've got Illyria, but this is all going to be in before launch. They are also working with PCG content, so like basically a procedurally generated content for new areas. And then they go back in and like hand sculpt all of the areas after the fact. And the capabilities of that PCG tech have come a long way to the point where it now populates mob spawns, gatherable spawns, and things that it previously was not populating. And I talked to certain sources, and they're very excited for the future of it, because I asked a question about like if they thought there would be more capabilities coming in for that tech, or if it had kind of hit its ceiling with like base mob spawns and gatherables. And they said they were very excited for the future of it. They couldn't talk about specifics, but they said they were very excited. So from there, I logically think that, you know, you'll have a lot more coming to the base implementation of kind of like how nodes and areas and zones come in, and then they kind of just, you know, alter it a little bit from there. Are you playing on the PTR and just not showing it today? Yeah, so that's what we've done the last few days, Michael, over on YouTube. So basically the PTR is visually NDA'd. So the last few days we've been playing on the PTR and then just showing muted VODs. So we had a couple of questions about like map progression and some in-game systems and stuff like that. So basically just wanted to go over and answer those and all of that. But yeah, playing on the PTR again. PTR is open until 9 p.m. today, and then it's 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST again tomorrow. Then we go to a few days of live again, and then on the 14th we go to 24/7 PTR uptime. Not instant. There's an in-between here. I feel like there's no balance. Super grind on all ends of the spectrum, but time to fun is the thing. So I think you also have to keep in mind too, though, and not to kind of like just, well, actually everything you're saying. Believe me, that's not the answer. But basically, decisive actions within your progression can also make a large difference. If you're just chopping trees wherever, doing whatever, and kind of like walking around doing a little bit of everything, right? Then that's going to be way less efficient than going to a node that may have buffs up that support your gathering XP, your processing XP, your gathering quantity, rarity, whatever it may be. Everything is meant to be a long prog, and that's just kind of ashes. I think just because, you know, prog feels a little slow for the player right now, keep in mind, if you think that prog is slow now, you're at level 25 cap and journeyman trade skills. You're going to have to get your trade skills up to Grandmaster on launch and level 50 cap. You're going to have to spend more time gearing, more time gathering, more time refining, more time crafting, more time being a citizen and waiting for your node to actually have the buildings up. Ashes is going to be always a very slow progression oriented game. Now, you'll have your standouts who are in your top X% of whatever, who do gather very quickly, craft very quickly, have the funnel of guild getting mats, funneling them to refiners, refiners refine them, put out refined product to crafter, crafter crafts. That's going to speed things up a lot. But your average player, it's going to be a very long process. Same thing with leveling. You're going to have your guilds who have loops that are pre-established for their groups. They've got different areas that they're trying to like hold down and lock down as an entire guild. Everybody levels to a certain level, and then they go to the next area and hold it down as an entire guild, right? And through that, there's always the incentivization, in my opinion, to be in a community, participate in the community, take part of the multiplayer aspect of Ashes. Ashes gets very much so back to the MMO part, like the massive multiplayer part of MMORPGs. And I get that in today's age of like a lot of things being linearized, a lot of things being instants, that not everybody's going to instantly vibe with that. But it is a level of like you're building your story as a character through your leveling process as well. Ashes is not just a game where it's like get to level 25, get a few pieces of gear, and then you're done. Even post 25, post gearing, that's when a lot of your content is going to happen. And a lot of that content isn't going to be spoon-fed like, hey, have this, do this. You're going to have to be a part of a community that wants to do the content. You're going to have to group up for the content, and then you're going to have to do the content. And sometimes you're going to have to make your own content, find your own content, do whatever you want. So, I have a shirt that says Content Machine. I do indeed. I do indeed. But, yeah, I do really think that Ashes loop, if you are truly just about the, you know, I want to get to max level, I want to get gear, and then I want to be done this phase, that's not really going to be Ashes at any point. And I feel like people could get disappointed by that if they aren't like set up properly for it. Because I don't think the level of grind will change. I think there will be more things to make the grind a bit more fun, but I don't necessarily think the level of grind is ever going to change. I think it's always going to be very grindy and will probably be something where if you're a casual player, you're going more the route of like, okay, I'm just going to hop on and do what's fun and what I want to work on instead of hopping on to be rank 1 whatever you're trying to attempt. Because if you can play 3 hours 4 times a week, well, I'm sorry, but that's not simply enough to be the best. Like, if your goal is to be the best PvPer, the best crafter, the best gatherer, whatever it may be, that's going to require a lot of time and effort, funneling, community coordination, everything. And that's just kind of how Ashes is. Even for me, it took maybe 40 hours to level 25, if not less. Granted, there have been many changes since start 2.5 that'll likely have increased the time. Remember, that's going to change too. My time to 25 was irrelevant because my time to 20 was fast enough to be ahead on gearing. That motherfuckers that rushed to 25 were like 80, 90 power, and I was sitting at like 160. I hit level 20 and I was Thanos because I grinded properly. Now, once that transitions to level 30, all of that shit also goes out the window and it's 1 to 30 just immediately. Immediately. So that's going to be a very large change. But I do also think, in terms of like 2.5, in terms of the people that rushed and got out ahead of the curve to 25, you also have to remember there are many factors that are factored into the total. This is supposed to take 100 hours or whatever, right? Opportunity cost, mob competition, mob density, player population, player PvP, everything is factored into that total output. And it's a wave of levelers. It's like a bell curve. So it's fatter in the middle and then it kind of like evens out. And if you were in one of the thin parts of it, whether very far ahead or very far behind, you're not going to hit much competition. So if you're leveling very far behind the curve with a group, you're going to catch up to that wave very quickly. And then you're going to be like, oh shit, why is leveling getting so slow at this level? If you are ahead of the curve, even on the downward trend of that bell curve, you are then going to be ahead of the wave, riding the wave. You're going to be just enough far ahead that you are leaving an area as a bunch of people start pulling up and it gets populated. If you're one of the, top 100 levelers on the server, say top 80, top 10 groups, you're going to be so fucking uncontested that it doesn't even matter. You're not going to notice a single thing. So the biggest thing, in my opinion, with leveling is get a fast start. And the longest part of leveling is the latter half. But that's also the least contested part if you're out ahead of everybody. It's your most potential time gained. It's essentially like it's supposed to be a 25 mile per hour zone. If you drive 100 through that, you're going to save a lot more time than driving 100 on an 80, right? So that early game where it's an 80, doesn't really matter. Everyone's going the same speed. You get just enough ahead of everyone. That traffic builds up. Opens up. Goes to the slow zone. Some people slow down. Once they get into the traffic, you're ahead of the traffic. You just cruise. You're vibing. Notice with the last downtime, my processes didn't continue to process like they did before. They were paused. My processes didn't continue to process like they did before. Oh, like refining shit, Pock? Also, hello, good day. Intriguing. So, your processes didn't continue to process. Right. Interesting. So, maybe no more downtime processing? That could be very, very interesting. The best glop. Glop, it takes a lot of introgloption to really find the best glop of yourself. And I think it's just, it's a daily glop that we all take on. And we just try to glop our way through the tasks. Seems that way, but why? I don't know, because fuck you. Have you ever considered that? Like, what if they just heard you talking about something and Planendorf was like, man, fuck Puck. Like, you have to consider that just as a one-to-one. Like, you will have hate watchers. And, like, we cannot confirm that Planendorf likes either of us. He could genuinely be, like, hate watcher #1 just preying on our fucking downfall. Like, what if he is why the content creator program hasn't accepted anyone so far? Because he heard that Arcane Adam was looking at our applications and just like fucking put a pillow sack over his head and brought him out to the Squid Games or something. Aren't things moving to 24-hour uptime anyways? Downtime processing won't matter. Yeah, 24-hour uptime except for downtimes. So I mean, I guess if people are trying to like process something cheeky during the downtime, but I don't really think that's too massive. The only implication that I could see it having is maybe when flyers have their stand bars in and they have to be like recharged. You have a flyer that has a stand bar that's empty. Stand bar stays empty. People get on for a war and they're like, what the fuck? But that's going to be such a rare thing. And if anybody that has a flyer long-term cries, then I think they should just get banned. Yo, Kaiser. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. I appreciate you coming through. We're over on the PTR right now. I currently have my feet kicked up on my desk and my hands behind my head because we're just yapping and discussing things. We're talking about the grind and talking about how things can be improved, implemented. Also discussing how outliers essentially have an uncontested path to max level. So, in terms of like just getting out of that curve. Spent 2 weeks killing endless waves of Chinese gold seller caravels. We were killing 15 plus per night until early hours of the morning. They grouped all of China to wars multiple times. That's fire. How much money were you guys making from the caravel farm? Yeah, personally, anytime that somebody comes in to my chat, and not in like a bad way, but they're like, oh wow, Dusty, I was playing with a different community and we weren't doing anything. And keep in mind, it's not like Cats is omega active right now, right? But like, people come through and they're like, oh my god, Dusty, I was playing with a community and they never did anything together. It was so boring. Wow, I see you guys playing together and actually having fun, and it makes me want to come back. And I'm like, it's almost like Steven tells you to find a community that you like playing with and then value the game based off that because it's not a solo game. I don't know, man. Exclamation Guild. I just try to give people a place to play. Michael Jenks over on YouTube asked a little while ago how dynamic gridding testing was. I don't know if it was dynamic gridding being active or not. But dynamic gridding was pre-tested on the PTR yesterday. It was a pre-dynamic gridding test, according to GM Jacoby. So it went extremely well. Very, very, very well in my expectations. DG hasn't been on the PTR yet. Pre-dynamic gridding testing was last night. Yeah, I don't think that it was actively dynamic gridding because the server worker boundaries weren't changing, but basically we were testing like server worker boundary like crash instances maybe, and like how server workers would respond to load over on the PTR itself. So essentially there were 3+ raids of people that were brought over. I was one of them. So there were probably 120, 140 people out there. We were like grouped up in different server workers. So each person in a different server worker, or each raid in a different server worker. And then they had us like attack, cast spells, group up, move around a lot. And it went really well. Frames were insane considering we're on 5.6 as well. It's real nice. I really hope casual and solo players have plenty of satisfying gameplay loops, especially get the best, but the vast majority. Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think that in terms of casual and solo player loops, you have a near infinite amount of those within the game itself. You just have to have the proper expectations. And I think if a casual or solo player expects to be competing in PvP with the best PvPers, then they're going to not have a good time. I think if a casual or solo player expects to be a casual or solo player, where if they PvP, there's a good chance that they're running up on somebody that's much more geared, much more, you know, established than they are, and they could very well lose, and they're okay with that, then that's, you know, in and of itself, a good mentality to have. Now, in terms of casual and solo loops, you have access to every loop that the sweats do, just in its own regard. So with that, you'll have lower tier nodes, you'll have less populated nodes, you'll have a very large world with over 80 node options. Vassling will naturally lock out certain node tiers, node adjacency will lock out node tiers, so it'll be like a puzzle, putting all the nodes on place for every single, every single map. So with that, you have what I call like the node citizen loop, where you find the node that you want to be a part of, the town that looks the coolest, is in the coolest spot, and you and your friends log on each day. You check the requisition agent for buy orders, you check the mayoral commission board for commissions, and you make it your point to pop into citizen chat, say good morning everyone to all of your fellow citizens of your town. You run out and you complete buy orders and commissions and help that node grow with all the things that it might need. You pay your taxes on time and even early like a good citizen. You have a player market there that's only in that node because you wouldn't want to bring stuff to the other towns. Glop, thank you for the glopper. I appreciate you, brother. Much love. Much love. So you have your node citizen gameplay loop. You have your wandering merchant loop where you bring a bunch of items that you've made town to town to list different buy orders, player market areas in different towns. Along the way, you come across some low levels and you're like, hey there, you wanna buy some gear? And then you scam the fuck out of them. You charge them exorbitant amounts because supply and demand. If you put a gas station in the middle of nowhere, you're the only gas station, you charge more. That's how economy works. So, yeah, player markets up. You're known as the food guy, the weapon guy, the guy. You know, you sell various amounts of things. You have your infinite amount of PvE and leveling at that point. In a true dynamic, like fully established Ashes server, there will be so many options for you to PvP that, or PvE or PvP, that you won't fucking know what to do to access all of it. So from a casual loop, I'm almost envious of how much fun a casual could have from a standpoint of like, oh wow, I'm going to play out of this area and then go explore a different area if I do want to go venture out. Instead of me where I'm like, well, fuck me. I have to plot out like the ass guy. Yes, the ass guy. You could be the wandering ass guy. You see a group of travelers that look very kind of like worn out and they could use some bussy. So you charge them an exorbitant amount because if you have a bussy station in the middle of nowhere with no competition, then you can charge more. Yes, that's bussonomics. Exactly. You're understanding it now. There is a lot of gameplay for you to kind of like figure out on your own. Exactly, Demetrius. You're fucking understanding now. But like me, I'm going to be planning out every single place that I need to go for all of my gear, which I've spent tens to hundreds of hours sourcing piece by piece to see what the efficient slots are, the less efficient slots, what my total build looks like, where all my breakpoints are for diminishing returns, like where I want this stat, that stat, the other stat. And then there are going to be people that are just going, well, this piece looks cool. I'm going to wear this helmet because it has horns. And honestly, that person's probably going to have more fun than me. If I'm being completely honest. That person's probably going to have such a good fucking time. Can you think of a logo? Well, yeah. I feel like our logo should basically be like a Spartan cat with like the leather shoulder straps and like the sword and the shield paint. Well, I'm doing PTR stuff while I app. Yeah, we're like dueling right now on the PTR. Yeah, this isn't like downtime. I'm playing the PTR. I could describe it for the prompt. Yo, also, mic problems. I see you over there, my goat. Welcome back in, brother. I hope you've been well. People get caught in on the apps. Coomsy, how you doing, my boy? Henry, hello. Can you just list the 5 weapons quickly at work? Haven't gotten a chance to look. One-handed axe, two-handed axe, two-handed mace, two-handed spear. Jesus Christ, that word was hard. Two-handed spear, one-handed rapier. Next time, I can do today. When we get a downtime in duels, I can whip it up because I have kind of like an idea. Because I'm kind of thinking like Spartan cat with abs, of course. Very bulky cat. Kind of like with the, you know, with like the sword, like a shield and sword type beat. Maybe like a helmet that's like, I don't know, like a Roman style, like an open face helmet that allows the cat ears to poke through as well. Slight war scarring on the arms, showing that the cat has been in battle multiple times. And then somewhere on there, basically cats with abs. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Although if we just want like a visual logo, it could also just be the cat gladiator, the cattiator, if you will. Glop has had a blast leveling through crafting and node commissions. It takes long, but it's fun. Yeah, it makes you feel very involved too. Makes you feel very, very involved as a player. Jacked Spartan cat flexing its traps with sword and shield. AI prompt image generator. I mean, we can talk about some prompts. Because we're trying to... Apparently, our marketing department in cats is looking to step up their game for, like, recruitments. Because it was announced to me today that while I can just be like, yo, exclamation guild to join the guild when people come into stream, not everybody has that luxury. And we'd like to recruit elsewhere. And Dusty, you're not Asmongold. Nobody watches your stream. Who are you going to recruit if your stream is dying anyways? So we're trying to find a logo so that way we can recruit in different areas as well. So we're just, you know, putting in some work, trying to sort it out. Trying to make sure people Twitch Prime so I don't have to get a real job. It's a little bit of everything right now. Where my shield and spear? Not here yet. The Spartan build will go hard though. Spartan build will go very hard. The spear actually had a very cool kind of like attack cone to it too. It was much less of like a sweeping cleave and much more of like a frontal cone, like pokey long range attack. So that was kind of sick. Wait, how much stat dampening do you have, Toast? Because I have 4.2% stat dampening. So like, it's not the worst. It's not like enough to actually notice, I don't think. I mean, maybe unless I die with like 5% HP left, but... Luffy, that seems a little Asmongold chatty. Hope you're having a good day, though. Hope you're having a good day, though. 16.9%. Wait. Stat dampening? Also nice. Are a lot of the weapon trees and differences between weapons placeholders still, or are they already pretty fleshed out slash unique? I mean, like, I don't think anything is going to be... like fleshed out in all fairness throughout the alpha. Maybe like later on, right? but I wouldn't expect anything to be fleshed out, primarily in the sense that in terms of like things that have progressionary systems tied to them, like weapon trees, class trees, stamina tree, that's all going to receive the latter half of progression with 26 through 50 as well. So those don't just like stop at level 25. And I think that a lot of the fleshing out and uniqueness between weapons will very likely come in that latter half of the tree, because you can expect that leveling a weapon all the way would yield greater benefits than leveling a weapon half of the way. And right now we're leveling a weapon half of the way, which would lead me to believe that we're not reaping the largest set of benefits possible with the weapons, the most unique benefits, the most visually pleasing, whatever it may be. So I think there's a lot of like fleshing out uniqueness and identity to come in the second half of everything, because WoW doesn't feel like WoW when you're halfway to level 60 in vanilla. You don't even have your mount yet. If you're level 30, you may have just got aspect of the cheetah if you're a hunter. Like, what, fucking travel form? You get travel form at 30 if you're druid? I didn't play druid. I don't know. I don't know. 84.3% of the XP of 25. 30? That's what I thought. I didn't play druid though. I was a paladin player. You know what I got on the way to my mount? Absolutely fucking nothing, because I had to level as a fucking paladin. Fucking hated vanilla. Dumb fucking game. I played vanilla in classic so I could play Burning Crusade, and I didn't even know Burning Crusade was coming out when I played vanilla because I was fucking 8. And I still knew I hated paladin. But it was what got me. Because goddamn TBC tanking was so good. I might as well remake. Why don't we just have a GM come over and like wipe out our XP debt? I'm sure if there's a single GM over here, they would have time to come wipe out XP debt. It seems like PTR is pretty chill. You guys doing anything in the PTR? Yeah, come through. We're PvPing. We're doing like duels and stuff. And if we get like enough people to break up into groups, we can always break up into groups too. But we just have like a lot of different classes out here. So everybody's been kind of like running stuff up. We've got tanks, rangers, mages. I'm assuming you'll come out with a rogue. Got fighters. So pretty much everything that's actually fun to fight against. Then you got your bards and your clerics who actually have jobs. Teach them to be employed. Fucking bozos. Pally Lock, Druid Mount Quest were epic. Well, yeah, like once I got to the Mount Quest, it was sick. But like 1 to 39 on a paladin, like brother, name one cool thing that happens 1 to 39 on a paladin other than just going out of combat. Seal up. Judgment. Seal up. That's it. I could mocap a paladin sitting down 1 to 60. It's fucking disgusting. Like, you could probably be a quadriplegic and mocap a paladin 1 to 60. You could just flick your tongue and have that shit cook. I just thought my audio cut out there. No, I was fucking giving a look into what leveling a paladin in vanilla and classic WoW felt like. What's your IGN? Oh, mine's Dusty Testes. Yes, Pocknose. Pocknose. Dusty Testes. We're in the southern turquoise sea harbor. Over in the Yopics. So, come on down. We have more room for everyone. Sim, how you doing, my friend? Just have a Spartan helmet with the fake cat ears that you wear occasionally. Yeah, but like, I don't need the whole like muscle suit. Because like, the muscle suit would make me look less muscly. Like, I feel like that would be a nerf to me. Can you get a GM to clear a little XP debt? Toast! Now you're on it. Now you're on it. Yeah, they should... I don't know though, maybe they want to check out XP debt scaling and stuff. But yeah, dying a lot while you're trying to duel and test PvP is kind of cooked. But at least we get to remake our characters super easy. Whee! Alright, I'll be right back. If I ever make you a Doonier helm, I'll put the cat ears on it. Oh no. Oh no, TwitchCon's about to be something interesting. Alright, I'll be right back, one sec. Good day, good day, good day. I'm back, and I'm ready to take on the duels. Alright. Chai, who's on the PTR today? And who's over on live? Just out of curiosity. Yo, you know, Toast, low-key, like, what would help with your XP debt? If you didn't die as much. Yeah, Pock knows. Pock knows. Like, XP debt's a byproduct of dying, and I feel as though limiting your dying limits your dying debt. Glop is still playing on Shoal. What you doing over there, Glop? What is there to do over there? Blotto, beach, you know what time it is. Vendors don't have the scroll anymore? Oh, wait. Do you think that the scroll for level 25 just gives us XP? Or do you think that it sets our character level to 25? Wait, Leon, I don't know if that's what you meant, but that might have been the biggest brain thing ever. It does not? Oh. Leon, you dumb fuck. So stupid. Was already tested? Word. There was one that cleared debt? Oh, okay. Yeah, so fun story about clearing XP debt. One time, Steven killed me with a spear twice before it was in the game, haha. Thank you, Steven. The second one was accidental, but basically, he was on his stream when he killed me, and he went to reset my XP debt a little bit. And so he's on his stream and he's like, oh my god, Dusty, I'm so sorry. He wasn't. You can see the anger in his eyes. You can see the hatred flowing. And he's like, I'll clear some of your XP debt. And he cleared none of my XP debt. That was you? Wait, yeah, did you ever see my POV of it? I actually put out a YouTube video of it that got no traction because my YouTube is very small. Yeah, that quite literally was me, yes. Yeah, I have my entire POV in a YouTube video. But, so I was running around one day. You were new to the scene. So, I was running around, and the Snorse mount that I had was the only Snorse mount in the game at that point. It was non-existent. I was leveling my character with my group of friends, my first tank, and Steven came down and basically gave us all Santa hats, and then I like asked if we could go outside because we were in Oakenbane. Excuse me. And we all like ran outside and hung out for a little bit, and he like poofed the Snorse into my inventory. And when he did that, he like gave me a little tutorial on it and everything and taught me about like mount flourishes, and like your alternate mode for the mount and everything, like the walking mode. Because when you put the Snorse in walking mode, it would go down into the snail mode, and when it ran, it would go into the horse mode. So he gave me like a little tutorial on it and everything, just like himself, which was really fucking cool. And so I rode the Snorse around for a long ass time. The only issue is it was slower than running. It hadn't received any of its move speed modifier yet, and it was quite literally slower than just normally running. So I rode it everywhere, and then one day I'm doing Carfin, farming top floor Carf, and I go to report a missing texture, and I get teleported up to the top floor of Carf. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, the top of Carf. And I'm like, what in Sam hell is happening, right? And basically... Oh, we just tripped each other. Very nice. But I get up there, and I'm just like minding my own beeswax and shit. And I see the Ancient One start walking towards me. Sorry, Blotto and I are dueling, and I can't let him get the first win of the day 2 days in a row. We need to lock him down. Blotto hates that wall that I hit. I have to read his... Oh, nice. It's a good reflect. But mine's better! I have to read his grapple coming in so quickly, and then I wall myself when he tries to grab. And it makes me so happy. Yeet. Oh, nice. Okay, big reflect coming in from Mr. Matic. Oh god, I'm actually weak here. But... Oh, Blotto just having down to 639 HP. Jesus Christ, that was actually close, Blotto. That was a good one. My brother slept on it. He's been working on it. So, you almost turned that. You almost did. You caught me with a very, very, very large combo. So anyways, I'm up on the top floor Carfin, and the Ancient One starts chasing me around. And I have this on YouTube as well. Again, it has no views. But... the Ancient One starts chasing me around like the raid boss. And I'm like, okay, I have an NPC on me. This is scary. Then I get to a point where it's like a little juke spot. And I go to juke it. And then the NPC starts juking as well. And I'm like, wait a second, that's not a fucking NPC. And I thought that it was Steven like spawning a boss on me, but apparently Steven was the boss on me. We got a little preview of the monster coin system before I knew what a monster coin was. So... I finally go over, and I'm like kneeling in front of the Ancient One, accepting my fate. And I'd been talking about how I wanted to go check out the desert, and like the desert rework that had just come in. And he was like, I heard that you want to go out there, check it out. But your steed is pretty slow, because my Snorse was quite literally the slowest fucking mount in the game. It was, nothing in the game was slower than it. And, nice. Oh, nice, you got me. That's a really good start for you, if I'm being honest. Very, very good start. Wait, oh my god. My abilities just weren't coming off cooldown. I just sold that. Some of my abilities are like staying on cooldown for 1 second visually, but they're not actually on cooldown, and it scares me when they do that. Okay. I'm in trouble. Blotto wins this. Oh my fucking god, Blotto. If people could see these duels, they would love this. They would love this. Nah, you played that extremely fucking well there. You played that very, very well. CC just long enough? Yep, I had the second one as well, thankfully. But like, if you crit one more time in that fight, I'm dead. Like, you're playing these really, really even. So, I kneel in front of the Ancient One. He tells me that he heard that I wanted to go check out the desert. And he's like, you need a faster steed. So, he gave me a flail runner. Flail runner was like black scaly lizard. It was all dripped out, murdered out and stuff. It was beautiful. Very zoomy as well. And then he fucking smited me. Just red beam just killed me and my mount. So the tradition was born that he would kill me every time he saw me. I just even multiple times since then. I've also received many beautiful mounts. Many beautiful gifts, which I'm very grateful for. You fucking rat. I missed my reflect off that too. I'm so cooked. I'm so old. Oh my god. My reflexes are so bad. I'm a fucking old geriatric man. I'm washed. Oh no, chat. This is the end of DustyWhy, and I just got a bug on my dodge and I got tripped because of it. Oh my god. Chat, this is the worst trade deals in the history of trade deals possibly ever. Wait, why can't I dodge? What the fuck? Wait, I literally got it like 3 times this duel. No. Intrepid wants Blotto to win so bad. Holy shit. I just keep getting the dismount animation bug. Uh-oh. Oh my god, the combo. The Wumbo combo. Flare Runner's still my favorite mount available in the game. I got one before they were craftable. So I took that bad boy out to the desert and I explored like crazy. So one day I'm running along and I'm going back out to the desert to explore. And I run into Steven just, you know, on his merry way. I was just running along the path, heading out to the desert. And I pull up on him and he's like flying. And I instantly, on my POV, I go, oh fuck, I'm about to die, aren't I? And I run up to him. And he's floating in the path, just kind of like yapping and streaming. And I run up to him and I go, I literally type in game and I go, brother, I'm just trying to go to the desert and farm. Like, I pleaded for my life. And he descends and he was reading his chat and stuff and he goes, oh, hey, it's Dusty. And then he comes down and spawns in a Snorse. And in his GM console, he types in Snorse, because we had just been calling it Snorse. So, you know, the hood name for it, so to say, the name of the streets for it. So basically, he had to look it up by the Govy after the Wisp Welk revealed that he was one of us, a true gamer, and spawned one in. And then he's like, all right, well, let's ride down to the desert. So we ride down to the desert, and then at some point along the way, someone in his chat asked if he could show a spear. And he goes, yeah, I think we have a spear. And so he hops off his mount. He spawns in a spear, and I hop off my mount, and I instantly knew what was going to happen. As soon as I hopped off my mount, before he even said anything, I was just holding block. I knew I was cooked. And so, like, he goes, oh, I'm going to test on Dusty. And he comes over, and he's like, all right, Dusty, get ready. And then just, bop, one-shots my shit, right? And then I get a res. His mount, his Snorse is getting hit. I go to get the mob that is hitting his mount off of the mount and help his mount, right? I pull the mob off, kill the mob, but Steven had come over to try to kill the mob as well. Goes to hit the mob, misses the mob because the mob dies, hits me, bop, kills my shit again, 2-taps me. He is dying laughing, I'm dying laughing. I have XP debt because I was like level 23 at the time, I think. He tries to get some of my experience debt off. And he basically, like, probably types, like, /fuck you Dusty or something, like, in his console, and it does nothing. And I didn't have the balls, the huevos, to tell the sandaled man that my experience stat didn't move whatso-fucking-ever. And so I was just like, he goes, oh, did that help? And I go, yeah, that's great, Stephen. And I was like 250k in XP debt on my way to level 25. Died by you took me to Lionhold? No! What do you mean? That's so sad, actually. All the way to Lionhold, bruh. That's so tragic. They're updating live to, it seems, even though they were done seemingly. Wait, what are they updating on live, Poc? I thought they didn't push anything on live. I thought live was the same build as last time, right? Because they said they would push, like, some things, right? If it were, like, you know, a necessary push, right? But... Nice, I got your cooldown there. So I've never seen the Corvid huntables. Oh, wait, they're huntable Corvids? Okay, so just like under the radar things, right? Interesting. Now hold the phone, let's discuss after this duel, because right now I'm giving Blotto some deep dick pizza for lunch. So you just give me 1 second, and I'll be right with you. Nice, it's a good hold. Where the fuck? Brother just hit a rubber band of doom. No, you got me. I was too greedy. I should have gone for the immediate trip. I was too greedy. No. There's no proof. There's no proof. There's literally no proof that you ever won a duel against me, Blotto. Genuinely, I want you to know. And if you ever show the visuals, I will have Intrepid sue your shit so fast. Jeez Louise. I got fucking greedy. So when I went in with like the shield slam into the ground pound at the end, you made a really good play going directly into the tremoring strike, because in the time that I can shield slam 0.7, ground pound 0.5, your tremoring strike gets in the 4-meter range off my shield slam gap close. And then you got me during the ground pound. So what I should have done is like shield slam, probably reflect, CC break into your ground pound. Or into my ground pound. Glyphosine huntable griffins. How's the new movement? Deal, honestly, I like it. It seems like they've also tweaked some things on it prior to last patches. Not like yesterday's, but the first day of the movement, so to say, over on the PTR. My charge, for example, if I hit a charge on live, I jump, I block to cancel it, carries my momentum, there's no friction in the air. Then I B-hop, and I B-hop, and I B-hop, and I B-hop. Basically now there's friction in the air. So with movement abilities like charge, it actually feels pretty smooth now in terms of the decel rate, feels quite nice. On things like dodging and then jumping afterwards, you come out of the dodge in a very like upward jump way instead of like a forward jump way. So you kind of like lose all of your momentum after the roll itself. So it takes a little bit of getting used to. Sprinting is pretty emphasized over here as well. It gives you some nice disable evasion rating and shit like that. So been trying to get into the habit of utilizing my sprint a little bit more, and I actually wasn't in that last duel. But it's pretty nice movement system. I do feel like it's not perfect, right? It's definitely like it's still in its first week of PTR testing as a movement system. But I think that it is making PvP feel very fun. That in correlation with the new gearing. So we did also get changes to the like distribution of attributes on gear. Total power scaling, healing power scaling, some unintentional changes there. But like another attribute rework and gearing rework essentially. So between those things, like my tank on live you're seeing is 7936 HP. Over on PTR, I'm 4234 right now. So there's a lot that has changed. Time to kill is pretty intriguing over here. Now, it's also all temporary, all early iteration and subject to kind of like get more implementation on top of it. But in my opinion, PvP over here has felt much more fun. Also as a tank with an actual like risk of death in most scenarios if I overstep, instead of being so ungodly tanky that people either CC me completely or just ignore me and let me just hit people in the back line and I don't do anything. So I personally like the new changes quite a bit. It took until Monday for me to hit level 10 hunting on live because I mostly would just do Riverlands hunting. And a lot of huntables were taken out with the Willow Braid adjustment in early 2.5. These weren't here last week and it seems plentiful, but that could just be me not finding them and someone could have hunted them. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they're doing sneaky shadow pushes too. Just keep that in mind. They are indeed rat bastards. And rat bastards. Oh, that was when I got my broodling chat. Woo! Rat bastards do rat bastard things. And one of the most rat bastardly things to do is drop things without telling me. And I mean that in the best way. So even on the PTR, we got a lot of things that were just kind of like snuck in, right? They kind of like, you know, roofied our patch, so to say. We took a little sip of the patch and we're like, well, what is this? Who's this? Guild storage? What the fuck? And then we saw somebody with a crate and we're like, what the fuck is this? So, gotta watch out for those sneaky shadow pushes. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Eddie. They slip in a little bit more than you're ready for. And believe me, I bet we've all had more slipped in than we were ready for before, boys. Wait. Eddie, I hope you're having a good day, dude. Anyways. Planin dropped me without telling me when I asked for a port. Yeah, you want to know what's fucking crazy? Planin dropped me in the lava in Forge twice because he told my chat one sub and he pulls me into the lava. Somebody Twitch primed, he pulled me into the lava and I escaped and then he pulled me back into the fucking lava. I survived the first task, but I got second breakfast. Brother, he's fucking vicious. He's legitimately vicious. He threatened before the fall damage changes were in on live, like with the 150 max fall damage, to perma teleport me up to height over and over again until I finally died from fall damage. And I don't think he was fucking around. I think he might have been serious about it. I would not be shocked at any point, man. Anytime I get a weird teleport or some shit, I instantly say, what the Planendorf? I just assume. Coomsy, why are there so many X's in your name? What the fuck is that? I mean, I guess so nobody gets your name, right? Jesus Christ, that looked weird at first. Eddie, is it grind time? Also, Busty, you said some named and POI updates for anvils on Codex. All right, hold on. Let me give Blotto some deep dick pizza real quick. Blotto. Orders up, bitch. Oh. Rogue Coomsy cooking Blotto. I'm ready when you are. All right, we're up. We're vibing with it early here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what the fuck was that? That stun just cooked my shit, unironically. Lotto, I'm playing this so fucking poorly right now. Help me. I'm lost right now against you, dude. Lotto too fucking strong, dog. I swear. I'm playing like dog shit. Oh no. I'm so intimidated. Lotto's locked in, dog. I gotta turn this. Okay. We may be able to. Tommy Hawk! I need you! Oh no. Oh no. I got diddy darted. It was a Coombsy Diddy. Oh no. Oh no. Blotto. The fights are feeling better, brother. The fights are feeling much better. So, what are you feeling that you're doing different on your end since yesterday? Because it feels like you're getting more out of your combos now. Like, a lot less of the, oh, I have an opportunity to go in, and then, like, backing out of it. I think that was one of the big things that you were doing and not pushing your advantage enough and thinking of it as, like, every combo as a trade, right? That's how I kind of look at mirror matches, especially. Is like, every combo is that opportunity to either win or lose your trade. And as long as you're focusing on that, like, every trade, am I winning? Am I getting more abilities out? Am I getting more damage out? Did I lose this trade? Okay. Well, I need to back out, reset, try to get an initiate, then win the other trade, then get out before they trade. The in and out doesn't work anymore. Yeah, no, it's a lot more of a decisive commitment. And, like, you can still thread the in and out, but, like, you know how I was fighting bards on live? Where I just kind of, like, walked them down constantly? I feel like that is how we have to just fight everyone now. Even in mirror matches. It's just kind of like a walk forward, walk them down, bust them down type vibe. And I kind of like that a lot. Now, that'll obviously change with, you know, heals, group-based DPS going out and stuff like that. But I feel like pushing our advantage as tanks is a big thing in 1Vs. And tank v tank especially, it's just all of those combos add up, and then eventually one of your combos will, you know, be the deciding one. Let's see, is there anything else that I need to change? I just gotta stop playing like a bozo. I be playing like a silly goober. Do I have everything? Low key. I wonder what the value in the pen in the tree is now. Because that's probably a little bit higher at this point, nah? Confirm. What if I try this? I wonder what that would do. So, Fizz offense. Fizz pen is 2.5%. But it's supposed to be all weapon combo attacks gain 3%, 3%, 3%. So that should be 9%. Which should be more pen than I had before. In theory. So, if pen is actually worth scaling, then we would probably see it here, right? Was a scavenging corvid always a huntable north of Lionhold? Or easily at least. Have you checked Codex to see if it's on the interactive map there, Poc? Because I feel like that would be a good source. Maybe if it was something that was like just recently added. Chat, have we seen the huntable corvid previously? Where's Nelly? Oh my god, mounts, animal husbandry, new mounts, flying mounts, ground mounts, aquatic mounts, wild mounts. Jesus fucking Christ, it worked. What do you mean? What do you mean? Pock is wondering about a new huntable, questionably new huntable. There is a corvid mob that is huntable north of Lionhold, I believe he's saying. Let's see. Yeah, he was saying that he thinks they're adding, like, new things in on live. This is on the PTR? No, on live, I think. The Scavenging Corvid. They renamed a ton of stuff. Now, was there always... the fuck? Coombsy in the tree, Jesus Christ. Brother has a goddamn ghillie suit. What the fuck? There were always huntable ravens that spawned at night. Oh, okay. Is a corvid just a raven? That makes sense. Okay. I thought it was gonna be some, like, big human bird type shit. Okay, so probably just got renamed. So small, like, quality of life and stuff like that. So did it just go from Raven to Scavenging Corvid? I guess that would make sense. That would be a more like fantasy. It's not even a fantasy name because it's literally the fucking scientific leaning name instead of just calling it a fucking raven. So it makes sense. I'm here for it. I like it. It adds a little bit of class, a little bit of pizzazz. Where's Blotto? Blotto, where the fuck do you go? I changed up the longbow tree a little bit. I want to see if I am hitting any harder with the 9% pen from power through. So I should have 11.5% pen. I should have 9% from like power through, and then I should have another 2.5%. Vithar, if you have extra gear in your inventory, you can sell the extra gear to the vendor and then use that to repair. Worst case scenario. But I'm sure somebody has extra gold. I have 6 silver from selling extra gear. I was about to get super excited for a new animal. I mean, you could always have, in theory, just a big-ass raven that's like a glider. You could, like, hunt Big Bird, and then Big Bird becomes glider. I feel like that's viable. Coomsy, get out of the fucking trees. You're like me when I'm drinking. Stomps had to tell me multiple times at TwitchCon last year that if I climbed the palm tree because they're, like, spiky on the outside, that I would probably slice whatever artery is in my thigh and die. So yeah, he talked me down from it. I was not taking any chances. I'm afraid of heights, but I like climbing trees because trees are cool as shit. Oh, we're chunking now, actually. Brother just resisted. My goddamn. Reflect. Okay, we're good. And then I get a combo out here. And then we reflect that. Nice. Good fight. The reflect on the charge in is so big for breaking the combo. If I can break that combo and like not let you get in smooth, I feel like that's the largest thing for me. I have extra gold boxes on me. I'm buying Ebons and Windansea. Oh, blessings. I only have 1 Ebon on me. So if you're coming down, pull up. I'll take a couple. I have not a lot of my cooldowns, but we ball. I can't move. No, that's fine. Bruh. Did I just get fucking thumped? What do you mean? Why thumping? Why the thumpotamus? Okay, I've been diddied. Mr. Diddler. Let's play. Uh-huh. Right, I'm here for it. Right. Uh-huh. Unfortunately, I have that. Yeet. Oh, how are you still up? Jesus. Tanky ass motherfucking rogue. Good fight. Where do you get gold boxes? The vendor at the start has them. So Guy Giretti, he also, like, the guy you get all of your gear from, you scroll down to the bottom and it just says like free money. Got you 4, I've got 2 boxes left. Okay, massive. We have gold on the way. And then it just gives you gold cap, and if you use gold cap on the PTR, you're doing fucking something silly. So, Busty, what are the updates on Codex? Because you said there were no drops listed for the name mobs. But, like, what's it looking like over there? Were there, like, pocket dungeons that they kind of, like, placed out? Is that a spear? A spur. So what are people using for their melee weapons over here? Because I've been using a steel greatsword. But I also saw some people going steel mace with a focus. Which, honestly, not the worst idea. Not the worst idea at all. Fizz crit avoidance, max mana, fizz attack speed. Accuracy, fizz accuracy, max health. You'd lose a good bit of fizz crit chance. But I guess you'd make up for that on the weapon? So what would you gain? Accuracy? Gain accuracy, max health, max mana, and fizz attack speed. I feel like that's not worth it. POI, dungeon, and random name. Ayo. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pop-Tarts? Wait, what are the best kind of Pop-Tarts, Hank? Okay, I have to check that out. After this duel. Okay, they're dueling. Oh, sorry. A third party duel. This time I'm 265 MP, 35% magic cast speed, and 195 crit power. Do you want to know my offensive setup? Oh wait, magic crit chance, not cast speed. Crit chance. CC is crit chance. I don't know why I read that as CS. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. So I am at 248.9 fizz power, 39.1 crit chance, 199.2 crit power, 95.3 attack speed, 35.9 accuracy, 16.7 disable duration. Kind of thicky. Strawberry? Toasted or untoasted strawberry? And frosted or unfrosted? The ultimate question. Because there are strawberry variants. Toasted and frosted. So close. So close. Untoasted strawberries with frosting are the best types of strawberry Pop-Tarts. I will admit that, like, best untoasted as well. Me personally, I'm partial to a good s'mores tart. I won't lie. Very partial to a good s'more tart. I think there's a lot of, you know, a lot of beauty and simplicity to a certain extent. And, oh my god, that bleed was hitting hard. Jesus, that must have been a full hemorrhage. Like, a toasted s'mores tart is real good. Brown sugar cinnamon? Brown sugar cinnamon solid. I don't know, I like chocolate a lot. So, like, between s'mores and, like, cookies and cream, oh. Cookies and cream fucking slap as well. Toasters are increasingly hard to come by. Yeah, like, just like a good old-fashioned, like, this toaster has slots in it, fill up my slots, pull me down, and toast me up daddy type toaster. Yeah, I get it. But I do also think that, like, while they're becoming more rare, you do also see other things with the capability of, you know, what your average toaster can provide in the current day and age. So, take, for instance, outside of just, like, the realm of toasters, I have, like, one of the Ninja air fryers, right? That thing can, like, air bake, air broil, air fry, like regular bake. I can use it as a fucking small oven if I wanted to. And there are just a lot of different things. You're such a fucking rat for the double diddy. I hate you. Die, rat. Oh, Mr. Diddler. That's him dying. I got him with the Tommy Hawk. Double diddy dart is fucking oppressive. I don't like that shit. I don't like it at all. Not a big chocolate fan. Give me the brown sugar cinnamon. Dude, my birthday cake was chocolate cake with chocolate frosting. Like, my entire life, including this year. I love chocolate. Like, a lot. 3,192 HP this time, so the meds put on Steel Bloom for everyone. Steel Bloom what? Steel Bloom jewelry? Yeah, I run double earrings and then necklace, because keep in mind, as you go up, your set bonuses are going to also get more impactful. So, for instance, like, my Heroic Griffin Glove 3-piece is 4% crit chance. So, you'll get some max health, you'll get some more power rating, but I think double Steel Bloom earring and then a Steel Bloom necklace is fucking fire. Steel Bloom ring, kind of meh. Steel ring right now is probably a really solid caster choice. If you do not have any, I have a couple for you here, because they're still in the Fizz set. But it's 385 magic power rating, magic cast speed rating, int, and wisdom. So I use sapphire rings, which are Fizz crit power, Fizz evasion, Fizz accuracy, and Fizz power. You'll probably switch to steel rings. So we'll just, like, swap ski. But I got steel rings over here if you don't have any. Those would probably juice you even more. As a toast elitist, I can tell you made the right choice. Well, wait, toast elitist? Well, toast is different than Pop-Tarts. What do you mean? Like just old Toastington versus Pop-Tarts? That's two entirely different worlds. Cause like toast can be served a million different ways. You could have like an avocado toast. You could have like a savory toast. You could have like a cinnamon sugar toast. What did I just get hit by? Ah. You toast Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts are not lit. What do you have against Pop-Tarts? Why are you an anti-tartar? Why are you hating on me? I want to know. Sorry, I'm in a duel right now. God damn, fighter's fucking scary if you let it get in your dick. You just have to be able to hit a nice CCing tin on him. And then you can get the trade, but holy shit. You gotta like... Brother to this class can eat in stealth. Yeah, Coombsy. So with the old movement system, people were basically like grappling hook, b-hopping, out of range, re-stealthing, or just like vanish re-stealthing, getting out of movement, getting out of range, and then popping a food somewhere and just not dying. Yep, you can eat in stealth. You could gather in stealth too. At least prior to PTR. You were able to just sit there and fully stealth, hit something. Now, you can't CC non-flag targets anymore anyways, but still kind of crazy. I don't know what to do with counterplay. Not get tripped in the very simplest way. I feel like when you go in on the combos, anything that's very combo heavy against a tank in 1v1s, don't answer that, I have ads. / shout. Twitch Prime. Chat, there's always a good selling opportunity. Only thing I would buy is chocolate cake with a lot of chocolate frosting, chocolate cupcakes, chocolate donuts. Okay, well that's a lot of chocolate stuff. In all fairness, that's a good amount of chocolate stuff. Cause like, what's not being purchased at that point that's chocolate? I feel like that's a good amount of chocolate. There's also the superior toaster strudel. Do you do like the savory toaster strudel filling? Like the chocolatey ones and shit? Or do you do like the apple ones? Because I feel like the fruit toaster strudel were always better. They were like a better breakfast option. Is flagging changed? Yes. What's not being purchased is everything else. Sure, I mean, I bet there's a lot more chocolate. I mean, like brownies? Do you not fuck with brownies? Do you fuck with the war? You don't fuck with brownies? What the fuck just happened to Black Blood? They're doing a rogue like 1v1v1 all at the same time. And Black Blood just got flung like 72 feet into the fucking air. I don't really understand. Cream cheese and strawberry is my go-to. Okay, that's a slapper. Yeah, that's an absolute banger of a combo. How do you not fuck with brownies? I feel like brownies are a quintessential part of a snacking lineup, if I'm being completely honest. Like, is it because you can't put pepper on them? Carla consumes more pepper than your average bear. Like a lot of pepper. I don't like sweet stuff. And yet you're here with me. Oh. You don't have to hit the You be careful next to that basement door there, man. Combat changes are different. I like a lot of the movement changes. Keep in mind sprinting. I keep trying to remind everyone of sprinting. It's a little awkward to get used to at first, but sprinting is really, 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 really nice because once you have your sprint buff up, you just get a passive 30% disable evasion rating. So as long as your sprint debuff is on your bar, you have disable evasion rating. You get a lot harder to CC, but you will sacrifice if you're not managing your sprint properly, like, you know, your dodge for it. It'll consume a lot of stam if you're sprinting and dodging at the same time, and you'll cook through your stam very quickly. But sprinting just as a whole, you can go in your character sheet, magic defense, phys defense. As long as you have that sprint buff on you, you're at plus 30% to each of your disable evasion ratings. So, little piece of Techington. It'll probably get patched out, but the thing that's probably bugged about it, in my opinion, is that the sprint buff stays on your bar while you're stationary. So, cat with hoodie. Wait, yo. Hi, cat with hoodie. I run a community over here called Cats with Abs. What's under that hoodie? Because you might fit right in. I plan on getting into the game, but I've been wondering, will the price of 100 USD go down anytime soon, or will it only be cheaper during release? So, in terms of price tag, the 100 USD will probably remain static. That is your like playtesting access. So everything considered, you know, before the actual release of the game will be wiped. Like all playtesting, everything like that will inevitably get wiped. So essentially the $100 price tag is to get you into the playtesting environment. You get $30 worth of kickback. So when the game launches, there will be no box cost, no DLC. So you won't have to pay like any actual price to own Ashes, so to say. When the game launches, it'll be a $15 a month sub cost. Prior to launch, there's no sub cost whatsoever. So with that, you'll get your first month of game time included with the $100 USD purchase. That is, again, $15 USD, 1.5, and that starts when the game launches. Your first month is covered. Then you also get $15 in the in-game store when that comes out. That is transmogs only, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience ever in Ashes. It'll also never be like a pay for DLC. So the only thing that you'll have to pay after launch is your $15 a month sub, unless you really like the in-game store cosmetics, and then you can just buy those, but those won't impact your gameplay whatsoever other than how you look. Best part about the $100 USD, in my opinion, is that it comes with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your purchase with no like hours limit whatsoever. So on August 4th, there is a wipe to everything and a new server coming out. That is your Phase 3 server. That's going to be a 24/7 server uptime, other than update times. So you'll be able to hop in and play the playtest as much or as little as you'd like, starting on August 4th. That server is going to be up for a very long time, so it'll kind of grow to feel like an MMO experience, so to say. As it gets closer to the end of Phase 3, their goal is to have it close to feature complete. After Phase 3, there will be 2 short closed betas for current playtesters, and those betas will be measured in weeks, not months. It'll be a little bit of a prep for launch. Final coat of paint, final coat of polish, nothing like PoE where they're like, oh, it's a 6-month beta, and then it's not. But it'll just be weeks for the beta, the 2 betas, each measured in weeks, and then it goes into the launch from there. So if you have any questions on that, I can clarify any part of it, but basically you just set aside $100 USD for 90 days. If you like Ashes, you're in the entire time until it launches. In my opinion, that'll be probably like late 2027, early 2028. If you don't like it, you just get your money back anytime within 90 days. So pretty safe. Also, private test realm is up right now. So you're seeing gameplay from the non-PTR server. I'm on the PTR server, the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd, so we can't show the visuals from it, but we can talk about it. Private test realm has a ton of like forward-looking changes that are a bit more experimental, not quite like refined yet, including the upgrade to Unreal Engine 5.6, new movement system, gearing system, combat, blah, 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 5 new weapons, 2 new races, ton of shit over on the private test realm. Right now, my advice to new players is to, if you are hopping in, make your first character on the private test realm and level it to 25, 15, or keep it at level 1, whatever you want to do. But on the private test realm, you are able to level your character instantly if you want to, check out gearing, check out how abilities feel, and then kind of like experiment, and you can make as many characters as you want to on the PTR and get ready for August 4th through that. You can still find a community from there, !guild, for a community that's always taking new players. But with that being said, I would highly recommend playing the private test realm until August 4th, seeing these changes as they're coming in, getting ready for those, figuring out which archetype you want to play for August 4th, and then when August 4th hits, you have the new server to reroll on with that archetype. Coombs, careful of the fall damage, buddy. That almost got you, didn't it? Can you fill those 3 action bars with abilities, or is 1 bar for usable items? Yeah, you can put abilities on all of them. You can customize them as you want to. You can even like break the action bars into like different groupings. The HUD is fully customizable, and you have a ton of genuine customizability with it, even down to the rate of like the scale in which that your HUD shows. So yeah, every bit of that is completely customizable. It just depends on like how many abilities you're using. You'll see like the hyphen, shift hyphen. Those are a couple consumes on my bar as well. So you switch them from horizontal to vertical. Yeah. And I'm sure more like UX customization is certainly going to come as it gets closer to launch as well. Where'd it go? Go north on the beach. Yeah, we're just above south. Like on the beach out here dueling. I see you. I see you. Just like turned around the corner on an Evan. I love that. I don't want to get into about 100 USD is a bit much. I've been trying to find myself an MMO where I can get back to it time to time. Another big question would be for me that is PvP always on? So PvP is not always on. Now, there are areas where you are in what's called a lawless zone, but those are by no means like the most popular areas on the map or anything like that. It doesn't take up the most space on the map. Like, being in a lawless zone is typically a conscientious decision that you make. Other than that, people just randomly, you know, corrupting on you, it's called in Ashes, where you're not flagged up for PvP. If I come up to you and hit you, and you're just trying to, you know, vibe and you don't hit me back at all, and I kill you without you engaging in PvP, I would, instead of being purple, which is the PvP state, I would go red, which is the corrupted state. So basically, with the corrupted state, you have increased punishments for death. You can't unequip gear, can't trade with players, can't go into towns, and I can also drop equipped pieces of gear on death. That is the only time you'll drop like equipment or items on death. Other than that, a normal death does come with the risk of dropping a portion of your materials tab. So in your inventory, you have an items tab, a materials tab, and a quest items tab. The one that drops a portion of it on death is your materials tab. That is glint, which is a currency that drops from monsters that you can either sell from, well, mobs. You can either sell to vendors for like gold, silver, copper, or you can use that for caravans, other methods of making money, paying your taxes, shit like that. So multi-use thing there. Materials also includes gatherables, trees, crafting mats, all that shit. Yeah, you need steel rings. Open up trade. But yeah, so glint's a very useful thing, and there's kind of like a risk reward with it. Yo, Kunky, so thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Excuse me. So with glint being extremely active and extremely useful, the more glint you have in your inventory, kind of like the larger risk it is for you to actually lose more of that glint if you die. So just kind of like a little thing associated with that. Incognito, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Submodel, literally the best model. Submodel is the best model, by the way. Submodel is very much the best model in my opinion. It's a constant incentivization for both the developers and the community to voice their opinions and kind of like show what their opinion is in an ongoing manner. I think that very, very frequently, damn, Steel Shortbow kind of goes crazy. I think very frequently a lot of games like New World are caught in the trap of incentivizing selling new copies over incentivizing retention of players. And from like a consumer standpoint, it allows us to pay when we want to play, not pay when we don't want to play if we view the content as not being good, if we're not vibing with what's coming out. We get to voice our opinion through there. From a developer's perspective, it incentivizes them to keep putting out good content. If they are putting out good content, they make more money. It allows them to put out more good content, scale things up. If they aren't putting out good content, then their subs go down. They understand they're not putting out good content, and they have to listen to the community. So Intrepid does an amazing job already, in my opinion, of listening to the community in the first place. And I think the, like, no box cost, no DLC cost, sub only, with the factor of, like, how well Intrepid is communicative, I think is very good. I read that you won't be able to equip all abilities, that you need to make choices. So that means there will be a button below. No, so I think a little bit of misinterpretation on that end. Not to like say it in a weird way, but basically in terms of not being able to select all abilities or equip all abilities, like you get skill points when you level. And each time you level, as of right now, you put that skill point like into one of your abilities to like unlock that ability, right? You could go more or less abilities as well. I can pull it up on Codex. You give me just 1 second. Yo, Cat. Thank you for the gifted T2. What the hell? Much love. I appreciate that. It was incredibly kind of you. Let me switch screens and I'll pull it up on the codex real quick. So in terms of current, I have to fuck around and not get myself NDA Thanos snapped, because that would be very bad. That'd be very bad. I'd be incredibly sad if that were to happen. Archetype tank. Skill tree. Alright, so in terms of the skill tree, right now, one level gets you one skill point, and you'll notice that you have your skills here, these are your actives, and then you have augments that come off of the actual skill tree. So if I take Tomahawk, that is a throwing axe, throws a tomahawk at the target enemy, dealing 100% physical damage, deals 50% more damage to targets it from behind. Then, this augment, which I can or can choose to, like, not take, like, it's basically optional, Tomahawk applies trip to the target if it hits them from behind, trips them for 3 seconds. So, I take that, because then if a target is not facing me, if they're running away, I can throw Tommy Hawk at them, and Tommy Hawk will get up in their ass and force a nice little trip. Likewise, over on Pulverize. Pulverize, move to your target and hit them for 225% fizz damage, very high coefficient on that. Punish, Pulve and Desolate have 100% crit hit chance against snared or recently tripped enemies. So we take that. Shake it off. Activate to instantly restore 50% of the damage taken, the difference between damage taken and healing taken in the past 4 seconds. So if I take 1,000 damage and then get healed for 500 and then shake it off, I took 500 damage net and I shake off half of that, 250. If I take 1,000 damage and then shake it off for 500 and then get healed for 500, I'm full healed. So kind of like a timing thing. So we take that, and then over here, shake it off, breaks all disabling effects on the caster. That's our CC break. So certain things you spec into. Charge is a charge. Knockback adds a knockback to targets in the way of your charge. Knockback doesn't interrupt any casts or anything like that, so it's not very, like, heavily incentivized in terms of its usage. I don't take that, so I opt out of that. They're also in the process of reworking the ability trees right now, where each of these abilities, including your passives, will have ranks that you can allocate into them. So instead of it being, like, so bloated with the abilities that you won't really have, like, the fingers to press or the bars to press, it's more so like you will have the option with your build to either grab more abilities with fewer augments or, like, less strong abilities and have more abilities but, you know, less strength to those, or fewer, more specialized abilities. And then when you factor in secondary archetypes also augmenting these abilities, you'll have different levels of, like, you know, I'm a tank that's built very much around my Tremoring Strike, which is a trip, into my Pulverize, which is a crit, into my Tomahawk, into my Slam. So I build into those things, and that's my big allocation of points. Or you'll have the I play Protect, I put all my points in Protect and Aegis and Wall and play super duper defensively, right? So you'll have a lot of variance to, like, what you're going to do in your build. And I think more of the element of, like, you won't be able to take all of your abilities or equip all of your abilities is more so in the sense of there will be so many choices that you can't physically, like, wow, have everything trained, right? You've got to make the decision of, like, I want to have this in my build, but I omit this. Right now, I'm doing 1v1s, so I put in Relentless Vengeance, which increases the shielding of Vengeance by 50%. Vengeance is like a little 3-charge attack that I get some shield from. I have all of this taken. I have all of this taken. And then I have down here, I run Shield Slam. And I believe we go here. What else am I missing? What did I put in that's not put in right now? Am I missing a point? Very weird. What the fuck? Oh, Protect. Never mind. There it is. So this is what I'm running right now because I'm playing 1v1s. If I were playing in group stuff, I would run Protect, I would run Aegis. Protect transfers 30% of the damage that one target takes to me. Aegis is a little bubble that transfers 20% of the damage all targets take within the bubble to me. So, like, those are a couple of things that we can do in group-based play that'll be extremely impactful. Typically, there I'll go here. Whoops. I'll take this off. I'll put that in Protect, and then I'll take this off, and I'll put that in Aegis. And with that, I'm able to kind of like simply augment my build if I wanted to. If I wanted to play further away from my healers or whoever I'm protecting as well, I can do extended protect that basically like lengthens the leash on it. So a lot of choices that you can make that go into kind of like the totality of what your build is going to be. And a lot of it is meant to like not necessarily give button bloat. Like it's going to be very deep in terms of ability interactions and like class versus class interactions, ability trades, like the chess match of that, right? But I think it'll be a lot less button bloat in terms of just like I'm pressing everything all at once, because there are also systems to prevent that. There are CC lockouts where if you CC a target too many times with the same type of CC in a short window, it gives them a 10-second lockout to that type of crowd control. So you can't just stun spam somebody 100 to 0 no matter what, despite having a lot of stun abilities. So you're weaving things in these combos. You've got your defensives, your offensives, your utilities, your longer cooldowns, your shorter cooldowns, and the pacing does feel really good. It feels like you have certain abilities and certain parts of your bar dedicated to almost like different allocations of your gameplay, if that makes sense. Thanks for the info. Oh, feel free to ask me whatever you're wondering. I'm more than happy to answer anything. I pretty much 8 to 10 hours a day about Ashes every day, so super excited. Zerlock, hello. Tank? Yes, big tanky boy. I always play tank, so even the VOD that you guys are watching, this is my tank on live that you guys are watching the VOD from. I'm playing a tank right now over on the private test realm as well. So we're looking at all the forward changes. We're doing a lot of duels over here, a lot of big chilling. So, Fupo, how are you, Franz? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Kat had also said, well, I mainly enjoy either being support or being a crafter slash gatherer, as I find the things also like supporting and others, helping others is fun to me. So in terms of playing supports and the gathering, crafting, refining loop, Zerlock, thank you for the follow. In terms of like supports, in terms of archetypes, or like classes, and the gathering, refining, crafting loop, as well as a citizen loop, which is one that I talk about a lot. There are plenty of options for people to play that, you know, I want to help the economy, I want to benefit the overarching community. Ashes is, in every aspect of itself, an extremely community-based game, player-to-player incentivized game, and really, that is what it is built upon almost in its entirety. So with that being said, one of the loops that I talk about a lot is like the node citizen loop, where you as a player can log on each day. And this is even if you're not necessarily a part of like, you know, a guild, a community, or anything like that. Nodes are your player-owned towns. There will be about 80 of them in the full world. So basically, with that, you can log on, and each day you could check the requisition agent for buy orders. Buy orders are gatherables, which you go out into the open world and get. You bring back to the requisition agent, you turn those in, and that generates materials for the node, which can be used to develop buildings, which can then support higher level gathering, crafting, refining, whatever it may be within that town itself. Different towns have to select certain things to specialize in. You can't have everything in one node. So it's a lot of decision making. But basically then, once you're done your buy orders, you could run up to the mayoral commission board. And once you've got the mayoral commissions for the day, you would then be able to essentially run out and do these like mayoral quests, like these town quests in the open world. And completing those town quests would put up buffs in your node in your town for other players, depending on like what the actual commission is. So you could have commissions that give more of a gathering-based incentivization, commissions that give more of a crafting, processing-based, ones that even give like some power scaling, like a small percentage of a main stat. A lot of things can be determined through a node specialization in terms of the buildings that are placed, the mayoral commissions that are placed in terms of the buffs that are maintained in that node. So that's just like what a node citizen can actually do. There will be more around that as well as nodes continue to develop, but you're trying to push your node up to a higher level. And really there's an entire like citizen loop within the game itself. Past that, outside of that, it's a full PvX gameplay loop. So everything, crafting, gathering, refining, like all of that is the facilitator of the best PvP endgame stuff. And PvP has the potential to be like, you know, the show of force at any point, right? So say you are really focused on the gathering, refining, crafting loop, and you are just trying to, you know, have all of the best gathering spots to yourself and get the best experience out of that, right? So you would, in theory, want to be a part of a community that could, A, utilize your kind of like, you know, your gameplay loop So find a PvP-oriented community or even a PvE one that needed crafters, gatherers. You do all of that for them. You're like the infrastructure person for them. And then from there, they provide you with the protection that you need to go out to areas, and there will be different like PvP battlegrounds that pop up throughout the world. Different areas will just turn into these PvP battlegrounds, but there may be a lot of incentivization to like bring crafters out there, maybe some increased gatherable spawns, maybe gatherable rarity, something like that. But in those moments, it'll be nice to have a community that's able to like go out and essentially protect you and open up that area for you. Same thing, even if there is a very large open world area that's just stacked with gatherables, and that creates a lot of competition in that area. You could have your guild come out, and if there's another guild out there contesting you, they guild versus guild declare a war on the other guild, and you guys are able to basically go kill the other guild, secure the gatherables for you, the crafter, and you're good to go. So everything does kind of have the chance of PvP breaking out at any point, but it's not necessarily like a guarantee that people are going to PvP you at any point. I would say that's a pretty rare occurrence on that level of things, but being a part of kind of like a community offers a lot in Ashes. I would say a lot of the gameplay loop is honestly facilitated by like multiplayer interaction, and fortunately a lot of the communities that are present in the alpha right now are very built on growing long term, because we're probably 2 years out from a launch still. How's the support and buffing classes in the game? Oh, massive. Massive. So if you do exclamation classes in chat, that'll bring up a little graphic that may help out in terms of explaining like which classes are currently available and which will be in the future as well. So in terms of your support and your buffing classes, your Omni buffer is going to be the Bard. The Bard is very, very busty. Not busty. I just saw busty in game. That was not like a fucking Tourette's Twitch or anything. I saw busty in game, and I wasn't saying the Bard was busty. It was just bad timing. The Bard is very, very, very diverse. So basically it's your Omni buffer. You can bring a Bard into a group and it can bring damage buffs for the group. It can play like a healer role for the group, not as healy as like a Cleric maybe, the true healer, but it can play like an off healy role, supporty type role. It can be a mana battery for the group, like a mana restoration class. And in PvP, you've actually got a lot of incapacitates, CCs that can go out, some cheeky combos where, say, you're in a group that is going out on, you know, a target. You're getting ready to go on a mage. You, as a Bard, could pop Uppies, which is like a low grav ability for your group. Uppies gets you in faster, you get into the back line, and instead of focusing damage on people, you pop a CC, like your big mesmerizing dance in the back. That's going to be an AoE CC. Listen here, bucko. 252 HP, do you live it? No. So, I just started to fight back at 252 HP. And still got the trade. Insano style. I just want to put that out there. Draw! I started with 200 HP! Alright, you start down 4,000 HP this time. Okay. So, that's sick. That's beautiful. The grapple went out after I was dead and cooked it. So, in terms of like buffing classes, Bard as your primary is going to be huge. There will also be secondary archetypes that come into the game. So there are 8 primaries: tank, fighter, rogue, ranger, mage, bard, cleric, and summoner. Summoner, the last one to be added. We're waiting for that on the private test realm first for testing. Then it'll go on live probably sometime September, October. Summoner will also have the potential to be pretty supporty and pretty adaptable. Cleric's your true healer. But bard is really that like omni support. You'll be able to take your primary, which determines your active abilities, and then cross that with any other one of the archetypes or the same one. So you could go a bard to be like the true omni buffer, omni support. Thank you, Nelly. That graphic may help out a lot as well. But you could cross it with any of the archetypes and essentially augment your primary abilities with elements of whatever you choose for the secondary. So if you really like the bard concept, you could just go bard for more bard. More buffs, more bard. God did. So there are a lot of decisions that you can make. I'm leaning on my end towards like tank rogue or maybe even possibly tank fighter, because I like to play that very like not just tanky, but also hit hard. Can't really ignore the tank. I get in the back line and I try to like kill the back line, pressure the back line, get a lot of chaos happening back there. So I'm looking to cross my tank with something that provides me a little bit more pressure, a little bit more movement. So it just comes down to like how you actually want to build your total class out. Secondaries won't be in for a little while. Summoner is expected to arrive in phase 3 September to October-ish. Could always be faster, slower, depending on other things, but September, October was the latest timetable for Summoner. And then we'll have all our primaries and they'll start work on secondaries. In terms of joining now or waiting for the next wipe, personally, in my opinion, the price isn't going to change, at least that we know of in the foreseeable future. I don't work for Intrepid, but I'm just a streamer. But as far as I know, the price is not going to change for entry at any point in the future. So you get a 90-day period, no hours limit, where you can get a full refund on your purchase if you don't like it. That covers you for 3 months, no matter how many hours you play. The 3-month time period is really good right now because the next wipe is August 4th. That's going to be our last wipe for a while. Their plan is to not wipe the server that starts on August 4th at all if they can avoid it. Could always happen, but their plan is no wipes for the entirety of it, which could very well be a 1.5 years plus. So I recommend that people hop in now because they expanded private test realm access to every playtester. So when you do hop in, you'll have an environments tab in your launcher. You can click on that drop down and it will say alpha or NDR, PTR NDA. So basically, with the PTR, that is an experimental like build of the game where it has some more like rudimentary things on it, but those are future looking changes for phase 3. There's a new movement system, new gearing, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't matter to you. What matters to you as a new player is that leveling right now on the alpha server is probably going to take you 100+ hours of game time, especially with how limited groups are. Maybe you could do it sooner if you get lucky with groups, but I would say factor in at least 75 to 100 as a brand new player. On the private test realm, you can make the archetype that you're thinking about playing, talk to the gear vendor outside of the starting area, and instantly level up to 25. You can buy some of those gear crates and get yourself a starting set. Even if you don't know what it does, you can just have pieces equipped. And then you can run around, press some abilities, and see what's up. You can ask questions about it. You can talk to people in the PTR. Just keep in mind, it is visually NDA'd, so you can't share any visuals from it. That's why you guys are watching VOD gameplay while I'm playing on the PTR. So, with that being said, the PTR will allow you to instantly create and level as many characters as you want to. You could level organically and just kind of like go through and hit mobs and see how the leveling is. Then with that being said, you can check out all the archetypes. It's a very like frictionless leveling environment too. So my personal opinion would be to hop in now, familiarize yourself with things, and then basically, you know, being in a spot where when August 4th hits, you're good to go. So, petition to officially rename the in-game ability to Uppies. Oh, it is. Just like the Snorts is already Snorts, they just don't know yet. What weapons do you run as a tank? Like on live or on the PTR? So, I run on live a mace and a shield, and then on PTR, well, for my melee, on PTR I'm running a greatsword because they changed gearing again, and shields are kind of shitty, at least in the 2 that we've seen so far. I haven't farmed up any like named item shields or anything like that, but shields aren't very incentivized over here with just how things are currently shaping up. And then I run a longbow in my ranged slot because longbow has the longest attack range out of any weapon in the game. It's also got a very nice power scaling on it. It hits very hard and is like a slower weapon, so you've got like a much higher power scale. And then from there, like the weapon range, the power scaling, it has anti-heal in the weapon tree as well, so wound. So I can put out anti-heal on the target that we're trying to kill, so they're harder to heal too. So it's just kind of like a very safe, consistent, and honestly makes a lot of sense option. Now, as they add more range weapons, could change there, but longbow is a pretty popular choice for a lot of people for a range weapon right now. Tank Summoner sounds interesting as well. Tank Summoner sounds very intriguing. I believe they said with Tank Summoner that you would summon like beetles that you can use as additional armor. So kind of like a fucking beetle exoskeleton type shit. Which I would not want on me, but I guess I can buy it next week, but I'm slightly scared about loving it, but then not having money for monthly subscription when the game comes out. Okay, so the monthly sub, keep in mind, if you do have friends that are getting into it too, you get a referral link when you create your account. So if you haven't made your account yet, you can do !ashes. When someone uses your referral link, 15% of all of their purchases come back to you as in-game currency, embers for the in-game store. In-game store is no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience. You'll have transmogs in there, and I do believe you may also, according to the wiki, be able to pay your game sub in there. That still is only on the wiki. I haven't heard Steven talk about that directly since I've been here. So could have just been something that was talked about like before I got here. The wiki typically cites sources for everything as well. So with that being said, that's always an option. The sub likely also won't kick in for 1.5 to 2 years. My guess for launch is late 2027, early 2028 on the likely end of things. And from there, you don't have to pay anything else until launch. You also get your first month of sub time with your purchase. So that's at least like a bonus month. And if you don't have friends that play MMOs, you're up tremendous. !Guild, we got you. Even if you're not playing yet, you can still ask questions. You can still get set up in the Discord, figure out where you want to go with things. We take in all kinds of new players all the time. So summon shields? Yeah, essentially. So seems kind of cool. And then summoner with a tank secondary would very likely be more along the lines of the summoner summons the tank that the summoner plays through instead of being the tank that summons the summons that augment the tank, right? So summoner tank would be like, I summon big beefy guy, you know, kind of someone that looks like me, all brolic and tough and stuff. I am 6'5", by the way. But just, you know, something like me that looks like a fucking tank, built like a brick shithouse. And you're like, damn, that's a tank. Like, people say that all the time when they see me. They're like, holy shit, are you actually allowed on the sidewalk being that, you know, that girthy? But moving on. Tank summoner is going to be you as the tank getting a little bit more beefiness from those summon shields, from what we've heard so far, which I also really look forward to. We could also see cool things like outside of just, you know, augmenting something like that, because that's also going to be one of your abilities. So it won't just give you new abilities from scratch. Your secondary is going to augment your primary abilities to have that like new outcome. So I think something like Fortify or something like Indomitable Spirit for tanks, which is already one of our defensive abilities, would be the one that's likely to summon those scarabs for X duration, giving us mitigation or whatever you may have. I also think it would be cool with that, where you summon like, say, Indomitable Spirit. Gain Indomitable Spirit, healing received increased by 20%, max health increased by 20% last 15 seconds. Also summon 20 scarabs that form an armor around you, giving X amount of mitigation for the duration or up to 20 hits taken. So that way, each time somebody hits you, one of your scarabs dies, gets broken off, basically. And then you're out of your scarabs if you're just getting absolutely omega nuked, but it's a way to have that kind of like burst big tankiness exoskeleton type vibe. Something like that would probably be likely. Got a couple years before that becomes an issue. Just balance your love of the game with real life and keep earning that cash. Yeah, honestly, I always tell chat too, 15 bucks a month. You spend like 1 8-hour day slinging bussy, and you probably got multiple months of sub time. So it's like the whole kill one, save 1,000 like trolley cart scenario, right? But it's kind of like sling one bus to save 1,000 days of slinging bus and playing ashes instead. Always a potential. There are options. You could always sit outside of a bottle redemption place if you're in a state that does a, you know, bottle refund for turning them in. And you could wait for, you know, one of the homeless guys to come through with their bag of bottles for the day. And then you could shake them down. And if you do that a few days in a row, that's now your sub money. Lemonade stand. Bikini car wash. Mowing lawns. 30 hours a month of ashes is only $2 a day to play. Yeah. Wait. $2 a day. Wait a second. $15 a month, 30 days in a month. Wouldn't that be 50 cents to play? Yeah, you did it the wrong way. I was like, $2 a day to play, and then I was like, wait a second. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, 50 cents of day drinking, leave me be. Well, I mean, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. So I respect it. Hypothetical scenario from Demetrius over on YouTube chat. A high-power guild is hoarding resources in an area and charging people a fee to access certain resources for gathering goods, mobs, etc. What does Cats do? Fight for the good people of Vera or join in on the racket? I mean, so are they in, like, our area? Because we'll have our own node. So if motherfuckers were in, like, our node, then we'd push them out of the node. Or at least we'd attempt to, yeah. But, like, I don't know, we're not America. Like, say it's like a node that's entirely across the world, and somebody comes into chat and they're not a tier 3 sub, you know, multi-sub gifter champion of the world. And they're like, oh my god, Dusty, we're being bullied 4 hours of runtime away from you. Can you come over and save me? I'm not gonna, like, fucking pop over and Captain Save-A-Ho everyone. I physically don't have enough time to do that. It's gonna be hours to run across the world. But, like, if somebody's in our node, then we'll go drop the Dickington on them. If it's like not my business, then it's not my business. I'm not a nosy person. I kind of just keep my head down. I know somebody somewhere within a 5,000 yard vicinity is probably doing fucking Fent or something. It's not my business. I'm streaming video games. What if the people yearn for freedom? Well, then they would have joined Cats in the first place, and they wouldn't have that problem, Demetrius. I feel like the most common thing that we're hearing here is that people should join Cats to avoid these things. Think of the crusade. The Cat Crusade will be called when the time is appropriate, but nobody can expect the Cat Crusade. If they expect the Cat Crusade, then the Cat Crusade loses its element of surprise. And a cat relies on the element of surprise. 50 cents per day because Asher stands for change. I love that. I love that. Captain Save-A-Ho is not a talent that you want to get. That's not one that you want to grab. It'll drag you down in life. You let those hoes save themselves, chat. It's not your job. Because Bard Summoner would be very cool if they could summon puppets who creates AoE buffs where they send. So, in terms of like the full summons that kind of have the AoE buffs, I almost feel like that would be more on the Summoner Bard thing. Because Summoner as your primary is what will give you the autonomy to like, not the autonomy, but the agency to play through your summons a bit more. And what I think of with Summoner secondary is a lot less the standalone summons that you would like play through as your, you know, your main thing, but more of like, say as a bard, if I put out, I don't know, if I put out my healing song, people that were hit by my healing song would have a wisp that follows them around, healing them for X amount each second or something like that. I mean, maybe something different, maybe some standalone things, but a lot of the bard stuff is based on like its own proximity. So I feel like having the summoner with the summons and then making those summons more bard-like as standalone kind of like buffers would probably be more of the summoner bard side of things. But bard summoner is gonna fuck as well. I don't necessarily know what it would summon though. Summoner bard is called an enchanter. Bard summoner is called a song caller. So maybe you could summon standalone, like, long-term songs in an area. Maybe instead of the songs following you, it's like, I'm calling in this song here, and then I move here, and then call in this song here, and then move here, and then call in this song, and you're running around to different parts of your group and dropping different songs. Interesting. Oh yes, there is indeed a difference. So I'll show the class grid real quick, and then I have to go get a drink. Basically, open image in new tab. Window cap. Yeet. So this is what we'll be looking at, and you can get this with exclamation classes as well. But this is your base class options. These are your base class options. These are your secondary class options. So basically, your base class combined with your secondary class will determine what your total class output is. For example, I am tank rogue. at least for my like long-term what I want to be. So that'll be a Night Shield. I will have tank abilities, and I'll augment those tank abilities with elements of a rogue. So like, it doesn't give you new abilities, it just changes up your current abilities a little bit with parts of that second class. So I have a charge on tank. I'll still have my charge, but maybe as a rogue, it gives me a little bit of a vanish at the end of the charge for a few seconds as like a re-engage, disengage type mechanic, right? Rogue tank, on the other hand, would be Shadow Guardian. Shadow Guardian would have rogue abilities, so like the true stealth that you can recast, the CC, the blinks in, but it would also give itself probably some mitigation. So like on stealth, when you exit stealth, you gain X amount of mitigation for X seconds, something along that line. So if you're fighting against like a tank rogue, it'll still be like fighting against a tank. But a tank rogue will feel different than a tank fighter, which will feel different than a tank mage. So everything will kind of have its unique elements to it. You'll also be able to build something 1,000 different ways. You will have so many build options between ranks coming in, between the expansion of the skill tree, everything there with like the latter half of class progression and growth, that you're also going to have so many options just within the same thing. I'm planning on either being a ranger summoner equals falconer or summoner ranger for beastmaster. Summoner ranger sounds kind of fucking sick. I don't know why, but summoner ranger kind of sounds insane. Because I feel like that's going to be like your zoo build, like your summon druid in a sense, where you just have like wolves and bears and shit that are just like chasing people down. And if I know anything about some of the beast mobs, bears have their big ass pulverize ability. You have crocodiluses, which have their roll. So already, if you can summon just different beasts, crocodile into a bear, if you have both of those, crocodile initiate with the death roll, bear bash during the death roll itself, and you're gonna have guaranteed bear bashes hitting for probably thousands. Now, I don't know what the application of that will be. There will also probably be a hell of a lot more beasts that are coming into the game as well. So depending on what you get for summons, like fucking gorillas and shit, something that may have like an AoE stun, like an elephant with a trample or something. Seems very druidy to me. Very, very, very druidy. 3.9k health is a fat no. Wait, what do you mean? I'm at 4.2k health. Yeah. I think is much better, because keep in mind, 1v1s are going to feel a bit weird at all times. 1v1s are never intended to be like where your balance is at, where your, you know, equity is at with everything. 1v1s, in my opinion, are meant to be nearly entirely class dependent. So, imagine you were 5k health. Personally, I think the health that I have is enough to sustain a lot, and 1v1s also aren't like I said, an indicator of balance or anything. Their indicator of balance is 8v8s, and I do feel like with the 4200 HP that I do have, keep in mind, this is also with gear sets that aren't completely sourced, not optimized, like, this is just from crates. This is no consumes, this is no food, no buffs, no anything. So factor in all those things, factor in more optimized gear sets, more selected gear sets, named mob gear, maybe some higher rarity options, citizen cloaks, shit like that. And people are already going to feel tankier. And then if you factor in groups on top of that, you'll have your supports, you'll have your healing going out. I think when we get into group play, without healing power being absolutely insano style, I do think that it will be a very fun meta for groups. If everybody is playing around each other, you protect the person getting bursted, you get them out with a nimble dance, you wall them off, you basically like pump the heals into them, you get the swaps into them. It's low enough HP and high enough power where big bursts can happen to be extremely decisive, even on backlines and supports and stuff like that. But they're trying to, in my opinion, get it like 8v8 wise enough where you also have options to get out of that burst. So if they can find the happy medium, then I'm all for it. Now, regardless of like the total stat output, one thing that I really do want to give a shout out to and like be happy about is how they change the actual allocation of stats on gear. So, for instance, my Hawkbow on live is like 2300 crit power and then has a bunch of other small stats on it, right? My Griffin Tunic over here is 234 Fizz crit power, 268 crit power, and then 268 max health. So chest pieces over on live are like 1100 Fizz power and then 30 of something else. So they've gone the route of kind of making each one of those attribute rolls on a piece of gear a more equal share of the total pie, so to say, which I do really like. John G, never fold, brother. I hope you're having a beautiful day. So I like that. And then on top of that, you also have more of an incentivization around earning your power from your weapon, your mitigation from your armor, and then your jewelry is able to flex and truly be an accessory in your gearing, which I kind of like a lot. Jewelry is very flexible right now. Power scaling on bows, on weapons, whatever it may be. All of those are much higher than they were before. For example, my steel longbow, 3422 Fizz power rating, 378 crit power rating in blue, 513 Fizz crit chance rating, 440 power rating, 513 accuracy rating. So it's hitting hard. Total power right now, I'm 248.9, and it still feels like I'm tanky enough to live through a lot of damage. I have plenty of time to turn fights, especially in 1v1s. But on the end of like tank versus tank in particular, Blotto and I would duel for legitimately over an hour, right? Over an hour. Without either of us being able to like have the sustain or the push to actually be able to finish the duel. Why is there a random animal skull right here? What the fuck? Yeah, you guys see this random ass animal skull over here? It's weird as hell. It's even got like a shadow and shit. I'm standing on it. I have no idea what that's from, but it's from something. Somebody put that here. Somebody. But yeah, I think like we should be patient with these changes and give them time to actually like get some group testing under their belt, because every single part of balance is 8v8 in Ashes, and outside of 8v8 things are going to feel fucky. Try out everything between Summoner, Cleric, and Bard. Either going to be team support or have AI friends to hang out with. Listen, supporting and AI friends is also possible. Plus, a lot of real friends in the game. Boys, I'll be right back. I'm going to get water, and then we're going to duel more. I don't know how many people are over on the PTR right now, but like, surely we can get some teams. No clerics allowed. Be right back. Doing is remake my character instead of run back. Wait, what do you need to run back for? But remaking is definitely valid. I've returned. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm so happy to be back. Oh, Vonic the Chronicus. How are you, sir? Good gravy. All the old men are coming out of the woodwork today. Sorry. I was off smoking. I was off puffing on zooties. Calling me by my eGov name. I know, I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to reveal the backstory yet. The amount of skills make me want to vomit. Okay, so A, save me some, please, Motherbird. Anyways, B, Facade. Good morning, my friend. Let me take you through some of this. So, I play a tank. You, well, don't offer if you're gonna back out, pussy. I was actually just having this conversation a little earlier. But one cool thing about the abilities, I can't really like show you my live gameplay right now, right? Because I'm playing on the ND8 PTR, ND8 private test realm. We're running some duels and stuff like that over here because the private test realm is a more experimental build, future build, visually ND8 like I mentioned, but has a lot of the changes early. So when the PTR is up, we typically play the PTR. It's 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. Then on July 14th goes 24/7 up until August 3rd. On August 3rd, PTR wipes. This wipes. And then August 4th, we have the new server for Phase 3 coming. So, if you have any questions, let me know. But basically, you can't stream it. Just not the PTR. But as soon as the changes come over to live, I can check that out. But I have so much VOD footage to run anyways, and we kind of like yap about what we're doing. But yeah, it is a little Akko Taco not being able to stream like the duels and stuff. But it's okay. Temporary loss for long-term gain. Because by the time this build goes live, we will know so much and we'll be able to give out so much information. Because keep in mind, while it's not visually, it's visually ND8, it's not audio ND8 or anything like that. So the audio that you hear when we're playing, like, that's PTR. That's all okayed. And then I can talk about everything we're doing. I can take you guys through it. I can literally narrate everything. So like all of that is perfectly acceptable. Bruja, Southern Turquoise, Sea Harbor, and Sea Hook is where we're PvPing. So with that being said, PTR has Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade. We're on 5.4 in the alpha environment, which is what you're watching gameplay from. PTR has 5 new weapons, 2 new races, bunch of new systems in, different movement system, new gearing system, a whole lot of shit. With that being said, I mentioned before, new server on August 4th. That's the start of Phase 3. Phase 3 is going to be a long server. Year and a half, probably 2 years. Saker, my go. Jesus Christ. So, long-term server, year and a half, probably year and a half up to 2 years. I think that launch is going to be late 2027, early 2028, in my opinion, in terms of like the possible time frame. So this is going to be like our long server that we're starting up with. The abilities, just for frame of reference. I'm going to switch tabs very carefully. And we'll go through this. So this is all going to look like gibberish for a second. Just bear the fuck with me, okay? So basically, what you're seeing here is the tank tree. I play a tank. These are the classes. Now, long term, you'll have a primary archetype. This determines your abilities. And then a secondary archetype. This augments your abilities. Slightly gives them some new flavor, right? So, the tank tree. Right now, you level up once, you get 1 ability point. I hit level 2, click. Ability is selected, okay? They're going to redo all of the, like, the class trees, the archetype trees. Excuse me. To have ranks associated with all of these abilities and the passives as well. So, you will be able to either have more abilities that are more generalized, maybe less, you know, I don't know, impact, so to say, on each ability, but be more of a broad kit. Or you could specialize in certain things. So say you are going full shot caller POV, and you want to play a tank, and you want to build up as much health and mitigation and everything as possible, and sit with your back line and shot call from the back line and like call out what you see. You could put all your points into Protect, which basically allows you to select a target, redirect 30% of the damage they take to you. You could put points in Aegis, which gives 20% of all of the damage that targets receive in a small area around you redirected to you. You could put points into Indom to give you healing received and max health. Banner, Absorption Field, which is a shield for your team that you throw out on a 1 minute 30-second cooldown. Intercept, which basically like brings you to an ally and gives you and them a 10% HP shield. So like, from that perspective, you'll be able to have, if you want it, fewer abilities with, you know, more of a specialized impact, more abilities that are more of like a broad kit. Past that, in terms of the actual abilities, you have different, basically like types of abilities in Ashes, and it's not like New World where you want to have all of your abilities on cooldown in this one big combo a lot of the time, right? So New World, like for example, if you're playing Bruiser, you want your Grav and your Mail going off all the time. That's 66% of your abilities. You extrapolate that here, that's like 12 abilities going into a combo. Now, there are classes, archetypes, that do have like very high inputs. You know, there are classes that have slower inputs, more complex combo choices, less complex combo choices. But basically, that's all in terms of what you end up wanting to play. So, on my tank bars, for instance, I can take you through what I have. Oh. Wrong button. So basically, we have Shield Assault and Ground Pound. Shield Assault and Ground Pound is a combo that I like to run as a 2-button combo. So Shield Assault is a frontal cone stagger. Ground Pound will trip anybody in a frontal cone that has been staggered recently because it's like a ground slam. So I charge forward to apply the stagger. Then I Ground Pound to trip on the stagger. Then I have Vengeance down here, my 1, which is like a little 3-charge bop. It's like a punch, a kick, and then a headbutt or some bullshit. So it's a little combo that I can do. Each hit does damage, gives me a little bit of a shield. And if I hit somebody with all 3 hits in a row, I stun them. Then I have Slam. Slam is facilitated by my class resource, which is Courage. So we'll get into that in a second. You have Health, Mana, Stamina, Courage as a tank. Different classes have different resources. So Slam is just a frontal cone damage. No CC or anything like that. Just boop, you take damage. Then we have Tremoring Strikes, which is here. It's a single target trip. I trip someone for 3 seconds. Pulverize. Pulverize is big single target damage. Brings me to the target as well. Does high damage and then has an augment that I can take that gives it a guaranteed crit against recently tripped targets. So this is basically like my big damage part of the tree. So then we get into some defensives, or at least my bars. We get into the defensives. I have Grit, which is a 20-second uptime that just gives me mitigation. Fortify, which is also mitigation, but more of like an oh shit button, consumes all of your active courage. Indomitable Spirit, which is 20% health and 20% healing received. So another oh shit button. Keep those right beside each other because you can pop them right beside each other. Then you have Banner, Shift 6, and Intercept on 6. Intercept is that one that brings me to my ally, brings me over to them, and then will give them and me the shield. Banner, I throw it on the ground, and anybody that steps into it also gets HP shield. So, if those go on the same target, Banner is 15% of my max health. Shield, Intercept is 10%. Then, you have some fun abilities. You've got Tomahawk. Tomahawk, I throw my Tomahawk at a target. If it hits them in the back, it does more damage and trips them. I have Wall. I summon a wall. Very nice. Grapple, I can pull a target into me, like Scorpion in Mortal Kombat type shit. So those are like my displacement abilities. And then down here, I have Protect, damage transfer from an ally, Shake It Off, which gets me out of CCs. And then I have Reflect. With Reflect, if I time it right, I can put my shield up. First hit within 3 seconds is reflected back at the target that sent it, and it trips them and restores mana to me based on 2 augments that I took for the ability. So I can choose to not take the trip and the mana restore, but I chose to take that because Reflect really good. So Reflect is a nice little trip, a good initiate, just a nice ability to have in general. So overall, it's a lot less dumping every ability at once, partly because you've got your combos, but also because if you CC a target 3 times in a row with the same CC, like in too short of a window, you're going to give them a CC lockout. So if I trip you, and then I trip you, and then I trip you, your CC locked out from trips and stuns because those are in the same perk bucket in New World terms. Trips and stuns are in the same perk bucket. So if I trip you, or trip you, stun you, or like stun, whatever it may be, 3 CCs will trigger a 10-second CC immunity to those types of CC. So I can't just dump 20 abilities on you and go through my entire bar and expect it to 100% wombo combo you. You have to kind of like bait out certain abilities, bait out CC breaks, go in fishing with one of your CC abilities, see if they'll use their CC break on it, and then wait for the timer to reset, then go in with a full combo, go back in on them without their CC break, and kind of like use that to your advantage. There's a movement system that provides a lot of potential for outplays. The ability system in itself provides a lot of potential for outplays. Every archetype will function completely different as well. So balance is around 8v8s too. It's not 1v1s. 1v1s are very frequently down to who has the archetype that wins and who has the gear that wins. 8v8s are very, very, very frequently around group coordination and cohesion. So just a few things to keep in mind. I think certain New World communities would not do well in Ashes because it's very PvX grindy. You need a lot of people to buy into the community side of it. And then I actually think certain New World communities would have a lot of fun with Ashes. And those are the communities that were okay with, you know, doing things other than war. So there's been a lot of inquiry lately from different New World comms about things Ashes related. And I've been trying to prep people as thoroughly as I can to what it's actually going to be like over here, because it's a lot different than what a lot of us are used to. Toastington, are you ready for these hands? We got some PTR duel skis. Cock interrupt is cooked. If I pull my cock out, that action alone should interrupt. Hot take, I guess. That is true. I mean, I guess it all depends on like the magnitude of your cock as well, though. I told the Dougmeister I wanted the taco salad. He brought back that one day. Oh wait, is Doug buying dinner? Wait a heckin' second, because that sounds like I'm gonna steal some. Oh, you fuck, you casted it early. Get over here. If you had more than 100 HP, so you dropped your lightning strike on me early for less damage, or was the cast bar cooked on my end? Because cast bar was like 50% when I went off. Can you trigger that early? Because that hit me with a little bamboozle. Mages just get the walk down from tanks now. Now, you should have seen our duels on live when his entire combo hit me for 1/10 of my HP and I went, ha ha ha. And then I popped Indom and gained HP after he full comboed me. Like, it was previously also a walk down from tanks. But tanks are also one of the archetypes that have a very good kit for 1v1s specifically. Against a lot of like DPS oriented archetypes, combo oriented. Like we have self-sustain, we have walk down, we have mitigation, we have CC, we have gap close, we have a fucking grapple, we've got tomahawk that'll trip you if you're looking away from us, we've got reflect, we've got sustain in our tree for longer fights if we need it. But I haven't even been going the sustain build. I'm going crushing blows and keen edge right now. Now if we do group stuff where it's going to be more drawn out, I'm absolutely switching to sustain. But in 1v1s, I'm just stacking all the crit chance that I can on finishers. So I'm going into fights already up 1,000 damage because every one of my combos is hitting for 1,000 plus. Oh, also, Blotto, have we dueled since I put on the pen changes? Because I think my combos will probably hit you a little harder now. I switched on the pen on my bow, and I didn't have it on before. All right, we run it. Okay. Nice. Good patience. Read me like a goddamn book. Well done. Yeah, I'm cooked here. This is bad news bears for DustyWhy, boys. Unless he just happens to like overextend and fuck up, but on that reflect, be more patient. I was 2 seconds away from trip lockout, and you could have saved that and got more value out of it. Like, you're getting good value out of this combo anyways, but I feel like you could get better value out of your reflex, even though you're gonna cook me this duel anyways. You got my shit full cooked. Oh god. My bracelet's getting caught on my wrist. Oh, Carla's bracelet. Who the fuck is hitting me on the side? Toasty, what the hell? We got a goddamn third party in this bitch. My bracelet got caught on my mouse mat. And then Toasty fucking got some shots in on me. No, it's okay. It's okay. You won that one. I misplayed it so hard too. No, Toast didn't ruin it. You still won that one anyways. Toast hit me like 3 times at the end. No, I misplayed that one really hard. Your reflect trade at the start was good. Embrace it. Okay. Oh yeah, it was fine. It just like turned a little bit and then was like on the mat. I'm very particular about the feel of the mat. It was autos. Yeah, it did like 100 damage. Yeah, it was not a lot. It was not a lot at all. I wonder. I mean, I don't really think there's much at this point that I would even like switch out. Oh. Okay, you guys done? We run it back when you're good. Alright, we're up. We've got to get the gap closed early, I feel like. You just hit me like a fucking freight train, brother. I don't know what that was, but you just smacked my shit. I got a few seconds on this trip lockout. Then I must pressure. I don't know what just happened there. That was an awkward interaction. 2 awkward interactions. I might be cooked. That was really fucking weird. Well, I lose. That's not good. Bad for the culture. Why is my trip not tripping you? Wait. Oh my god, I just got so lucky. I reflected twice, and it just kind of like did nothing to you, and it made me sad. Like on that grab that you threw, I reflected it, but it didn't like trip you. You just raw resisted a trip? Good. Good. Was I locked out on the resist, or was it just like a straight resist? Because resists are beautiful. Resists make me very happy. I wish we could get group stuff. I feel like anything like group versus group DPS based would just be a bit cooked at the current stance. Because if we have no healers, one person's just gonna get focused. If we have 2 healers, I still feel like group stuff is fine right now. Like whether someone's getting healed for 20k or 6k, it's gonna be a full HP heal. Just CC the healer while you kill the person. I feel like group stuff would be fine. Where do clerics at? I can't hit you. It's invalid targeting me. Okay, there we go. Thank you, sir. An honorable man. Oh no, I was so impatient with that. I ate the second trip, I lose. I'm so fucking cooked. You're outplaying me so unbelievably hard right now, man. I don't know how I'm getting a single win, genuinely. And your trip just, or not your trip, but your charge just lied to me. You just got my cooldown as well. Not my, like, indom, but you did get one of my coolies. Yeah, you're just getting all of my actual, like, trip cooldowns, which is slightly unfortunate for me. Unless I can get pressure on and then keep it on. Okay. That was a big turning point. That was a large turning point, Jesus. Okay, so I wish you guys could see what just happened, but I got... Dude, what the fuck? So basically, I got Blotto with a trip, and then I hit him with Pulverize, Slam, Rush of Courage to get all of my courage back, and then a double slam. So I did the trip damage, 225% damage, 200% damage, 200% damage, 200% damage. So probably 1,000+% damage. And I'm thankful for that. Oh. Yeah, you're chilling. You just push me to trip lock out. See, try to tomahawk me. See if it says resisted. Yeah, resist is if I'm trip locked out. So you probably pulled me during the trip lockout. I mean, I can raw resist it as well, like if I'm not locked out, but there is disable evasion rating. Disable evasion rating is a very real stat. But trip lockout is the biggest thing that fucks tanks in 1vs, I feel like. Because tanks will just force trip lockout and then it's only 2. Third is the lockout. So like, say I go into a combo, right? The second I go trip here, bop, 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 bop. If I go into the stun and then into any other CC, so like for whatever reason, it's even if I auto you during that second stun, it will give you the lockout, which is really weird. So I don't think you want to auto during the second stun, but yeah, as soon as the third stun goes out, it gives the lockout. So it's 2 and then the third gives like the actual lockout. So like I go into my tremoring and then once that's done, I can tomahawk trip. Weird, you're getting out of that in like a second without me doing anything else. That's very weird. Like it's still giving you, oh, maybe it's diminishing returns into a lockout, but why would it trigger the lockout? There, 3, 2, 1, stun. Okay, weird. And then you just come out of the second one after like a second. It's like a diminishing return into the lockout almost. Huh. Is it popping out that fast on live as well? Because that CC lock, like that CC lockout being after the second one seems weird. Don't think so. Yo, what if we test all this shit and it just doesn't get implemented over here? Pumps! Hello. What changed the movement? Momentum carry of pretty much everything. So they took away just a lot of the straight, like, floating, frictionless, zippy doodahs of a lot of the momentum carry system, which I personally, I did like the, you know, the somewhat zippy, floaty movement to a certain extent. But I also do like the fact that, like, movement abilities and things like that actually feel impactful now. Instead of it just being in a spot where everything is 1 dodge and 7 hops away from greatness. So, I think that I've liked the testing so far. Excited to see where it continues to shape up as well. But overall, really happy with the start of it. We're also on Unreal Engine 5.6 over here on the private test realm. So that's another very cool little addition for us. I'm dead. I'm actually cooked. I just got cooked. No, I was thinking too hard. All of my brain power went to the answer. Think I'm for this way? Yeah, same. I originally, when I first hopped on, was very averse to the changes in terms of just like traversing the terrain type shit. But feels quite nice. 2 CC lockout adjusted. Motherfucker, you had 1 brain cell for that fight. Hold on. Well, not you, but me. I was trying to give some detailed responses to Mr. Pumpington. Oh, wait, are you fighting the fighter? Whoops. I just third-partied. Less floaty feel makes positioning more important. Positioning, lockouts, like, initiates, everything. You can't just bail yourself out with a movement ability that also, like, gives you the charge, the jump, the B-hops after the fact. Like, everything matters a very, 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 very large amount at the current point in time. So, I like it now. It's definitely, you know, imperfect in its own sense. Oh, I just got your trip. You're so cooked. But with that being said, I do also think that there's a ton of potential for this to be a very large net positive for the movement system as a whole. It's going to obviously need tweaks. Everything that is a new movement system will end up needing tweaks and refinement. That's just, it's a foregone conclusion. But I think that the friction in the air, kind of like the weightiness to the feel of the character as well, in my opinion at least, makes it feel way, 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 way better. Good. Alright. That's a good initiate for the boys. It's a very good initiate for the boys. I'm liking where this is going so far. I got the double CC in. Oh no, I was late with the double CC. I played it too greed. I think I just gave him my shield. So that's less than ideal. And then I just got the weirdest lockout interaction of my life. There we go. As soon as a dodge interaction is fixed, it will also be quite nice. I hate that you can interrupt my blink. Oh, catching blinks is so fucking satisfying. What's the cast time on it? So, I will sometimes, in duels, get cooked because indom is a 0.5 second cast time. So a lot of times in duels, if you're not protecting your indom, like, I will either use my indomitable spirit when I have somebody CC'd or when I am CC locked out, right? So like if somebody has just CC'd me, I have the 10-second CC lockout against who I'm fighting, then I'll pop my indom and kind of like protect the cooldown, I call it, right? So I try to preach like second CC in the chain is when you want to dodge, or not dodge, but like CC break, because if you CC break the first CC in the chain, like you're just putting yourself at risk to get re-CC'd, to kind of fuck yourself up there, and have that follow-up CC in the first place. So I've been trying to, and granted, I have a little bit more life to play with in the first place, but like I've been trying to get myself into the habit of like re-CCing, breaking the re-CC instead of the initial CC. And that's given me a little bit of good vibes and happiness and all of that flowery shit. So makes me feel nice that it's actually like feeling like a worthwhile test. Sorry, Blotto's getting the fucking Dickens right now. No Charles. But I'm writing a poem with these hands, brother. Uh-oh. 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 Blotto. He's in the blender. Down goes Blotto. Down goes Blotto. 2cc adjusted, he said. I was answering a question for pumps. You had the one brain cell. Well, I had the one brain cell. But yeah, I really love the movement right now. I think that they've also made some shadow adjustments on the back end. Where like, for example, on live, my tank charge could take me from where I am right now. I could charge, like sprint, charge, jump, block, cancel, B-hop, and I could end up in the water if I hit my B-hops. On this end of things, even if I charge, jump, block, cancel, it's now a little bit like more linear in terms of the descaling. It previously had like a very, what I would call the bungee cord effect, where like you're running forward, you're jumping forward, say you do like a dodge hop, it feels like there's a bungee cord where somebody just like pulls you back once you reach the point of movement that they want you to no longer be at, right? And it feels like they're working on linearizing that and making it feel just a smidge more natural, which I really do like. That was my biggest kind of like quarrel with it early on, was like, okay, I really wish that this had, you know, more of a fluid feeling descale of the actual like movement itself, right? And honestly, happened pretty quickly. Brother, I'm going to come through my pants if I keep fucking dodging and hitting the fucking dismount animation. I swear to goodness, I'm going to start squirting so vociferously. Oh, I hope that gets fixed. Surely that's not intended. But my good golly gosh gadzooks. Like, there's a bug right now where sometimes if you go to charge, they added in a new like mount up and dismount animation. And the dismount animation, you kind of like throw your ass to the side. Like you're doing kind of like the bump from like the early 2000s where you just like, you know, bump in a line with multiple people. And it feels really bad when my fucking dodge bugs and I just throw my ass back into like 2000 damage. Happening with one of the duels against Blotto like 17 fucking times. Yep. Very nice mutual Trippington. I fuck with it. I fucks with it heavy. Okay, we're good. I got skirt. Why am I so slow with everything? I'm actually such a dumb little hoe. Oh wait, I also didn't have my iron ore on. Whoops. Earn. Yeet. Come see Papa. No. We're fine. Trust and believe in Jesus and he will protect you. I believe. Believe in Tang Jeebus. Get tripped. Get comboed. Second trip. More damage. I don't have anything else. Bear with me. There it is. I killed him with a 69 damage auto attack. Nice. Well, not auto attack, but basic. Dusty Dickens, no Charles, why? Zero CC's worked. Yeah, I'm hitting the futsal shuffle on your shit. We're good. We're good. I don't know how I'm avoiding so many of them, but I'm feeling myself. We're good. It's just, it's the hot feet. It's the sturdy center of balance. We're in a good spot. What is Mr. Bishop? That's certainly a cleric, right? Oh, that's a cleric. Gigabeard's a cleric. Ayo. All right, hold on. Who else do we have at Southern Turquoise Harbor, boys? Whomstelts? Make your way to the beach if you're here. Because we have 2 clerics. Which means that that's the perfect amount to split into 2 teams and start doing like team versus team stuff. Yeah, because we could have one of the clerics come with each of us and then we could split the DPS evenly. And then we would have some semblance of like, I don't know, team balance. Because healers are going to feel really, really strong in like 3s and 5s. And then in 8s, I feel like they're going to be extremely submissive and burstable. Because their healing numbers are disgusting right now. Like, the only way that a healer dies is if you catch them without their, well, where's the hot? Without the hot up. The healing over time ability that they put on lasts for like fucking 79 seconds at max duration. And ticks for almost 1,000. That shit does some work. Where is it? Soothing Glow, that one. Soothing Glow duration, you can just like stack it on yourself. And it stacks the duration up to 24 seconds, I think, unironically, on an 8-second cooldown. So if Giga just throws that up on himself multiple times, then he's never gonna die. He just wins the war of atrophy. If he can stack up the duration on it, he'll have to recast it like way less frequently. Will help the mana problem. Because I don't think Blotto has switched back over. Uh-oh, the Keen Edge. Is it enough, Blotto? That's a big push. Except he's full HP. How does it feel, Blotto? Alright, I got next. I'll make you proud, Blotto. I'll do it for everyone. I'll take down the fucking raid boss. I will end the healer. We've just got to play it with a little bit of a long game here. We got to catch him when he least expects to be caught. And we got to create that pressure in that moment. And then not let up on that pressure. And then we just take those trades. We take those, and we take those, and we find opportunity, and we seize the opportunity. Oh, that was so close. That was actually almost it. I could have probably got that if I didn't fumble the bag. Alright, this could be the one. This could be it. We got a lot of damage out already. We got a big trip. He's got the wings out. He doesn't have many options after the wings are out, except for full healing himself, I guess. So, what if I go back into refreshing follow-through, and then I also go into inner fire to help with my Sustaino style? Because right now, I actually feel like I'm winning the mana fight in a weird way. I don't know why, but I do. It feels very odd, and I don't know quite how to explain it, but it's going better for me than I thought it would. I am almost but I have reason to believe that he is too. Oh, what? No. My god, darn fucking pulverized canceled. No. I don't think he started with full mana, no. I think I caught him directly after the Blotto fight. So Blotto had him, like, loosened up for me. I hate this dodge bug. It makes things so borky. Okay, I'll take that trade. I feel like I win the sustain off here. This is it. We did it. We did it. Soothing Glow, there's also a second hot, Defiant Light. Oh, y'all got two hots? So Soothing Glow is the one that goes up to 24 seconds. How long does Defiant Light go up? And what's that hitting for right now on PTR? I had to switch mid-fight to inner fire and refreshing follow-through. But Jeebus Creebus. Boys, we did it. Hot dog. How you doing, my boy? What you up to today? Come PTR test with us. We're PvPing. 3 hours left to PTR, and then we have to go over to stupid McPoopoo live servers. Dude, dumb, stupid time over there. Stupid, dumb servers. I can't wait! Let's just make a tune, but I don't have long tonight. Good news is it only goes till 9. And I bet you can get leveled before you have to go because it's quite literally instant. Defiant Light ticks for about 25% of Soothing Glow, but it scales with the target's max HP, lasts longer, and applies burst heals a lot if the target takes fatal damage during the hunt. Oh, okay, so that's kind of like your death protection type thing. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Your tooth hurts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gigabeard has a sore tooth. And we're gonna feel it. Oh wait, is he fighting me or you? Or is this like a 1v2? Is he attempting the 1v2? That is my curiosity. Cause this is okay, this is 1v1 now. I think we're good. And I'm liking where this is going so far. I just gotta keep the pressure up. And not let him get all the healies off. Because I am already a little low on banana. But we should be vibing. I'm in a good spot with my trades actually hitting hard. Which I personally am here for. Oh, that was the fatal one. Okay. So what's the cooldown on that fatal one? Like, how frequently can you pop that shit? This one might not be going as well in terms of the mana drain battle for me. Trying to do what I can, but I might be committing a wee bit too early. What? Why did that not block? My reflect just did not reflect, and that's very bad for the boys. Very bad for the boys. Hold on. I missed my trip! No! Blotto, I got him half. Oh, boys, this is rough. This is so rough. Uh-oh. This kind of sucks. Maybe I should roll Cleric. I bet group stuff probably feels very fun for you, I will say. God. Also, Cleric is only so busted right now because healing power is like 4x what it's supposed to be. So, I will say, like, Cleric is not just going to have a healing over time ticking with a 24-second uptime for near 1,000 per second while we have 4k HP. I don't necessarily think that's consistent within the realm of things. My reflect is being very inconsistent for some reason. I don't quite know why, but it is. It's not having a lot of fun, and I'm not having a lot of fun with it. And it's making that known. But as long as I keep believing, then I'm good. I feel like I just have to be ready for the smite coolie. I just 100 to 0'd him. I had 600 HP and I caught him greedy and I 100 to 0'd him. Oh, fuck. You gotta lull him to sleep and then take the advantage when it comes out, boys. See, the healing power rating is the big thing. It's like if that gets fixed, clerics are very, very killable right now. And the difference between a 6k heal and a 20k heal doesn't matter much when it's full healing regardless. You just gotta guarantee that you're catching a lockout. Like on your CCs, get something high value. And then you're good. They're killable. People just don't actually like, I don't know, test things, in my opinion, it feels like. Oh fuck, that was a misclick. Huh. Nice. The double itself intercept at the same time is a beautiful thing. Nice. Good Wally. No robot. I do really like that additional damage that I'm grabbing from the ground pound. It's a nice little addition to the combo there. Oh fuck. Oh no, I threw. Oh god, wait. Okay, I thought I threw. Holy shit, that was actually so scary. GG's Blotto, good fight. I wish you guys could see these fights. The fights are so much more fun on the PTR than they are on live. Just like no exaggeration, man. Blotto and I can fucking 1v1 for over an hour. on live with neither of us dying. Oh, Bruja. It's on the north of the, like, harbor area. Go to the harbor Ember Spring and then just run north. Sorry, I meant to respond, but we were dueling. It's at the Turquoise Harbor. So if you're in Seahook, go to the harbor, like to the northeast of the Seahook node itself. Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor. The skill difference between you and me, if it was some of the stuff was true. I mean, I don't necessarily even think that. I think it's just like adjusting to new weird stuff takes time sometimes, you know? I think that 1v1s especially can be dictated by so many different things that it's very, I don't know, very interesting to look at a lot of the time. I feel like I should probably get used to playing with Inner Fire and Refreshing Follow Through again just for sustain. Because I think our goal is to do a little bit of PvP stuff. At Shorefoot? Not at Shorefoot. The southern harbor that's outside of Seahook. So there's, if you go to like the northeast of Seahook, directly outside of like the top right of the Seahook node, there's the southern harbor. The one by Shorefoot is the northern harbor. So we're at the southern harbor. Do not go all the way to Seahook, we won't be there. Harbor don't list their names on the map. Just gotta use node names. I always just call it the southern harbor because I think there's like a southern and a northern one, right? And the Ember Springs have the names. If you have the MBs, then it'll say like Southern Turquoise Sea Harbor. Oh, all the way to Seahook. Wait, Seahook's the right place. Yeah, did you go all the way to Seahook or Shorefoot? Or like, cause Seahook, we're right outside of Seahook. Right on the coastline outside. Oh, meant Shorefoot. Oh. Oh. How the hell do you end up there? Was that the only like harbor that you had discovered on the map or something? Oh no. Oh no. All you have to do for 1v1 is play tank. It's been this way for months. I mean, that's also because 1v1s aren't really the like point of balance, I don't think, realistically. I think that 1v1s are very much like Intrepid says, like based on you know, class versus class shape up of things, right? I think everything balance wise shouldn't really be read too far into, unless of course somebody's desired gameplay loop is 1v1s, then I get it. But like Ashes isn't really going to be something with like 1v1 balance in mind. People are meant to roll around in groups for dynamic open world. People are meant to like arena in groups. People are meant to do like everything in groups, you know what I mean? So I get it. I mean, I understand that tank is extremely strong in 1vs. I also feel like there are ways to deal with everything to a certain extent, but tank just also has a very strong kit for 1vs. It's just kind of how it shapes up being a tank that also does damage. So, which DPS classes give you the most trouble? I would say the one that I've lost to the most out of the current DPS classes are Rangers that know what they're doing. Rangers still have very good movement with double disengage. And if people are being smart about their disengages, like even on the PTR, they can maintain a lot of distance, like just outside of what I can comfortably play with. So if they're smart with that, like obviously if I catch them in a CC combo, it's going to hurt because I can CC for so long. But Ranger on the PTR seems to have very good like kite ability. Fighter, if I don't get an interrupt on their combo, can do a shitload of damage. Because it's not like we're egregiously tanky. Like, we have 4,200 HP as tanks right now, if you're wearing the same gear set I am. So it's not like we're even egregiously unkillable. I think it's just that we have so many interrupts to like deal with shit, right? I hear you, but I don't think it's tank, and I can't single target anyone down if they know their kit at all. Right, but that also doesn't really matter for anything to a certain extent, you know? Like, I think if anyone is priding themselves on 1v1s and Ashes, then, you know, that's their own personal choice. I don't really think that's something that really matters in the grand scheme of things. I think 1v1s are just fun. Not everything has to be like this super competitive, like, end of the world thing. 1v1s will surely get more balanced and more options with them as well, but also more imbalanced at the same time through secondary options for archetypes, like more ranks and abilities. Like, there will be so many things that impact the whole like rock paper scissors element of things, that there will be even more advantageous and disadvantageous things to play in the future. And I don't think 1v1s will ever be the like, if you guys can get more Emberbeards over here, I'm more than down to get group stuff going. I would absolutely be down. But yeah, just genuinely, I think 1v1s will always be cheese and not really matter, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they matter to a certain extent, but like mirror match 1v1s naked probably are the thing that matters the most. But tons of times I'm by myself because I have to be, if I see one enemy I might as well log off. So in what instance though, in terms of like you're going around solo looking for PvP, or like your guild's at war, your node's at war, whatever it may be? Because I feel like that's more a gameplay loop thing, potentially. I view 1v1s as a good way to learn the game and class mechanics, but nothing really more than that. Yeah, I don't think 1v1s matter in terms of who's the better player or anything like that. A lot of 1v1s are just like learning the trades and like what things are punishing, when to use CCs, when to hold your, you know, your oh shit abilities and stuff like that. I think they're very fun a lot of the time, or at least should be. But you can learn a lot about like other archetypes, combos that are hitting you hard, things you can do to prevent those combos. Fighting against the same archetype as well can be like a big, you know, a big learning curve in itself. So there are benefits to it, right? But I don't really think the total implication or emphasis on anything Ashes is ever really one's. I mean, even in the open world, if people are traveling solo and PvPing solo, well, that's also not, you know, well, you can play it any way you want. You're going to be at a disadvantage doing anything solo on certain classes. I mean, even if I'm a tank, if I kill someone solo and I don't have anybody else to call in, I mean, shit, it happens in these VODs a lot. I kill someone solo, they call in 2 people, I call in more people, they call in more people, I call in more people, and then we have group versus group stuff. But if you're playing entirely solo, then that's either a reflection of like, you know, community not coming in to back you up when you need reinforcements, or community not being active, or whatever it may be. But I don't really know that that's like a design loop error, so to say. Like, I get that it sucks to be one of the classes that is at like a disadvantaged one piece. I would also be very annoyed fighting against tanks right now. Tanks are just a CC lockdown and a metric fuckload of damage that come out on PTR. And on live, they're so ungodly tanky that you just get walked down over the course of like 20 seconds while we laugh. Those are your 2 options. So, like, I get it. I don't necessarily think that 1v1s as a tank are the most, like, I don't know, testament or a claim to skill either. Like, if I did, I'd probably put a lot more stock in myself as a 1v1 player, because as of right now, I'm probably better 1v1s than 8s, because 8s just take so much coordination and, like, experience. So, I personally, I don't really care about 1vs. I could play 1vs all day, and especially as a tank, probably have pretty good success in them. But just, I think there's no real emphasis on who's better in 1vs. I think it's all group everything. But it's also different people's desired gameplay loops and shit like that. I wouldn't necessarily expect it to just like always be balanced, but the only true 1v1 that matters is 2 sweaty fighters beating each other until they're ash all over the place. I mean, I think mirror matches are valid, but other than that, it's really just learning what the other class offers and how to play around that, in my opinion. I don't think it's that deep, so to say. You on PTR again? I am indeed. Yes, we're at the Southern Harbor if you'd like to come through. I think Emberbeards is calling out some more people, and then we're going to try to get some group versus group PvP-ness going. So split up into a couple teams. They said they're coming back from the Jova tests. So on Shoal at the moment, my PTR. Come through. What's going on Shoal today? Absolutely fucking nothing, I'm assuming. If I had to wager a gander. Now, don't get me wrong. PTR probably isn't too lit either. But we're out at the Southern Harbor just having fun and testing. I plan to continue doing that. I like the PTR movement system and gameplay more than I like live. Might be worse for like viewership or whatever, but kind of fun. And I kind of like having fun. Don't know, just logged on. I would assume not many people are over on Shoal today. But maybe it's the perfect time to be over there. Just go with it. I mean, I'd be willing to wager both are pretty quiet, right? I think we'll probably still be in a lull for a couple more weeks. Actually, it's the 10th today. I would say another week of kind of like the lull. And then more... The fuck did I just do it myself? I feel like more players will start coming in about 2 weeks prior to the start of P3, asking questions about P3, about if they should hop in now or wait till P3. I feel like we'll go through that cycle again. We'll go through the big ramp up of new players joining the community, and it's going to be really nice. I look forward to it a lot. But I do feel like we're probably going to be at a pretty dead ski point for the next week or so. We got Kiefer out here. Oh, boys. We got every class right now. It's absolutely wondiferous. Absolutely wondiferous. Kiefer is trying to take down a Cleric, and it's not going well at all. Do Clerics still have 1,000 healing power? I as a tank have 365.3, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes. I did also find a way, hypothetically, to replicate the, not replicate, but like deduce where the healing power was actually coming from. And I think it's int and wisdom scaling. So a way to check is just like equipping things that are int and wisdom specific. Int and wisdom should only reflect your healing power, like reflect on your healing power in a 1-to-1 with the spell power gain. But instead, int and wisdom is giving you a disproportionate gain, like a massive gain. Absolutely massive gain. Wars can go on for hours sometimes. I gotta run back to repair. I come back to a tank taking me down till my group can come to me, or they get bored after I've logged, waiting for my team to get back to me. I mean, it's also, if you're in a war and you're going anywhere yourself, I feel like counter argument, group repair trip. A devil's advocate, it may be like a frustrating answer to hear, but like in a war scenario, there's a reason that there are like squadrons and platoons and, you know, gobbledygoops of soldiers and stuff, all those measurement terms. Now, I guess there may be some like solo Rambos that go out. But keep in mind, even if you're in a real war and you're solo and you go out and you encounter a tank, you're probably going to get dicked down as a solo by that tank. Just keep that in mind. Probably one swapping off mage. Everybody says they're swapping off mage until they hit a 17,000 person prismatic beam and do 12 million damage with one fucking button in an 8v8 while they sit there and laugh at the front line trying to play their life. I don't want to hear it. Everybody wants to be a tank until it's time for 8v8s and we're protect and wall and pull. We don't even get to play. Excuse you. I just hit him with a Kobe fade. If they're gonna make that happen, I might stick with it. I mean, all you have to do is play with the right Dusto. Release lack of healing. Still like the self heal. Having barriers, but not a form of like further self sustain. So like, what do you think would be not a good addition? But what would you switch? The heal is more for PvE than PvP. So solo PvE, because I will say, solo PvE, there will be more systems that will kind of like help each archetype progress. Combat pets through hunting and animal husbandry will be a very good form for solo progression, like an additive thing. That's just another branch of animal husbandry. But combat pets will have tank, DPS, or healer type combat pets. You summon those out at a little bit of a loss to your like character's power to have those out. They're horizontal progression instead of vertical progression, right? But with that, the combat pet can tank for you, keep aggro and shit like that. I think there will be a lot of implementations for solos that do come in that continue to like make it a little bit better to be a solo, but I don't really ever think like that solo PvE grind will ever be like Bissington. Just because fighting PvE groups where you want kind of sucks. I think we talked about this a month or so back. Probably. I'll talk about combat pets all day. I fucking love combat pets. I think combat pets are going to be such a good point of like player enjoyment and retention. Also, there's no way people don't think that movement's cheeky. If I summoned my Broodling closer, I would have been perfectly fine. But it fucking summoned on the ocean floor, boys. We're down horrendous. I just remember reasons. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Mage has been the same for a month or so, though, in all fairness. Well, way more than a month. But just one of those, like, bound to group type archetypes. Now, think about fighter. Fighter players feel really good in 1v1s and 3v3s and probably even 5v5s and maybe even 8v8s. But outside of that, nobody wants a fucking fighter for any way, shape, or form reason whatsoever. Is there a fight anywhere? Zerlock, we're at the southern Turquoise Sea Harbor. It's a Sea Hook Harbor. So if you want to come out there, I think people are shaping up. We're out here right now. We've been dueling all day. But we have some Emberbeard people that are coming out. And I believe we're going to be trying to get some group stuff sorted out. So, feel free. I think that we have clerics from the Emberbeard side be like team captains, and we sorted out one cleric per team depending on how many clerics are out, and then just like break up into small teams through there, and then maybe just run like team versus team stuff. So we have them on the way. I think we have more people on the way out as well. Kiefer, come get this deep dick pizza. I got you. You're looking awfully hungry. I got a big old serving of Dusty for you today. And he's dead. Oh, he thinks he's fancy with the vine field. Wait until I give you this. Well, you win. I crashed. I'll see you next fight. I hit him with a nasty grab wall. And unfortunately, got an Unreal Engine crash when I hit him with a nasty grab wall into the trip. That was good. Yeah! I even had the trip. I pulled the grab, I hit the wall. Wall came up, I had the shield assault forward, and then I was about to hit the ground pound and trip you, and I just crashed. Just straight RIP'd. Well, you know what that means, chat. Reset game, Bonger Pinsky, be right back. Good day, I'm back. Yo, resetting. What up, my dog? How you doing today? We were running duels, and I crashed, and then I went out to smoke, and then Carla wanted food, and we realized that it's almost time to meal prep. Yo, I made it. There are 3 people here. I'm relogging. You give me 1 sec. I'm here. Emberbeard has more people on the way, so there are more coming. But keep in mind, there are not a lot of people that are playtesting or playing live right now. I'll be completely honest. It's pretty quiet up in this bitch. I messed up, forgot to get a better mount or even a backup. Oh no. Oh no. We have extra Ebon Omens out here, if you do make it out here. But when I logged on to Shoal, my options menu changed. I had to re-enable auto attack settings. I hate auto attack. I do not use auto attack. I forgot we had pasta. Oh yeah, we do have pasta as well. Yeah, we have a couple servings of pasta left too. Yep. We should clean up the pasta. And with the pasta, if you want to, you can slice up the jalapeno cheddar loaf that's on top of the microwave and then make that into like a garlic bread. There's also cheese. Like there's a bag of mozzarella cheese. I don't know, it was Doug's, but he wasn't using it. But we have cheese. I'm gonna have some. Do you want some? Yeah, I'll take some pasta if you're making some. And garlic bready. Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck me up. Yo, Royal. What you up to? I appreciate the lurk, dude. Love you. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Is it Ash's time? Is it draft time? Wait, oh my god. We're doing PTR PvP right now, so I can't show you guys. But how to make garlic bread. Cut bread into slices. Take butter. Generous amount of butter. Pull it out, soften it, whatever. Microwave for a few seconds. Mix in seasonings, primarily garlic and other stuff. Spread on bread. Toast bread. And then top with cheese. And then you have garlic bread. Haha. I reflected, Bruja. We love to hear it. That wasn't a real question. Listen, okay, so hear me out. Garlic bread is not like within her like repertoire of things. Like I would ask her, how do I make a tortilla? And she would be like, wait, that's not a real question. What the fuck do you mean? But like, I have never made a tortilla in my life, right? So it kind of makes sense. I don't really think they're whipping up garlic bread too much in the heart of Mexico. Butter brush. We do have a butter brush. You hold Q the whole time? No, I have my auto. Not my auto, but like I call it my left click. I have my basic attack on my front thumb button, and then I have my block on my back one. So like in the event that I'm fighting a tank or something like that, I can cancel my autos very quickly if I need to like interrupt something, if I need to avoid a reflect. If I'm swinging and I need to interrupt the swing to make sure that I can get an ability off or reposition. Lot of shit goes into it. But I like having that direct control a little bit more than, say, I don't know, just full auto attacking. Eat. Oh, Keith, I got you here. Did you Super Saiyan your gear? No, it's just tanking 1v1s, man. I'm telling you. It's literally just tanking 1v1s. And they also gave us just enough health and tankiness to survive and a lot more power. Because they just gave us like the default gearing sets and things are very balanced. So even pieces that have max health on them are also now coming with power. So over on live, people are tankier. People have more effective HP by a large margin, and I'm running at 200 fizz power, 19% crit, like 190% crit power. Over here, I'm 248.9 fizz power, 39.1 crit chance, 199.2 crit power. So, it's a lot. It's a lot. Been heavy to hit me 3 or 4 times. Health at 25%. I'm also mixing multiple gear sets together. I mean, I guess only a couple. So I use Rosarium Guard helm, bracers, belt, and boots. And then I use the shoulders from Rosarium Guard set. And then I use Griffin tunic, gloves, and pants. Forge Guard's cloak, Steel Bloom earrings, Steel Bloom necklace, sapphire rings. And then I go Steel Greatsword and Steel Longbow. Because I like that a little bit more than the one-handed mace and, uh-oh. Lyrical. We're good. We're good. Anyways, yeah. So, I'm trying to just kind of find pieces that are good value and like mix and match all the good value. Now, with that being said, it's going to be intriguing to see which pieces have dead slots and which pieces don't have dead slots, essentially, as gearing evolves and as loot table like sourcing evolves. What I mean by dead slots is like, if I can find a piece that is like Griffin Tunic, that is Fizz crit power, regular crit power, and max health, that will be much better than something like, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my goodness. Where's my lockout? Talking bad about the gearing. Dios mio. That's gonna be better than something like, oh my god, I can't see my gear to tell you guys. Like Rosarium Guard Greaves that have Fizz crit avoidance, evasion rating, and Fizz crit power. Those stats could be more optimized. Oh my god, hold on, I'm getting chain CC'd. Give me a sec. Those stats could be much more optimized on that piece to be a bit better for like the grand, you know, scheme of building. Just fewer of those dead slots, I call them, the archetype or the like the attributes that aren't quite used. Well, let me get my goddamn food off. And then I'll yap you. What? Hold on, I don't have a group yet. I thought we were like making teams. I don't have anybody in my group. I'm just solo getting chased by like fucking 4 Goombas right now. What is happening here? I thought I was supposed to have a team already. I was like, I missed an announcement. Something terrible happened. I was so scared that I fucked up. Resetting, what you been up to, my goat? We slowly dominate the Ashes category. What do you mean? I'm not worried about dominating anything. You stop. I stream with my viewers hidden in. And we're showing fucking PTR gameplay that people can't even see. I got you, Toast. Alright, I'll grab Toast. How many do the beards have? Because I could use a Cleric. And then we'd be up. We'd be very good. We have Zombie and Streg. What's the directory actually look like? How many people are streaming right now? Oh wait, Nice is on. Zombler's on. Oh, Zombie is such a cute little streamer. Let's, 3 of them are attacking my caravan. Oh, whoops. Why are 3 of them attacking your caravan? It's not very kind of them at all, if I'm being completely fucking honest. Oh, like set to attack. Oh. So, I can get Kiefer in the group. And then... we have 4 people here, we are now a Zerg. Wait, why can't Kiefer join the group? It's not showing Kiefer in the group on my end. Kiefer, you bugged? Das, buongiorno! How are you, my boy? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. Let me log. Yeah, relog real quick. Because we'll have 4, but we don't have a healer. So... I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Do we only have 1 Cleric out here, or do we have 2? Oh, we have Blotto as well. Blotto's up on the fucking rooftops. So, I don't know what you guys have. Tank, Mage, Fighter, Cleric. What are the odds we have another cleric? Wait, where's Emu? Emu! We had McBishop. Wait, where'd he go? Everybody split up and find McBishop. That's our new goal. We need to find where the hell he went. First one to find him gets first pick on their team. Wait! Oh, nope, that's Gigabeard. I have another cleric coming out too, but I don't know. I mean, if it's a cleric that's showing up at this point. Wait, Emu. I yelled at you. Why do you yell at Zombler? Why are you saying another man's name? I need you to come cleric for these PTR fight skis. We're down horrendous. We have one cleric. Dusty, do some influencer stuff to get people here. Brother, I got like 55 viewers right now. I might not be able to pay rent next month. What do you mean influencer? We're working on it. I looked at the directory and I was like, God damn, it's slow in here today, boys. Slow in here today. But the hype will ramp up soon. It's gonna be weird as shit trying to balance, like, streaming enough live to actually have days where the footage is synced up, while also streaming enough PTR to have fun on it. But I may pop over and do stuff on live soon as well, depending on, like, how the turnout is here. Just so I can actually get some VOD that's, like, not completely desynced. Also, does anyone have gold for repairs? Actually, I have items. I'm fine. I can just sell my shit, and then we will. So, it'll be interesting to see how it's going to, gonna shape up for the next couple of weeks. Especially once it goes 24/7. Yo, Soraya. How you doing, my friend? How's the testing? The testing's great. Like, PTR is very fun. PTR is extremely fun to be testing on. I think the changes are overwhelmingly, like, nice over here. Implementation has gone seemingly smoother than I would have thought, with Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade happening. Oh, Bishop's back. We're up tremendous. So it's pretty fun over here. I'll be back on the live server, which is what you guys are seeing the gameplay from, a little bit later tonight. The PTR is 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week, and then next week on July 14th, it goes 24/7 up until August 3rd. Then on August 4th, there's a wipe and everything goes to Phase 3 servers, which will be brand new servers. Those are like our long servers. So Phase 3 is probably going to be like the largest alpha testing phase that there is, going to 2 short closed betas, and then the launch from there. So, a lot of progress happening. Unreal Engine 5.6 is over here, 5 new weapons, 2 new races, a new movement system, a ton of other changes, crate system being implemented in like a further aspect. So, it's a lot of shit coming in all at once. Right now, we've been testing the PvP changes, a lot of flagging changes, like to the force flag set of things, to how engagements actually happen, punishments for corruption. So we've just been trying to test a lot over here. Plus, on top of that, there's a full gearing rework that went out. So different power scaling, different numbers, different ratios, different waterfall attributes. There's a whole lot that's changing over on the private test realm. And fortunately, every player does have access to the private test realm as well, just like for being a part of the playtest. So it's really nice. You can bounce back and forth as much as you want between live and the PTR. On the PTR, you can also level your character just with a book. So it's nice. It's nice. You can make your character. You can just kind of like check things out on whatever archetype you want to come through and check out, and you're good to go. Yo, Eric over on YouTube. I clicked on your live while watching your New World War macro guides. Yo, I haven't done anything New World based since like December was the last time that I was streaming New World in any like serious way, shape, or form. I came over to Ashes in December to play it for the first time after having access since like January of 2024. And I waited 11 months to come through and actually start playing because I wanted to see more development with it. I like the concept of it, but I was waiting for more. And I was really happy to enter when I did. So we do have another wipe coming in on August 4th. And that'll be a really good opportunity for players to hop in. If you haven't hopped in before, keep in mind, it is a one-time purchase to enter the like playtesting. You're in the entire development cycle until launch, guaranteed. You also get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your purchase if you're not happy with like the playtesting. Alpha's not for everybody, so they give you a 90-day period, no hours limit whatsoever, full refund if you're not happy. If you do like it, you're in until launch. My guess is probably late 2027, early 2028. So that's kind of where I'm at. Heard this game will have a summoner. Yes. So summoner will be deploying probably on live, according to Intrepid last dev stream. September, October-ish is the live deployment. So for phase 3, but the private test realm is going to be up all throughout like, well, testing and development. So play tests, the private test realm will have summoner first, and that'll kind of be like the core iteration of it. Now, this is kind of like, give me a sub to Nin. Just hit me with the redirected, give me a sub. All right, I'll allow it. You're lucky, Leon. You're lucky, I love you. So basically, with the PTR, we'll get it in a very like rough, very first iteration. This is kind of my like, I saw Bigfoot in the woods claim, and it's also backed with a source trust me bro type shit, right? But basically, I was PvPing yesterday on the private test realm, and there was a GM that was where we were PvPing, and that GM was a summoner. And they used a summoner ability, and I saw the summoner ability. It was like a void circle on the ground that had like this red-orange, like runic, tribally type border surrounding the circle. And the cool thing was when you stood on top of it and looked down into it and moved your camera around, you were getting like a different look inside of the circle. It wasn't just like a flat area that was like, you know, void colored. It was literally like looking into the void. Like your camera would adjust, and if you moved your camera, what you were seeing would adjust. It was fucking insane. My theory is that that's the AoE silence that was data mined over there. But that thing was fucking sick. And if the rest of the summoner abilities look anywhere near that, I'm really curious. Uncle Dad in Global said, the only guild I really dislike is Cats with Abs. Those kids are mean. Zombie is a bad guy. What is Zombie doing to people while I was in Iceland? What in the hell is going on here? What the fuck do you mean, dislike Cats with Abs? Zombie is bad guy. What's Zombie been doing? But yeah, so on top of the summoner, Ashes will have a primary and secondary archetype system where as a summoner like primary, you would have your summoner abilities. You would be able to combine your summoner with any of the other archetypes in the game as your secondary archetype. And that secondary choice would basically augment your abilities that you have from the summoner side with elements of whatever that secondary was. So a summoner would just double down on the summoning, so to say. A summoner cleric would very likely have more of a Healy type summoner vibe to it. A summoner bard would very likely summon buffing minions. Summoner fighter may summon very aggressive melee minions. So the summoner is going to play like very much through its minions. Will Summit play some. Rogue. But some would be adorable for him to play. It would be. Does Show I have thorns on? Let me check. Hunt of the Bear, Strider, Concussion, Focus. No thorns. Cast thorns. You hear my white noise tonight? Is that racist? Or would that be the coolest nickname for me in history? Like, you know how everyone... Oh, wait, I see the thorns now. Yeah, you're good. You just had to recast it. If you want that... So, like, could that be the coolest nickname in history for a streamer? Because I yap so much. And I'm so pure-hearted. Might be some good merch. Dusty White Noise Why? Sounds like a horror name. If you guys ever see like alternate Twitch streams popping up from a different channel called White Noise, you know who it is. Catch me in the New World directory 2 nights a week. Kidding. I'd never go back. I have said publicly New World would have to pay me to go back. Want some Dune Hold PTSD? Wait. I got a small group with me. Oh wait, can I invite Kiefer now? Invite Blotto. We got the squad. We got the whole squad. Alright, we just jumped the cleric boys. They have 2 clerics. Do they have 2 clerics now? They may have 2 clerics now. Boys, I'm gonna need the backup here. I won't lie, I'm not quite as tanky as I once was. Add me, Dusty. Oh wait, Emu. / invite Emu. I'm still guild yappage, we scrapping. The scrap is happening. We got Emu. Emu just pulled up. We gotta keep Kiefer alive. Kiefer! Oh no. Oh no. We got the arrival of the Emu though, so we're up tremendous. Kill Veether. Uh-oh. May just be hitting. I just want to get in on their cleric and eat cleric butt. But, unfortunately... Oh, I killed the cleric. Wait. I just like omega nuke the cleric. Oh my god. I just insta-gibbed their cleric and then lived with 7 HP for so long. I wish you guys could see the PvP over here. This shit is so fun. The time to kill is so good. Like, clerics are healing for an insane amount, right? But even with that, you can still burst people through the actual, like, healing. It's kind of nice. Bro, I'll pull back a little bit. I have an idea. And it's a pretty good idea. Because I don't know where Emu's at. So we don't have our healer. We're dependent on all the bursts right now, but... Oh. We got Kiefer on top, but he's in deep. Okay. Healer dead. We're up tremendous. I'm on the mage. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, like, healers are very submissive and burstable in this meta. I don't know, even with healing being at 1k, if you get multiple people on a cleric, they die. I will say. I don't know why everyone's overreacting. You're submissive and burstable? I only have 4,200 HP on the private test realm. I'm extremely submissive and burstable, yes. I'll probably be bursted multiple times before the stream is done. It worked? Yeah! Yeah, like, there's no difference between a 20k heal and a 6k heal if they can't get the heal off in the first place. I didn't touch a Cleric at all. No, I think everybody's 100 to 0able in this meta. They almost killed me twice, but I, like, backed out. When's the next wipe? August 3rd is the wipe. August 4th is the new server. So, what we are doing right now is playing over on the private test realm. And on the private test realm... Oh, that grab wall was disgusting. Wait a second. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Hold on. I want to watch that again. That was stinky. Jesus. Oh my god. But yeah, so right now, they have expanded testing access to every key holder, like for the private test realm. So if you have access, you can get into the PTR right now. Advantage to the PTR is that you can just instantly level a character as soon as you make it, and you can mess around with abilities, see if it's actually what you want to play, and you can get yourself familiar with how gearing works, how things function. You can also make a character and just go through the leveling before August 4th, and it's on a future-looking build with more kind of like future-looking changes, right? So PTR is what we're on right now. Just keep in mind it is visually NDA'd. So with it being visually NDA'd, you cannot show any gameplay from it. You can't, like, you know, send anything out. You can't leak anything from it, whatever you may have. I'm going on Gigabeard in the back. New green cross. Your account will get absolutely Thanos snapping tinned if you do that. So just try to avoid that if you can at all costs. But basically, you can do whatever you want over on the PTR. Well, oh no, I might die here. No. Oh, you guys win that though? We got the trades. Have someone stick on the Cleric and make him self-heal, and then just go on the DPS. So I think basically I stick on the Cleric the entire fight, and then you guys just mark somebody and kill the DPS while I stick on the Cleric. I think with this meta and Clerics being sticky enough to actually die, you have different people who are sending on the healers who are just like stuck on the healers. Just basically one person, CC heavy, rogue tank, whatever it may be. And then your DPS just split down their DPS while their healer dies. And I think that is probably the best thing, because their healer either has to heal themselves and not the DPS, and the DPS dies, or the healer tries to heal the DPS and the healer gets CC'd and they both die. So, kind of a different way of thinking about it, but I don't really mind the whole, like, healers healing for a lot type vibe. But in terms of PTR, sorry, we had a good fight. PTR is frictionless for leveling. You can also make a character at level 0 and just level it the normal way. You can get starting gear, so it's a little bit easier at the start. Whatever you want to do. You can make as many characters as you want, and on July 14th, it goes 24/7 for PTR until August 3rd. So you'll be able to see a lot of the changes coming in before they come in for August 4th, instead of playing on like the older build, which is the alpha build. So it'll help you prepare for August 4th. It'll give you a chance to kind of like hop in without spending hundreds of hours leveling to just try to get geared out and shit. So I think it's a really good time for people to hop in. In terms of like people that haven't bought their pack yet, anybody that's like a first-time pack buyer does get their 90-day period where they get a full refund on their $100 purchase. So just something to keep in mind for everyone that doesn't quite have their pack yet. Oh, poor Vithar was typing. Oh no. Should we van up? We can. Is everybody here? I don't know if we were going to be getting more people or not, but I'm more than down. Whoops. Blotto, I just sent my banner so far away from you, it's not even funny, dog. I will not lie. That was not my greatest banner. That shit was almost in the water. Anyways, anyone that doesn't have their pack, that does buy their pack, the $100 is projected by a 90-day period where you get a full refund no matter how many hours you have played. If you're not happy with it, you can also, you know, enjoy it, stay until launch, get a lot of value out of that pack, a lot of time out of the pack. PTR access will continue through launch as well, so like you'll have it the entire time. Alpha access continues, and then beta access, and then launch. So pretty solid time to hop in. Just went up to Unreal Engine 5.6 on the PTR, so that new movement changes, new time to kill, new everything. It's feeling quite nice over here. I'm liking it. It's gonna be hard for me to go back to alpha for a little bit when servers go down at 9. But it is what it is. I've gotta do what I've gotta do, man. It makes me sad, but it's so fun on the PTR. I wish it wasn't visually NDA'd so we could just share this. But I do understand why it's visually NDA'd. It's not even that things like look gross over here. It's really just that it's, I don't know, super early experimental build deployments. What does visually NDA'd mean? So we can talk about everything that we're doing. I can narrate everything that we're doing. You can ask me, oh, Dusty, is this any different on the PTR? And I can tell you everything about it. But I cannot directly show you what's going on. I just can't share the visuals from it, the picture from it. Anything else is good. But if I show you my gameplay, if I share a screenshot, I'm cooked. So that's why I have the gameplay from the non-PTR server on the screen while we are running the, you know, the PTR itself. Invite Empress. Invited Empress. We have a bard. Okay, I mean, so they could do both of their clerics since we have a bard now as well. Because that gives us, I don't know how many you guys have, but we have 7. I don't know what your numbers look like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 2 clerics. We have 4 and a bad. No, no, no. You're amazing. And a bar. Oh, okay. 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 Oh, wait. Is Avatar one of yours? Because you guys could take Avatar. If Avatar went with you, I think that would give 7v7. You guys would have 2 clerics. We'd have a cleric and a bard. Oh, Hot Dog is Avatar. Oh, cool. We're up tremendous. Only here for an hour. PTR is only here for 2. So that's half the time. Gingy is a ranger that asks where PvP is happening at. If more people are able to come through. I mean, we have, I think, 7s right now, right? So I think Avatar would go defense on the caravan, and then we'd go attack on the caravan. And then once everyone's here, we should be good to go. Bruja, make sure you go sign up for attack on the van. Or you will probably end up accidentally corrupting. We would hate to see that. Oh wait, how many more are we getting? Alright, so you guys get Gingy when he comes out? Hot dog, sir. Thank you for the gifty. I appreciate you. Much love. Much love. That is extremely generous. Thank you, man. Vthar. No more ads for the big Vthar. Never again will his eyes have to be disgraced by one of those bad boys. Weren't we always in the northern one? Gingy high as shit. We've been in the southern one for like a week. I mean, maybe, but I think we've been in the southern one for like a week. What in the hell? Although, he's not the first person that went to the northern one. I will say. A couple people have done that. Alright, how many do we have here? Who are we still waiting on? Because we could run it. Wait. We're waiting on Empress and Diggy. So we have 6 ready to go with 1 support. So I think you guys have 6 as well, right? You just have 2 supports, which is fine. So we need to have... Wait, where's Emu? No, Emu's here. So we need to have... Bruja just harass the shit out of McBishop. I'm marking him with a book. So Bruja's on the book, and then I'm on the cross. Actually, wait, no, have Blotto do it. Never mind. Bruja, you go around with Toast, and you and Toast kill whatever Toast mark is. Okay, so... Blotto on book, me on cross, Toast and Bruja cook whatever Toast mark is. And then we just stick on those 2 and throw combos. And then from there we should be able to have enough pressure to deal with both their clerics. Because like they can heal each other, yes. But... We're gonna Discord. I can. If everyone wants to hop in, I can. I don't know how many people we're gonna have. We could also, depending on how many people we have, get both groups together and just go Zerg shit in the Riverlands if people are on. But I don't think people are on. So we can. I don't mind at all. I usually yap during the fights, but I can pop. Let me make sure I don't cook anything. I have to be very, very cautious. All right. Unpub. Because Emberbeard can use theirs. So I'm in public Discord now. I am definitely. And then we go here, and then we're up. All right, beautiful. Stragma, hello, dude. What you up to today? Are you PTR testing the last couple of hours? Hee hee ho ho. We have 7s right now. Oh wait, the fuck is Cyborg doing out here? When did you get here? My settings are borked. Oh no. We would have 9 with Cyborg. So we should give 1 to Emberbeard. Potentially. Because I think they have, even with Avatar, 7. But I see 6 right now. Oh, they may have a rogue. I think with everyone, they have 7. So if we gave them 1, that would be fine. Oh, no rogue? Do you only have 6? Your Discord won't load? Absolutely cooked. It's okay. You just put a mark on somebody, and then you and Bruja will just be cooking the DPS. Me and Blotto are just going to be sticking their healers. More or less. Okay, how many do we have here? We have 3, 6, 7. We have 7 that are here right now. And then we have 2 on the way. So we can have 1 person sit this fight, and then just rotate them in next. Actually, I can sit this one. Or do you guys just want to go man down? That's up to you. I think we're up a person right now. What's happening? Cyborg said. PvP. Cyborg just logged in to the big fracas. Discord's been extremely buggy for a lot of people lately, I feel like. But it's usually pretty temporary. Is today not regular testing? Today is regular testing. Like, yes, but also PTR is still up. So basically, PTR is up 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. And then it's down after Friday, 9 p.m. EST. Comes back up on the 14th. And then goes 24/7 on the 14th until August 3rd. I need to make a graphic for this. Wait, that would be so hype. Maybe that's what we do, chat. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe that's the play. It could very well be graphic time after the PTR goes down one of these days. So basically, August 3rd is when the 24/7 PTR access ends and when the Shoal server wipes. Once that happens, August 4th, our phase 3 servers open up. We'll have 1 NA, 1 EU to start out. And then from there, I don't know if there will be more of an immediate need for more than 1 server. I don't really think so, but I think we're ready. But yeah, so all just hype going up to phase 3 at this point. And I think that it's very, very, very fun to be over on the PTR as much as we can be. Now, it is a little bit weird not necessarily being able to, you know, stream the gameplay. It makes it a little waxadaisical, but overall, I just very much enjoy the you know, how much we're able to get access to and actually test on this end of things. Because there are a shitload of changes that we now have access to that we were nowhere near getting access to in the past. From Unreal Engine 5.6 to all of the new weapons that we've got, to the new movement changes, new time to kill changes that we're experimenting with. It's pretty nice, man. And I've been having a lot of fun. There's a reason that I'm over here instead of over on, oh, we're attack, Cyborg. There's a reason I'm over here instead of on whatchamahoosit, like on live. And it's honestly because I don't know, I enjoy being over here more. I think the fights are a little more fun. There's a little bit less of the, like, omega HP sustain everywhere, so. What do you think is the biggest change so far? I mean, honestly, like, Ashes still looks like Ashes. I would say over here, the biggest change that I'm actually interacting with is the movement system rework and, like, the new attributes that they're throwing in. So they completely reworked waterfall attributes and power scaling and all of that again. So essentially, like, every piece of gear got, as far as we know it, most pieces of gear got completely changed. The allocation of the, like, secondary stats on pieces of gear as well are now much more balanced across the piece. Instead of it being very heavily skewed in the realm of just, like, for example, Dustpaw Warhide being all fizz power rating, right? I think things like that, instead of the all fizz power rating chest, to an even distribution of fizz power rating, crit power, and crit chance, or something like that. All of those things, like movement, time to kill, attribute reworks, all of those things. Combat changes seem to be the most notable. Yeah, I mean, combat, I would also say performance over here is fucking phenomenal. Keep in mind, this is now day 3 of Unreal Engine 5.6, and for everything to be running as kind of smooth as it is, no memory leak, no real, like, stutters or lags or anything on my end, I at least am running pretty sicko mode. Oh, we're going again, boys. We're going again. I'm very much enjoying it. I think that performance has been great. The balance definitely is going to be an ongoing thing, as balance always is, even in a live service title, right? Like, it's not like you just flip the balance switch and PLR backline. It's not like you just flip the balance switch and balance is done. You genuinely have to put a lot of, I don't know, a lot of time and effort into balance, and it's always an ongoing thing with rotating metas, changes that go in and out, changes that are both, you know, well-loved and much less than well-loved, right? So just important to keep in mind in the grand scheme of things. I think balancing in general is probably one of the hardest things that any live service can try to deal with, especially in an alpha, where they are balancing for things that aren't even, like, you know, level-wise appropriate yet. They're trying to give us something that's a playable product, balance-wise, at level 25, which our level cap is 50. Like, we're playing something right now that isn't even gonna matter in probably a few months when we go up to level 30 cap. So a lot more people PvPing by Lionhold. Not sure if they're still there. Interesting. Maybe we could sneak out there, perchance? Because we could always take a big-ass raid out with a caravan to Lionhold. We could bring in the Emberbeard lads and then march it back to Lionhold. Does anyone want to make a new character real quick and see if people are still out there? It would take a little bit to get there, but how many more people do we have than them? They have 6, we have 7. I believe, in the current state of affairs. So we have 1 more than them. We could make one of the clerics sit. Okay, Emu's sitting out for a minute. Okay. Sounds good. Emu wants break. Oh wait, Cyborgs needs to BRB. Okay, Emu, you're back in. Cyborgs out. Okay, we're good. Everything's beautiful. Lionhold does make the most sense if you're looking for PvP, since anyone can just jump in. Yeah, that is true. We could just get a raid out and bring a caravan out to that bitch. That might be fun. That might be very fun. Alright, you guys good? We go again. Do we want to move everything over to Lionhold? instead of being where we're at. Fighting or zerging to lion? I think do one more fight and then go to lion hold. In my personal expert opinion. The walls are devious. Emu, I just tripped both of them on you, by the way, with 2 different abilities. I am the peels. I am the one who secures the healer. I don't even have protect up on you. I tripped them both again. There's no shot. The double trips are going insane. I'm running like a presidential escort right now for Emu. Oh my lord. That was not the easiest thing I've ever done. I don't have protect up either, but what accessories are you using? Steel bloom earrings, steel bloom necklace, and 2 sapphire rings. Steel bloom set is fucking insane. Absolutely insane for jewelry. I would highly recommend the earrings in the neck. Earrings have accuracy rating 453, power rating 453, crit chance rating 114, and crit power rating 114. Those are just general, by the way. Not specialized. Steel bloom necklace, 604 power, 302 crit power, 302 crit chance, 151 max health. Yep. That shit is high value, in my opinion. There, I put protect on now. So it should be a little easier to keep you alive too. Big peel. The first peel, I tripped one of them, tomahawked the other one in the back, and just kept trying to get the double trips. It felt nice. It's just a war of attrition at that point. I'm not able to like stick, but one more, then we march. Because lion hold, we can probably get a big ass raid. Just trying to make sure I didn't miss something, because there was heroic Revidium gear in the heavy mage bag. Yeah, I don't know what they changed about the Revidium set. It's fizz gear. Huh. Who has a Revidium set on them? My caster lads. Or one of those bags. I think we're coming back over to lion hold anyway, so we could always check it out. I bet Toast has one. Somebody probably has extra. I wonder what's on it, because I did not grab one of those. Right now, I'm using Rosarium Guard and Griffin. It's better than Rosarium. You're better than Rosarium. Bitch. Dusty ads? Sewer. I'll hydrate for you. Anyone have Revidium gear on them? Tell them. Oh, I'm telling them. I'm letting them know. I'm giving them the business, feeding them the beans, so to say. Yes, ma'am. Also, I ate that entire pint of Ben & Jerry's last night. Is Doug getting us food tonight? Because now you got me thinking with that whole, like, taco salad conspiracy. Like, I feel like I should ask him, but I also don't want to just text him and be like, hey, are you getting us food? I feel like that wouldn't be nice. That wouldn't be like a good communication. Wouldn't be very like haram. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Emu. They are all-inning all over Emu's face right now. Holy shit. Okay. We kept Emu just alive enough. And then I just split some of them off. Emu, the protect. If I didn't have the protect up on you, I don't know if Blotto's also running protect or not, but holy shit. Protect just did some work. They like aggressively all in. My god. That was a full cook. Can be sending out hydration checks on both PTR and live. So are you over on live right now just cooking? What's it looking like over there? Are there a lot of people there? Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. Okay. Let's run over to Lionhold. With this gear, I'm at 245 fist power, 40% crit chance, 202 crit power, 99 attack speed, 39 accuracy, and then 125 pen. Wait, what do you mean 125 pen? Like pen rating? What's pen rating to pen rate, like pen output right now? Oh, 12.5. Okay, cool. Pretty crazy. Yeah, even as a tank right now, I'm sitting, and apparently I have to go back. Why are we going Lionhold? Many more people apparently at Lionhold. Like a lot of people supposedly at Lionhold that would hop in. According to chat, that's where more people are PvPing at. And we have a lot of people over here, like on our side. So I think if we could either like invite the Emberbeard guys and gals, and just have like one big Zerg and then get people to fight against us, or logging in to check. Okay, wait. Someone is checking before we go. Goal will be quiet as fuck. Boss spawns are empty, but a lot of people still vibing quietly throughout the world. Yeah, I love that. I mean, people are still going to be exploring and shit. I think it'll still be a little bit of a downtime in between now and probably the next week and a half or so. And then it'll probably kick up a little bit. I would say probably around like the 20th, like a week or so before, probably like 2 weeks before P3 hype. Or before P3, the hype will start hitting. And I think that's when... No, they're checking to see if we're going back right now. They're checking right now to see if there's more PvP. Okay, anyways. But yeah, in terms of the lull, I think it's probably gonna last until like the 20th. And then from there, don't die yet. I think people will kind of start trickling back in. A lot of PTR players, especially once people figure out that they can just play on the PTR and level their stuff for free. Summoner hits PTR, that's going to get a lot of people active on the PTR. And then from there, you've just got kind of like a momentum swing into P3. Michael, hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Cutting down all the trees and mining the rocks, then P3 resets everyone, and then level 25 will be coming to make the money to get my lion mount. Are you going to collect all the mounts? Well, you might need to get the retainer on Nelly, our animal husbandrist. Might have to get that extra level of like, I don't know, just high level customer, that prioritization in the new mounts. It's that premium subscription package to the mount supply that you really can't get anywhere else. So my like power output, 248.9 fizz power, 39.1 crit chance, 199.2 crit power, 95.3 attack speed, a humble 2.5 pen, 35.9 accuracy, and 16.7% disable duration. So I'm really kind of fucking with the disable duration addition, I won't lie. Some of the gear choices are a little bit questionable, right? But some stuff is valid as hell. Gotta restart getting UE crash? No. No. Mine's 12.6. A very humble 12.6. What's our healing power at, chat? Mine's 365.3. So my healing power is higher than my my fizz power. Shout out int and wisdom, presumably being cooked right now. Mageback has heroic Ravidium. What's the entire set have on it? God fucking damn it. God damn it. Defense is 39 fizz, 25 magic. I am with my iron aura up, 43.7 fizz and 26.6 magic. But I also have grit up a lot, which brings me to 55% fizz and 33.9 magic. So I'm not like that much tankier than your average bear. No, I'm also not using a shield. I'm I'm not using any like raw mitigation rating pieces or anything like that. The gear that was sourced is just pretty like straightforward. Who is checking for us, and do I have time to get some Chick-fil-A? Or if you want to go to Chick-fil-A and get Chick-fil-A, you get Chick-fil-A, Emu. I'm not gonna hold you down from getting Chick-fil-A. You could also buy me some. The fuck do you mean, do I have time to get Chick-fil-A? I mean, like, there's always time, but... Bears have around 30k health at level 25. No one holds anyone down for Chick-fil-A. Yeah, I mean, you gotta get it before Sunday as well. I only have Lion Hold in this one. Yeah, I don't know what my home Ember Spring is set at. I'm assuming it's still Lion Hold. Or not even Lion Hold, but like the Divine Gate. Let me check. No, I might not have set it. Might be cooked, actually. Might be fucked. So we'd have to run back over. But Black Blood's checking for us right now. He had an Unreal Engine crash when he went to Switch. So he's seeing if anyone around there is actually PvPing. And if anyone is, then we're up tremendous. I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my water bottle because we're getting low while we wait for the word from our informant lads. Alright, we're back. I also found Doritos. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, let's see. Seahook Harbor. Where's the Lionhold PvP? Someone just said they see 2 people flagged in Lionhold. So, maybe Lionhold is not the spot after all. But Doritos always hit the spot. Not too many anymore. Okay, so maybe we just end up staying here. Maybe this is a spot. Salsa Verde Dorito. What color bag is that? I don't know Doritos by the flavors. Only the bag. These are purple. Green. I don't think I've ever had green Doritos. Purple bag is Biss? Yes, there was a black bag when I was in Iceland that was good. That shit went hard, but light blue, isn't that Cool Ranch? You want to get snacks and didn't say, I had to run. I also yelled hi at you, but you ignored me. And I was mad. Because you walked out to the kitchen, prowled in the fridge, pulled out the pasta, and then didn't make the pasta. I see you. Uzo, how you doing, my friend? What changes the movement? Way less momentum carry. Like a lot less. Dodge hopping, for example, gets diminishing return on the movement carry. Movement abilities. Decelerate in the air very quickly. So you don't have a lot of like bee hopping and just absolutely insano style movement. You have a lot of movement, like playmaking capability, but it's nowhere near the amount of like insane movement that was there before. I just started seeing honey mustard Doritos and I don't know how to feel. Carla would probably love honey mustard Doritos. 3D spicy ranch. So are those like puffed out Doritos? Huh. So how are those comparatively to like a regular Dorito? How thick is like the shell on it? That's some old shit. Are they still active or nah? I'm afraid to fuck with it. Like, you're afraid to fuck with it like you think it'll be bad, or you're afraid to fuck with it like you think it'll be really way too good? Fun fact. On our way back from Iceland, we had so much shit with us. We opened up bags of Doritos and just kind of like crushed them into Carla's carry-on. Not even carry-on, it was a personal item. Into her backpack. And just like rolled down the bags with all the air out of them and just like crushed the bag so we could fit the bag of snacks in her. Wait, what? Do we still have Doritos? I'll fight you for that black bag of Doritos. What? What are you waiting? You're telling me I'm eating purples when we got the black bag? Where's your backpack? Wait a minute. We have them. She beat me to them. Oh, thank you. We opened them upside down, but they're sweet chili pepper. Imported from Iceland Doritos. Smuggled. The Carla giggle. She had the bag in her hand and I like jumped. Wait, I didn't get any yet. What? Don't take them back. That wasn't just for display purposes. I wanted to actually eat them. All right. Sure. She only left me like 75% of the bag. What a ridiculous ratio. I now have 2 bags of Doritos on my desk. Those are the best ones. We have them in Canada. Wait. Can you bring a bunch of them to TwitchCon? Wait. These go fucking hard. Why? Wait, these are actually absurd. Is Canada a part of the EU? Why do you guys get these but we don't? What the fuck? Like they had these bitches in Iceland. If you pay for the luggage, I'll bring a whole suitcase. Wait. Is that plus the price of the Doritos? Or like if we just pay for your bag, you'll bring a whole thing of Doritos? What's the plan? I think Tropics is probably it. It seems like nobody's flagged over at Lionhold. I don't think anybody. We had somebody log over and check, and they've been trying to look around. And I think that they said that it was only just a few people over there. Now, can we just order them from Amazon? Like, what if we just order them on Amazon and then just ship them to the Airbnb? I feel like people underestimate. Wait, bitch, stop eating the black ones. If Doug gives me my thing, well, have you made sure that Doug's gonna get me my tendies? What the fuck? So why should I stop? Yeah, but like you have this. You can have the purple ones. Hold on. I'll use you as a scapegoat to text him and ask. Hold on. Wait. Carla is asking if she should make dinner or save room for taco salad thing. Ha 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 ha. Because then I transition into... Okay, should I wait for tenders or should I make dinner? You're so fake. Chat, give me an exclamation key. Hit me with a big exclamation key. What's the legality on the chips via checked bag? I'll bring some. Just open the bags, roll them up, and then close them before you take off. The door is open. Hold on. We're crafting the plan right now. Tendies with extra blue cheese on the side and double fries. I can cash up. This is the play. To be fair, he may make us play for it. No, I offered to cash app. I don't know if like... I don't know if you had already offered or not, but I just told him I could cash app him. But like, if you're getting a taco salad, then I'm not gonna not get food. Like, why would I be subjected to not eating and starving? Like, I'm taller. There's more of me. I'm a much larger entity because you're dumb. You're stupid. The fuck do you mean? You don't even know how to make a fucking road. Literally farmed by traffic. A road? She's been getting cooked in city skylines because her traffic patterns are dog shit. I didn't say it though. I didn't leak. Lately she's been on Civ, but I thought we were gonna circle back to the garlic bread. Oh, garlic bread. It's a jalapeno cheddar sourdough loaf too. So you know that bitch is gonna make a bussin' garlic bread. Genuinely.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
You're the idiot, Panda. Hello. Decorating my house on Stardew. What theme are you decorating with? What Civ? She plays 6. Because she's broke. Is 6 still better than 7, Nin? What's your unbiased take on it? It doesn't, but Carla can't make that either. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Okay. I'm sure she will make a dank garlic bread. Toast, how are you no clipping? Unbiased 6 is better. Carla, have you been beating your friends or have you been losing to them? You win? So, how long has like the current playthrough been going? Because I know you're doing like 500 turn playthroughs. Korea main's on top. Speaking of Korea mains, Carla and I watched K-pop Demon Hunters yesterday on Netflix after stream. That shit fucked. Like, no exaggeration, shit was going hard. If you guys haven't watched it, probably would recommend. And then tonight, I think we're watching new Squid Game season. I need to take these away and start dueling again. I shouldn't be allowed Doritos in the room. I'll be right back. Squid Games was good, and then also new season of The Sandman. What's The Sandman? I don't think we watched the old season. New Shield Hero just started, but I'm gonna let a couple episodes. Zach, come to watch that. New anime? I'm assuming. Like a fantasy series. We just like, with how much I stream, I feel like I don't have a ton of time to kind of like sit down and pump out start to finish shows, right? That's my biggest problem, is committing to new things. She's not done yet? I guess not. I don't know much about it, but I'd say she's still going strong. Bro, these Doritos are cooking my shit. Genuinely cooking my shit. I need to bring these out. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh no. I've lost control of the Doritos. I fought valiantly for the remainder of the black bag, but I could not get them. Invite Acolyte. Oh shit, hold on, I'm back. Invite Acolyte. Everyone's got like such cool, edgy names over on the PTR. I just gotta wash my hands. Like, I feel like if you actually wash your hands after eating Doritos, you're bitching. That's valuable seasoning that you're paying for that's going down the drain. Alright, we're back. What are we doing? Is everyone just kicking the dick out of each other? Because I would love this. So boys, who's actually playing Ashes tonight? Keep it 100 with me. Are we playing or are we taking the night off? And if you're taking it off, when do you plan to play again? Is it phase 3? Is it later down the road? Because from what I've heard, live is absolutely like ghost town. PTR seems like us PvPing over here are like the only people that are PvPing. So it's an interesting set of circumstances here. It truly is. And I look forward to seeing how it shapes up over the next, Keith, I killed you, I'm so sorry. I didn't kill you, but like, I probably could have helped you not die. Let's fight. I'm here! Wait, where are you? I'm fighting now. I'm assisting in the great fracas of 2025. I've arrived, ascended. It's time. We just may need to group up a wee bit. No! They finally brought me down. But I respawn and I come back stronger, boys. So good, I'm just roaming, having fun. Yeah, I feel like that's the easiest way to test stuff over here. Like, I really... As much as I love open world PvP stuff, I feel like something as simple as different group size arenas will genuinely change Ash's PvP for the best. What the fuck is this, docs? Jesus Christ. I feel like arenas providing that like easily accessible, you know, replayable content where it's an even numbers startup, it's a numbers match, like you know what's, you know, gonna be present in terms of the team comps and stuff, like not know what's gonna be present, but like you know that everyone's gonna be starting up at the same time, you know that it's gonna be like the same numbers. I think arenas are just such a good addition to essentially any game's PvP loop. Very simply put, just easily replayable, replicatable PvP content, accessible, numbers match, kill oriented. It's good for testing, it's good for like practice and reps. It's good for figuring out like mechanics and interactions. It is just, in my opinion, one of the omega forms of PvP content. Rut-row. Although, the beard himself may go down. We might have enough if we get it. Oh, bursted. No. The hots. The hots are insane. I think they have a third cleric now, too. The clerics are truly the difference maker when everyone's at 1,000 power scaling with heals. Although, I got McBishop in the McBlender right now. Oh, I killed him. Okay, we're good. One cleric down. Second cleric follows. Second cleric down. I got the double kill on the 2 clerics. That's always super satisfying. I think a tank is a cleric hunter right now. Does that mean no pasta? I don't know. I don't think he texted me back when I asked about the attendees. It's kind of mean. So who knows, maybe pasta. You held them in my ball? I never forget about your ball. A lot of people just, I don't know, man. They just don't play around the cock and the ball as much when they're playing with a mage. It's all just lightning strike this, like blizzard that. And like people just genuinely forget about the classics of just really playing around a great cock and ball combo. And you can do so much in such a, I don't know, such a decent area with a good, you know, good C and B, man. People just sleep on it. Like even there, I just pushed 2 of them into your big juicy girthy cock yet again, and then they died because of it. Like I corralled them into your cock combo there. I feel like we're just working really well with like pushing them, you know, up against your cock and giving them no other option. Yeah. It's great. I hate when I get pushed into a big juicer. I know, especially when you're not expecting it. Yeah, because like Kiefer also drops vines, and like if I'm tripping them onto your cock and then Kiefer's dropping vines to hold them there, and then you come in with your ball after, even though the hit frequency of your ball is lower than it used to be, it still is like, it's gonna shatter the shit out of them. Just give them a ton of extra damage to take. And it's massively impactful in these clumps. And then you can just blink away after. It's huge. I throw up a wall so they can't escape it. So true. The worst part is it is true. Every single word of it is true. I hate to say it, but genuinely, the cock and ball combo is one that is very frequently slept on in the mage community. And I feel like in certain instances, especially in like PvP fights, a good cock and ball into your beam, you just follow it up with that big gushing beam. Oh. Emu. What the hell is happening to Emu? Alright, I think we're ready. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Toast, you know what to do. I think I might be able to get a death box set up. Perchance. Per se. Oh, Emu, no. Emu walked into the Hunter's Rabbit Doom, but I think we're still fine. I'm going on the back line. I'm just gonna sit on this back line like I'm Dave Blunts at a concert. You give me just a couple of minutes and I'll have their cleric so annoyed they're saying slurs in the Discord. Courtesy of the tank changes. Woo! Hey, excuse me, sir. I'd like to ask you about your car's extended warranty. And he is very close to dying. Switch over onto the other one real quick, now that they're focusing the one. And we killed the second cleric. Beautiful. Alrighty. We put a lot of pressure on my cleric target until he was healing himself. And then I switched from my cleric over to the second cleric, and as a result, we were able to just dump the pressure onto the second cleric. First cleric was healing themselves, we broke the second cleric in CCs, and just killed them. And now a lot of their DPS are probably going to die, because I've got this cleric in literal hell over here. Like an actual punishment pit. Although they did just, I think, wings through an entire wall or something, but I can't control that one. Wall is coming in way faster now, by the way. One thing that I have noticed on the previous builds, wall was taking a wee bit to actually come in, especially in larger team scenarios, to actually like formulate and pop up above the world. Now I haven't really checked it in like mass scale yet, right? But really, it feels nice, even in the AV8s or whatever we have going on over here. Emu. I got you with the Omega Peel again. We did it. We did it. The intercept protect. The banner. Cleric, Cleric's a little borked right now. I think the 1k healing power is a little fucking tint. But I genuinely am convinced it's just a scaling issue from wisdom and int. They redid the waterfall attributes, and I think that wisdom and int are giving like an unintended amount of scaling to healing power. It's great. What do you mean? Bruh. I mean, sure. Yeah, sure. Now, clerics can still die. Like, the other team also has 2 clerics. So we only have 1 cleric. So, like, the other team has 2, we have 1. And I think with clerics, you're just going to see people who are assigned to sticking on clerics. And then once a cleric is like, once there's a kill opportunity with one of the healers, you'll have a call out to switch on to the other healer, right? So say I'm sticking healer 1, healer 2 is about to die. They call me over to healer 2. I leave healer 1 when the opportunity is good. And then from there, we jump healer 2 dies as a result. Oh, Toast just got fucking schnookington. So like, right there. We stun both of the clerics at the same time, right beside each other. And I noticed that both of the clerics were stunned. So you guys can't see it, but basically like, we stunned both of the clerics right beside each other and both of them were CC'd. So I jumped over onto the second one that was slightly lower than mine, and we jumped the clerics at the same time. Basically just took them out. Like, even with the healing power being insane, it's very, very possible for them to die. Got my silence too. CCs are super impactful. Team coordinated CCs can lock stuff down. We can also give a couple of people to their side, because I think they have way fewer people than we do. I think they have like 50% less people than we do. I think they have 6. And we have more than 6 at this point. Fall damage needs to be adjusted. A 40-foot drop takes you to like 1/4 HP. Do me a favor. Climb 40 feet and then jump up. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Because in game, like, the analogy seems a lot more viable, but if I say that, like, on Twitch, that doesn't seem very nice. But, like, what I'm trying to say is that fall damage would probably hurt a lot IRL. Like, a bit too much. At the very least, you'd have a couple brokey legs, I feel like, right? That's IRL? Well, yeah, but I spend more time in Ashes than I do IRL, so I feel like we have to have some crossover, like, canon level of things. Okay, yes. Yes, they are at quite a numbers disadvantage right now by the seams. So, we could always, like, break up and, like, pick teams. We could always draft it up. We are also 1 hour away from PTR going down for the day. And then I have to play stupid live. Dude, I don't want to play stupid live server. Dumb tanky over there. It's the worst. It's the literal worst. Alright, Pimu. Ranger Trap is a counter right now. You could always play classic mop pre-patch. I would rather play carry the egg across the street in your asshole and substitute out the egg for a lit stick of dynamite. Just if we're choosing games. If I have any say in it. I'm not too sold on anything, anything WoW-esque at this point. Like, I don't mind playing live. Live is still fun, right? But it's like, now I've seen the PTR. I've been here. I've seen the new movement. The changes. The combat. The time to kill. The tank 1v1s. I've experienced the fun. Like, I could get off the PTR, start a 1v1 with Blotto on live, and the PTR would end before our 1v1 did. Just, there are some things over there that are a little fucky. And I'm very happy about where a lot of the Well, where a lot of the PTR is directed. They need to adjust how they do PTR to live with the way it's working right now. I mean, in terms of PTR to live deployment, I'm pretty sure they're just saving up right now to give people somewhat of an experience of like, here's your big phase 3 patch, right? I think it's going to be more of just like a total flex of look what we've been saving up for, look what we're doing. PTR to live will probably be a lot different once phase 3 is actually implemented and more of kind of like a waterfall type thing. But I definitely feel like here they've got the dam put up so they can save up, you know, a large flood of content for P3 launch. And that doesn't surprise me a single bit. But PTR to live, I do also think will have a very quick cadence as things continue comparatively to, like, you know, the olden days pre everyone having access. More people testing the content and giving feedback on the content, absolutely, in my opinion, means that the content will be tested, implemented upon more smoothly, more quickly, more seamlessly. And it makes me excited. The entire, like, content cadence is ramping up. From, like, dev side capabilities to more testers being involved more consistently through more branches of the testing, to hopefully consistency bringing in another wave of testers, the size of which we haven't even seen before. So I think the sky's the limit with the MMO community in general, right? Ashes is something that has been here for a little bit already, but you know, the Twitch presence, the knowledge of everything isn't necessarily the highest at the moment. So genuinely, yeah, I think P3 will be a huge jump for the player base. And keep in mind, in terms of a jump for the player base, all it takes is a couple of content creators to come in or one Asmongold to play at any point. And that's going to give us the largest wave of players that the game has probably ever seen in terms of a flood. If one Asmongold plays for one day, then that's going to be hundreds of thousands of people seeing the title in some way, shape, or form played by the Asmongler. And I think it's an inevitability at this point that he does play somewhere at some point. It's just a matter of when. I think there are a lot of other massive content creators as well that will single-handedly, like, bring in a fuckload of people with them, so. Tried already didn't work. He got griefed on RIP, and their Asmongold, like, anti-Asmongold grief, or not anti-Asmongold, but, like, Asmongold-related anti-grief mechanics in the game now for that. Now, people will probably run around and corrupt. That's fine. He'll also probably have an army of people that run around with him and kill the corruptors instantly. So, I don't necessarily think that it's something that would permanently continue, especially if he got in on launch. I don't think he'd get in on launch or play it publicly. But he did say back during, like, the Steven interview that he did that he was going to check it out off stream. So, we'll see. Part 2.0, I mean, yes, but at the end of the day, does get a lot of accessibility to the game and a lot of, like, not accessibility, but like a lot of eyes on the game, a lot of eyes on the title. Not that that's really like the end-all be-all for something that's in an alpha, but if you're looking for a source of what games are being played, what games aren't in the MMO community, honestly, a lot of people are still willingly or unwillingly clicking on his videos and listening to him until the political takes come out and then clicking off. But, like, he is one of the top kind of, like, presences in the entire gaming scene. What's the plan? How many people do we have? Because I might always just switch over to live and fuck around on live for a little bit. I don't think that would be the worst idea either. See what, like, the node over there needs and shit. I think I might pop over there. See what we can get going tomorrow over here for some PvP. I think that we'll probably get a nice change tomorrow, hopefully. And if we don't, then I'm sure we'll see it for the 14th. Shut up. Brit. The launcher does not like to actually like close quickly. I hate this game. I'm going to screech. Anvils before 24/7? I don't think so. Personally, I would be surprised. I think that it'll be another bug fix tomorrow, if anything. But I think that more likely, if the bug fixes need more investigation before like actual fixes and implementation, then we'll very likely see probably like a large PTR patch on Tuesday when servers do go down on the... Damn, that's the 14th, huh? So probably see a large patch on Tuesday when servers go up for the PTR, and then that'll be the start of 24/7. Now, I don't necessarily think Anvils will be live at the start of 24/7 either, but anything could happen. It all depends on kind of like how the progress is flowing, because it's not like they stop work on the Anvils because healing power is bugged. Like, everything's continuing in the background. They have multiple teams working on multiple fucking things. So I think it would be silly of us to assume that things aren't continuing in like a, you know, a semi-normal dev cadence. But with that being said, it's just... it's all about how things shape up when they want to deploy stuff. They could have things ready to deploy that, you know, they hold for a little bit just so we could test other things more thoroughly. A lot goes into that shit, and a lot that we don't necessarily see directly on our end. All right, we're almost in. We're so close. I want to see how different it feels on 5.4 versus 5.6 as well. I will say, I'm excited for that. There we go. We're back on the normal client, boys. I'll be right back, one sec. Queen. All right, we're back. Welcome to phase 2. Thank you. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait. No, hold the fuck up. Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Did my HUD reset? Did my all of my options reset? No, I guess when I'm solo I'd be Wait, but it should be down here. No! HUD editor, save slash load. Bruh. In what world? In what world? We're down so horrendous. Okay. Player widget. You go here. Where is my target widget? Offensive target frame. You go over here. Bro, that's so sad. Do I want it there or do I want it top mid? I usually keep mine like top mid-ish. But might as well come back and play PTR now. It's fine. My HUD is pretty like defaulty, right? Nothing too crazy with it. We'll see if anything else fucks up, but honestly, this shit feels kind of gross after playing PTR. Like, I don't know what it is, but I don't really like this movement that much anymore. Like, directly after playing. Also, first, like, direct graphical differences. Everything looks so much less alive, if that makes sense. Like, it looks so... I don't know, all in your face, like no foreground, background, no depth. Proud but surprised you don't like the hop version of the game. So like, do I think that b-hopping is fun? And do I enjoy being able to outmaneuver people by skipping like crazy across the entire map and laughing at them that they're worse at the game? Yes. I'm not going to lie. Do I think that it is better for the game if it has the new movement system with some tweaks to it? Absolutely. I'm a fan of retaining the ability for people to outplay. Oh, Jesus. Retaining the ability for people to outplay other people via movement, but also making positioning matter to the point where I can't just pop a CC break, charge out, and then jump and cancel my charge and travel 17 million meters. Or like, just fucking dodge hop once and then get B-hops off of that and then just continue that, right? So, do I like the movement? Do I like how snappy it is? Yes. Do I think that it will be better for the game in the long term to have the new movement system? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it will be a net positive. I think that new players coming in that haven't tried one or the other will very likely enjoy the new movement system more once it is ironed out for like fluidity purposes. I think that once people understood that it was b-hopping and stuff, they were like, oh, that's cool. But I do feel like it was one of the things for every like, 7 players that liked it, there were 3 that disliked it. So it was one of those things where I'm confident that this will be a higher ratio of people who do like the new movement systems more. I personally, I do still think that there's plenty of like player agency to show through on them, like player skill to show through. I just think it's also a matter of rewarding positioning, making it feel valuable, making sure that movement abilities feel valuable, the trade of stamina management. I think it's probably better for the long term of the game to have the new system. Forgot I have to re-download live as well. Oh no. Do you not have live downloaded right now? Did you undownload live to download PTR? Oh no. The juggle back and forth. Takes me like 20 minutes to reset mine. How much shit do you have different on your UI, Toast? The fuck do you mean like 20 minutes to reset yours? That's like when I wake up in the morning and if I have somewhere to be, then I get ready very quickly. If I don't have anywhere to be, I'd be taking like a fucking 35-minute morning pooski while I wake up and browse the social medias. And I take like a nice 20-minute shower with a 5-minute de-stress after. And that's a nice morning routine. At most, right? And I'm ready to go in like an hour. But Carla, on the other hand, she could spend more than an hour on just her hair. Now she has more hair than I do by like a large amount, much hairier, like on her head. And it's kind of astounding how like I will wake up and she'll be like, oh, I'm getting ready. I just got out of the shower. And then I'll go back to sleep a little bit, wake up later, and then I'm like, what you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm working on my hair. And I'm like, what the fuck? It feels like I'm just in this time loop. What is the tree leaning like that for? Is this cut downable? No, that's just a decorative tree. What the hell? That thing be thangin', for real, for real. When I did my reset, I just downloaded PTR first. Oh, that makes sense. Leave the tree alone. Do you deny the accusations of taking exorbitantly long on your hair? Yes or no? It's nice from the stream perspective being able to actually see what you're doing. Oh, I bet. I bet. I love being able to stream the PTR, and it's like super fun, super cool to test. But genuinely, like, it does suck for people that want to watch actual gameplay and ask like real questions, and like I can then talk about, oh well, up here this is where the new like neutral zone was added in. They have it over here as well. So this is why I think this is going to be the starting area. They said they started at a mountain, and then it would make sense that it goes from the mountain down to here, then trickles down through here. It's nice being able to yap about shit like that. Downloading now. Forgot Rivals has new season tomorrow. Gross. Gross. I move and rearrange my bars, then I gotta move my HP bar, then the target bar, then defensive target, then move my minimap, then move events, then quest. All that just to get four-shotted by a tank. What a life to fucking live, brother. If I don't take it at least an hour on my hair, then I look like I have a rat's nest. Never a rat's nest. Never a rat's nest. Slightly poofy, sure. Never a rat's nest. I like the slightly poofy. There was that one day that I like looked in from like outside of the room, and you were like laying on the bed, and your hair was just like full poofed that really humid day. You looked cool as shit. He four-shot me too. Don't worry about it. Don't fucking worry about it. Everything is perfectly fine. Tank does not hit very frequently, but when tank hit, you know? I like my Marvel heroes. Oh, wait. Wait, no. You're not. You're playing Rivals. I'm not gonna condone that. Dawson Meta, I believe, in the Discord have been sharing their, I think it's like Marvel Snap screenshots. It's like a fucking card game or something, like a mobile card game. So, kind of going crazy with that. For a second I was like, wait, are you on that? And then I realized he said Rivals, and I was like, that's still bad. That's still very bad. Why is my inventory so like stomp size? What am I missing here? What fucked up?
With abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Lash, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a beautiful night. Like, what in the actual fuck am I missing here? Where are those two new players? I wonder if those guys are like new or not. Phoenix, what you up to? Based off tells and descriptions, I now have a good idea of what Carlo looks like. I'll post it in the Discord. Is it a drawing? Because we drew one day the ideal tank. And it was like a very short, big booba, big butt woman. Because you strap in. So one day he posted it. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh no. Is that a troll doll? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's between you two at this point. I step out at that point. I step out. That's between you two. You can fix it back if you use materials. Oh wait, go back and forth. Oh, bless. Oddly enough, that is the first time I've actually like run into that weird bag thing. I hate this because it's accurate. At least you have cute toes.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Cosmic, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You didn't even deny it. No, you absolutely look way cuter than that doll. You absolutely look way cuter than that doll. Especially your toes. Especially your toes. No, like, so that was like, I looked in and it was like a silhouette. And your hair was like, it looked like SZA's. And SZA is so fucking cool. Like when we saw SZA in concert, like you were like, oh wow, SZA's so sick. And then like Doja Cat came out and I thought it was Ariana Grande. But yeah, no, you look nothing like that. No, I'm kidding. You're so beautiful and special and amazing. And you're not a troll doll at all. Not that one, at least. Also, I ate your taco salad. Doug brought it to me instead. It's gone now. There is no taco salad. The taco salad is a lie. And it was delicious. So I think I'm gonna go down to Squall's End and see what the buy orders are down there. And see if we can cook anything up. I don't even know if Zom's still trying to like stand buildings up there or see what's what, but just on some other news that may not result in me sleeping alone tonight. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. If they're new, that'd be hilarious if they show up. Well, so that's also one of my kind of like worries in a sense for new players that are popping in, right? It's like, what if they pop in and like everybody over here is fucking dead? Like nobody's actively here. Who the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, Nelly. God damn. That's kind of crazy to see out here, huh? Like that is it's absolutely something. What the fuck? God damn. So anyways, Halberdier spawn overlooking the fucking cliff right here. As you did at the end of phase 2. I recruited a shitload of people all through phase 2. Nobody noticed us until the end of phase 2. Like we started the guild with like essentially 0 people. Oh, I just called in the same mount, you dumb fuck. But we started with only a few people over here. We recruited like crazy. But yes, the recruitment continues. Believe me, the recruitment always continues. Now, I also think that we'll probably have a good chance to actually absorb maybe a community or two going into P3. I'd be really excited if I could just kind of like shove the cat's way of life down a couple more people's throats and kind of like absorb or pseudo absorb them. I think it'd be very nice. It's my 3rd favorite mount, P2. What were your top 3? And why did I probably have most of them? Before they were available, I had the Snorse, I had the Flail Runner, and I had the Halberdier as the airdrops. I got so unbelievably fucking lucky. I don't even understand what I was doing that phase to like deserve the blessings of the sandaled one, but by golly, he hooked it up. I was rolling in style, brothers. None of this like baby scorp. Now I did get a rabbit over here actually, so I am also blessed up over here. That was for shoutcasting the AV8 journey though. That wasn't anything that I paid for my life with. Actually, I paid with my life a lot during the AV8 tourney because we got our shit kicked in. But we learned. I had black nails. Her nails aren't even black. Her nails are like a bluish like gradient that she currently hates because she says the nail people sucked at doing nails and messed up her nails a lot. I literally don't even notice anything wrong with them, but Scorpion Broodling, Scorpion Black, Halberdier because of speed. Makes sense. Now, did anyone ever get the Scorpix mount? The one that's supposedly in like the Scleretia loot table or wherever? Cause there's silver chrome now. Did you get them fixed? What the fuck? Wait. No. Oh. Is that just what the color is? That's what they've been. Oh, okay. Well, they're like, I don't know, do they not have blue in them? I feel like they're like a bluish, silverish, like gradient type beat. I don't know if you got them changed. I don't even know what's wrong with them in the first place. Personally, I don't notice, but I'm not one to get involved there. You might be right. What the fuck do you mean? I'm always right. The fucking accusations in this house are ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Like, Diddy got away with almost as much as you're accusing me of. This is insane. This needs to be reevaluated. I've been keeping track of the nets. I stay up to date. I care. I come in and I hear some crazy allegations. Yes! She's saying that I don't keep track of, like, her nail color. First you steal a black bag of chips, then you compare her to a troll doll. I said she didn't look like that troll doll, and I even saved her a few chip crumbles. So, Diddy didn't do nothing. Diddy did import hookers. But does every man not aspire to be at the point in life where you can just fly hookers in at your own demand? Just realistically. Importing hookers sounds like international trade to me. Depends on where you're sourcing your hookers from. Can you imagine if you had a time machine and you were also sourcing hookers from different time periods? Holy shit. Like it's 1940s night? Jesus Christ, that would be insane. What era would have like the craziest? What about like ancient Roman times? Did we fill the slot in the Airbnb? I'm gonna fill your slot in the Airbnb. Shield maidens for everyone? Yo, Loki, snoo. He also blew up Kid Cudi's car. He did not blow up Kid Cudi's car. Don't let that get blown out of proportion. He got into Kid Cudi's house while Kid Cudi was not there, opened up a bunch of gifts that Prada and other brands had sent him, called him and told him that or texted him or some shit and told him that the gifts were nice. Stumps, thank you for the 11 months. And then he complimented Kid Cudi's gifts, was very pleasant with Kid Cudi's, like, staff, and then he Molotoved Kid Cudi's car. He did not blow it up. He Molotoved it. There's a fucking difference. Like, if he ICBM'd Kid Cudi's car and it, like a Transformers film, then that's blown up. He Molotoved Kid Cudi's car. Same shit? No, a Molotov and an explosion are not the same things. And don't let gaming fool you. A Molotov is a bottle of alcohol that typically has a fuse that is a piece of cloth that is soaked in the alcohol and lit, then thrown for the bottle of alcohol to break and further ignite. Doesn't a car on fire mean that it can blow up? It can, but it did not blow up. Now, everybody said the car blew up, the car suffered like minor burning stuff and then it was released from the hospital the next day. Like, I'm pretty sure the fire was put out near immediately. I don't think that it was an actual, like, Diddy blew up Cuddy's car. I'm pretty sure Diddy Molotoved Cuddy's car after breaking into Cuddy's house and opening presents that other brands had sent Cuddy. Now, is that better? You be the judge. Fiber optic drone, Molotov cocktail, whatever your preferences may be. Listen to Dusty, he's an expert on blowing up cars. I have blown up 0 cars in the last week or so. Just as a rough time frame. For perspective. I may be rusty on blowing up cars, but I'm quite convinced if I'm Molotov cocktailed, keep in mind, like, I paid off my car recently. I could Molotov cocktail my car at no net loss considering I now own it. That's how math works. Because I owe $0 on it, it's mine. If it gets destroyed, it's mine as $0. We're good. So, I could Molotov cocktail my own car, but if I have a fire extinguisher, then I can put that out instantly, and the car's not just gonna fucking spontaneously explode. Like, I feel like, shit, it's a Civic. I could probably let the cocktail, like, burn out inside of the car and it wouldn't do anything. Probably be fine. I'd probably take it for my next service and oil change. They'd be like, huh, you been smoking in here? So, a fire extinguisher doesn't put out a fire instantly. Well, a car doesn't fucking explode instantly, you dingus. I feel like a fire extinguisher puts out a fire from a Molotov cocktail faster than a car would explode from a Molotov cocktail. Because I'm pretty sure the Molotov cocktail also went up to the top where it was like a soft top. Hold on. God damn it. Movies lie? Movies lie a lot. Yes. Diddy, Kid, Cudi, car, Molotov. Alright. Let's see. The targeted arson attack on Kid Cudi's Porsche convertible was carried out with a Molotov cocktail fashioned from a malt liquor bottle and a silky designer handkerchief. Let's see. Where are we looking for this? All of the sources are no longer about the actual event, and it's about the testimonial.
Cat with abs is absolutely S
Yo,
tier.
Marty, thank you for the follow. All this talk about cock and tails really gets the group going. It's all about getting the whole group going and keeping them going. Let's see. Where's the actual, like, original articles? Oh, yeah, look. Hold on. The damage to the car included red melted seats, burn patterns on the floor, and heat damaged doors. Bruh. Like, realistically, is this even, like, something to be upset about? From a Molotov cocktail? Like, are we saying this is blowing up Cudi's car? Cause I've just about done this with bull packs that have gone wrong. Like, let's call a spade a spade. I know some stoners whose seats look way worse than that, and it wasn't in a targeted attack in any way, shape, or form. Regardless, we're getting off track. Diddy definitely did do something. He ain't innocent. Yeah, he flew in hookers. What do you mean? So, like, a fish restaurant imports seafood from, like, the finest, bestest area in the world, and they get Michelin stars. Someone wants to fly in a couple hookers, and now it's no longer a Michelin star worthy thing? What do you mean? Oh, the seafood reference. It's the same thing. Like, if I import wine, I'm a connoisseur. If Diddy imports hookers, then it's a crime. And apparently the only one they can charge him with. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know how things work anymore. Imports, exports. I brought this back from Iceland. This is a chunk of obsidian. So that's cool. I brought no hookers back from Iceland. That I'll tell you about. If I import hookers as a crime, so I mean, yes, it's a crime for him too. Well, like, if I import wine, I'm a connoisseur, though. So why isn't importing wine a crime? Always rocks? Oh, I have a lot of rocks. Yeah, I trafficked rocks, like no drugs involved. I don't plan to resell them. I plan to give them as gifts to my family, but like, we got a lot of cool rocks. It's like a very holy, like, volcanic rock type shit. It's very like layered. So, rock trafficker for personal use? Oh no, I'm distributing them to the children in my family. So that way they are also hooked on rocks from an early age. Yeah, and then if I have any left over, I'll be going for the older people in the family as well. So, Carla and I are also going to be putting together scrapbooks for the family too about our 2-week trip to Iceland, where we actually got the rocks to originate from. And from there, we can maybe incentivize some people later on in their life to go get more rocks themselves. Also bring their rocks back and distribute them to the economy. Yeah, it's just, it's a whole chain of really just like, just trying to inspire the next generation of people. I mean, you've got your black shiny rocks. You've got your rocks with a bunch of holes in them. I mean, shit, you could put this right up to your nose and just breathe right through it. There's so many holes in that thing. You've got big rocks, you've got small rocks. This thing is super fucking light. It literally barely even weighs anything. This small rock right here weighs more than the large rock. This rock actually kind of looks like... Oh wait, is this Carla's heart rock? Oh, Carla, I found your heart rock that you thought you lost, I think. I don't know if it's the same one or not, but this is another heart rock. Did you get her date anything? Wait, who what? Did I get who what anything? Oh, the game? Oh. No. No. I don't condone that. No. I read it as anything instead of everything. I understand what you're saying. Oracle, thank you for 3-day streak. She's been yapping about that. A little bit. Are you on live now? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm running over to Squall's End to kind of like peep what's going on with the node over on this end of things, and kind of like, I don't know, just see what's what, see what's shaping up on this world, on this end of the world. So we're trying to vibe out, trying to kill some time, and maybe even like run a little PvP over here or something. But your raid frame says you're still logged in on PTR. Bro, can you fucking imagine if I was just streaming the wrong one the entire time? And I was just full cooked? I would be so ungodly sad. That would be like my ultimate downfall. That would be so unbelievably bad. You imagine just everything's going well, everything's going our way, and then out of nowhere, bam. Just the worst set of circumstances humanly possible. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't feel the greatest about it, to say the least. I don't think Carla filled the Airbnb yet. Chat, who's going to TwitchCon? Because we now have a spot in our Airbnb. I do believe one spot. Qualifications. You can't fucking snore. If you snore at the Airbnb, I will have you sign a waiver where I can legally put a pillow over your head and smother you. I will not stand for that shit. I had to deal with it in a tent for multiple weeks. It was actually terrible. I wanted to commit violence many times. And Carla and I may or may not have, like, kicked people in their sleeping bag many times to try to send a message. Actual violence? Not like that. Not like that. Not like the whole like. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. Not like that. Like I was about to leg drop a motherfucker while they were asleep. I woke up one morning and I implored people when they got back to the United States to go to their doctor and get checked to see if they had fucking, what is it? The one where you stop breathing in the middle of CPAP, sleep apnea. I literally implored multiple people to go to their doctor and get screened for sleep apnea because people legitimately die from that. And I was like, I think you have sleep apnea, because people would fucking be falling asleep and they would stop breathing for like 4 seconds. And then they would like, and then they'd fucking just start snoring this ungodly snore. Like, I just... Dude, I fucking couldn't. Oh my god. I had never been so furious at people for just like existing in the way that they existed. And they can't even control their snoring. I bet I snore sometimes too. But holy shit, they were professional snorers. Absolute, like the Joey Chestnuts of snoring, man. Now, did any of them get screened for sleep apnea? I don't fucking know. That's sleep apnea for sure. Yeah, and it was like 3 of them. Like, I swear to God. It was legitimately like 3 of them. They would like stop breathing and then they would just like, and then they would go into their like violent like snores. Like it sounded like a fucking actual like death metal scream level of snore. It was fucking absurd. Words cannot describe how I felt. The desert looks so good. Desert's gonna look better once we're on the PTR. Or wait, are you over on the PTR right now? Because I haven't gone over to the PTR in the desert, or over to the desert in the PTR. If you made your way over here on the PTR, I bet it looks fucking Insano style. Damn, I kind of wish I did. I haven't been done for today. True. I mean, shit. Maybe that's the goal tomorrow. Explore the world a little bit and see how it looks with the new changes. What does zombie need people working on? Does anybody know? Because I personally have no fucking clue. Not a single clue ski whatso fucking ever. Maybe I check the commission board. We can get a ship on PTR and sail around. That might be a vibe tomorrow. See what's what. There's hulls in the vendor. Yeah, that could be a vibe for tomorrow's PTR session. Unless they give us like something new to test, maybe just use it as kind of like an explorative day. See what we want to find. Okay, there are no commissions up. So I'm assuming we're also on chill mode over here. Something tells me. Journeyman fishing next. Finish the ag supply contributions. Where to ag supply? Over to here. Gonna make dinner. Can't watch you play this dead game. I know, I gotta go back to like New World or something. Going for Varric boots? Wait. Are you still farming like crazy? Wait, no, that's a farm. Ag supply over here, right? Wasn't there something that was just in construction over here, or was that the last node that I went to? I could have swore something was like in the phase of being stood up. Maybe I'm just fucking losing my marbles. Not doing anything else. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I feel like I might run over to the starting area and like give people mounts or something if they're level 1. It's really, for me, it's like PTR testing is exciting. Hopping over here to do like community stuff would also be cool, but there's not a lot to do over here that's even like, you know, meaningful, so to say, other than getting people involved and active again, which I think is the biggest thing in the first place. But really, I don't know, it feels a little rough on live right now. Hopefully there's a nice little influx of new players coming in like pre-phase 3 to check shit out. Because right now it's most definitely in a spot where people are kind of just, you know, people are vibing out, people are waiting, people are seeing how everything shapes up. But it'll get better. It'll get much better, in my opinion. This is just a little temporary time, and we'll be back. Personally, I thought that this was gonna be like a lot more of a lull than it actually is. I got a little started that, but it's mostly on PTR. For me, I can't say on PTR. What feels lame about the PTR? Just like the healer scaling. Cause if that's the biggest thing, then I get you there. That's not going to be the most fun set of circumstances whatsoever. Hopefully healer scaling gets fixed so people can actually do like normal, reasonable things as players. Yo, Savo, how you doing, my boy? For me, it's Blessed Weapon. Really? Like, not being able to self-cast? I feel like that's something that might have been fixed, no? I can't DPL/combo without Blessed Weapon on myself. Interesting. Is that still this morning? No. Huh. Is that like a temp thing? So, Savo, the weapons look nice. Now, keep in mind, weapons aren't just inherently going to be like one-to-one the craziest thing in the world, right? Until later additions happen to the systems. But I do think that having more weapons will introduce more things in the loot table, more various forms of scaling and shit, right? That could absolutely improve quality of life for people. Improve the amount of selection, the amount of variance that people have in their, you know, their choices that they make. So I like that. The weapons kind of have any barely any diversity even within the weapons. Yeah, lots of changes. Yeah. I think a lot of the latter half of the tree, because you have to think there's typically a power curve to things where once you hit max level, you get more like large incremental power jumps as well too. So we have to consider that. Like in the latter half of the tree for weapons, we're probably very likely going to see much more meaningful abilities, much more meaningful effects, and hopefully much more unique effects. Especially with like, you know, ultimate abilities potentially up at like, or not ultimate abilities, but like the final nodes up at like level 50 and stuff like that. So all those passes will have a larger impact and will be more noticeable. See, that's what I'm thinking. I absolutely think that we'll see much more noticeable things in the latter half. Yes. Much more unique things, much more of the like, oh, this is the identity of this. Between like classes, between everything. I think that you will see POI growth, visual growth, everything just in the latter half of progression. Works on live, but another thing about the PTR, back when I was 14 and playing StarCraft, learning I could put in cheat codes, destroy the enjoyment of the game, and it's effectively the same on PTR. What do you mean by like putting in cheat codes, so to say, in relation to PTR? Because I don't really feel like putting in cheat codes or like getting like, or are you talking about like insta leveling? Stuff like that. One thing I'd love to see is leveling a PTR node up to 4. I keep peeking to see if they have. They haven't yet. But 6 nodes confirmed on a T3 node, or not 6 nodes, but 6 like plots available confirmed on T3 nodes, which is huge. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. It's gonna lower the codependency just a little tiny bit, bring it into a nice little spot there. Make sure that nodes can actually, you know, function in a somewhat independent state. I really like that. Plus, making each node level feel more impactful. I think that that's something that'll allow for a lot of expansion across the nodes themselves. And really just communities having a feeling of like their decision making, their everything matters for their node. I look forward to that shit a lot. Very, very much so. Auto level to PTR, auto gear, auto artisans, just meh. I feel even with a 2.5 server wipe here soon, I haven't known really. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's perfectly reasonable too. More so like, you know, from the other side of things, I just kind of try to use it as the informational gain, but I totally get that. Like, just skipping through all the prog and everything there. I do always, excuse me, I do always tell people too that while there is the opportunity to auto level and shit, you're not really forced to. So a lot of new players, I actually tend to lean into the PTR as more of like a resource for them as much as it is for like us, where they can go on and if they want to check out an archetype to see if they want to play it, insta level a character to 25, just put your ability points where you want to, mess with some of them and see what's what. You can get a little bit of like an introductory to how gearing's gonna work, how fighting's gonna feel, and you can even start something and just level 1 to 25 it on the PTR itself, like through the normal progression. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to insta level or anything like that. Most people will, but you'll also probably see a lot less competition in certain grind areas as a result of that little bit of variance. So just some things to think of, so to say. But I totally get that as well. A lot of people just get a lot of enjoyment, especially in the MMO loop, out of the actual like gearing, the power gain, all of that progression. So I feel that. I feel that a lot. I think that I'm most excited in terms of the PTR and what's like got me over there is just the difference in core gameplay feel in terms of like the new movement, the rework to gearing. Like, I mean, God, for tank wise, just HP scaling, I go from 7936 here to 4234 on the PTR. So it's a massive change for me. And if something like that is going to be coming in, then like from my standpoint, I'm like, all right, well, might as well learn it. Might as well get all the time that I can. Might as well play the movement change instead of the old movement system, this, that, the other. And really just, you know, cook there as much as possible. So it all just breaks down to personal preference and time spent. I don't really think there's a right or a wrong way for people to spend their time leading up to P3, as long as they're having fun with what they're doing and not burning out on shit. That is the largest thing. The people that will win the most when phase 3 starts are the ones that burn out the least right now. You guys will probably notice I've been doing more like 8-ish hour streams instead of the 10 to 12-ish hour streams. That's because I'm saving for a lot of the 10 to 12 hour streams when P3 hits and everything's fresh and we're fighting for all the resources and leveling our node and all of the organization and everything. So I understand how the PTR takes the game out of the game for people, but that is what an alpha test normally feels like. Yeah, the alpha test is already taking the game out of the game when the game launches to a certain extent. And honestly, our alpha feels more live service than an alpha probably should. And our PTR feels more like an alpha than our alpha does. So I think we're kind of spoiled in terms of how, I don't know, omnipresent our uptime feels. And people kind of lose perspective of that. If I don't burn out with not having my guild support, I'm definitely not gonna burn out when they'll come back. Fair. Fair. Yeah, just in general too. Even for like newer players who are a little bit more like unaccustomed to things, coming into a world that seems empty can be a big point of burnout for like new players. They're just like, oh shit, what do I do? There's nobody here to teach me this shit. There are no groups. There's no anything. So it's all alphaing around, Fupo. It's all alpha and around. It's all alphas all the time. I'm done testing. How did your testing go? What did you get up to today? Just hope there's at least a concurrent player base for the market. That was my burnout to go for the first month to what we did was rough. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the concurrent like market hit was also from the econ in general being so fucked this phase. I do hope that the player-to-player market is heavily rewarded, right? And like not heavily rewarded, but like heavily, I don't know, participated in, I should say, for the right phrasing. And I think that it will be because of how rewarding the early gathering and crafting loops now are, especially with the 3 sub tiers within each like bracket of gear. I think that's going to add a lot. I think that adds a lot of validity for those players that want that gameplay loop. I think that's hopefully with the econ changes coming in as well. A lot of our econ, keep in mind, wasn't even just like the econ ratios being borked. We had legitimate like speed hackers and shit like that. So, or use the crates. Could also use the crates. You could very much use the crates. Hello Moose, how are you, my friend? Been following Ashes since Kickstarter, and at one point, I definitely was going to pay for one of their packages, but decided I wanted to wait until most of the game was finished to get a more authentic experience, not to burn the game before what it's meant to be, at least for the most part. That's smart. Honestly, I think that the best the best time for players to enter is when they're at the point where they're like, oh fuck, okay, I see it now. And I got my access in January of 2024. I started streaming Ashes December 26th. I spent like 11 months just watching since I had my access. And that was also like after following the game for a bit, with Cardinal being like, hey, you should check this out, you should check this out, you'd have a lot of fun. It's gonna be really good. I was a very hard sell on Ashes. And I entered at the point where I was like very, very, very excited to play. New World was in the pooper. Ashes was on the way up. Phase 2 had just dropped and it was looking pretty good comparatively to Phase 1. And I was like, all right, well, I'm ready to hop in. And when I did hop in, I was fully ready to go. Now, keep in mind, I had my pack for a while, but for anybody that's not in yet, when you do purchase your pack, you do get a 90-day period where you get a full refund with no hours limit. So, if like you do end up seeing something that makes you feel compelled to take the chance, it's not like your $100 is just gone immediately. A lot of people, it's not even about like the monetary aspect. Like you said, you just wanted it to be a fresher look on release. And that's something that you will never get back after your first time playing Ashes, I will say. Loading in and having that like that first time MMO experience, seeing shit like Carfin. I mean, I still remember when I was playing, coming over the hill from the west side of Miraleth and looking down and kind of like seeing Miraleth down in the Node Cork was so fucking cool, because the world is genuinely so large and expansive. So, did you have any UI issues switching back from back to prod from PTR? Yeah, reset my fucking UI, Fupo. The bastard's got me. Fortunately, my UI is very easy to reset, but yeah, I got a full UI reset. It deleted my preset by the look of it, like the one that I had saved, and I just had to move a couple things around, but mine's nothing too crazy anyways. Does your thumb hurt from how much you jump? Not typically. I mean, I play vertical keyboard, so the bottom knuckle of my thumb where it like connects to my palm is what I actually use to jump per se. So it's not really like a matter of I use my entire thumb to jump. It's more of just like a little, I don't know, a tilt of my hand. What the F is vertical keyboard? So your keyboard sits like this, probably like horizontal. So like this. My keyboard sits like this, vertical. So basically, I put my hand here. I'll go full screen to show you. So basically, my keyboard sits like this. It's a Logitech G Pro X60. My hand sits here. My thumb right here. And when I want to jump, it's basically like this, or I can kind of like roll my hand like this to hit it. So this gives me access with my thumb to everything here. So if I'm hitting like Shift V, that's my thumb. Shift G, my thumb. Like all of that. So essentially, I have... do you have a Respec? So I use Glorious 3XLs as my mouse mat. Just get an MMO mouse. MMO mice are worse for your ergonomics than doing what I do. A 2-button mouse is fine, but if you're like turning your thumb in like this to hit your MMO buttons instead of kind of like this and keeping it straighter, then that's going to be much more likely to result in like cramps, literal fucking carpal tunnel and shit. How do you type? I turn the keyboard horizontally. So honestly, one of the first things to wear out on my keyboards is usually the pads on the bottom of the keyboard. So I either have the decision to make of like keeping my keyboard vertical to type and taking 17 million years to type, Or I can spin that bitch horizontal. What a cute bracelet. Wow, thank you. I got it from a Wendy's. It was lit. Came in my chili. Hit all 12 buttons. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like MMO mice. Personally. I don't know if I'll ever be sold on a mouse that is not a G Pro wireless. I love G Pro wirelesses. And I would rather have my abilities and shit, like, on my board, but that's also just kind of... I grew up with a lot of abilities on my board, comfortable with it, but... In fact, you have to turn your keyboard... Well, like, I don't have to. Like, I can type like this. It's just, I type a lot. Right? So, like, I can type. It's just... It's easier if I spin it to horizontal at that point. Fupo, you be nice to those mouses. Mice. You be nice to the mice. The void does not need the mice today. I'm comfortable. So, like, that's the thing. I kind of feel like it's all just a preference of how comfy you are or aren't. I've used a 12-button mouse for over 20 years. I've had 0 problems with my thumb. Yeah, and there are people that have smoked cigarettes for over 60 years and they don't have any problems until they get literal fucking cancer and die. You don't notice any gradual buildup to arthritis until you're just like, oh shit, I have arthritis. And you know what you can't do? Unroll your arthritis once you get it. Source, I got that bitch in my wrists. Because I broke both them hoes. I don't have any issue till I go to the doctor. You have issues as soon as you wake up every morning, Stomps. Let's not like redirect a bunch of things here and just avoid reality. I would say waking up is probably one of the issues. You can just get full hand transplants now. My hands work fine. It's the wrists, it's the connectors. Like, I severed the connection at a certain point. So like, I compound fractured both my wrists at the same time. And my wrists now have like 25 screws and a titanium plate in each of them. So like 12 screws, 13 screws, and then a titanium plate in each. So 25 screws total, 2 plates total. They're held together by some shit. So I don't know if I'd have like the best base to put the new hands on. But that also makes me think of like the Futurama episode where Fry switches hands with the devil. So he can play the... What is it, the holophone or something? Devil's hands are idle playthings, I believe it is. So you're saying you're screwed? Do you just put on sunglasses at your setup? Why did you just fucking CSI Miami my shit? That would be the craziest thing. Somebody dies to a serial killer with a screw gun. And we lose all of our leads. And then you say that and then we cut to commercial, Fupo. That might be genius. That may be it. Does he has wireless hands? I mean, wireless hands might be nice. As long as they're like low latency. I don't like high latency things. I organize my bindings and can't do MMO mice. RF, Shift R, Shift F are always CCs. It would feel weird to match them all together now. Yeah, I mean, I have a weird layout for things, but I don't know. I don't feel like anything's necessarily like hard to reach. I can hit R, T, V, G, all with my thumb. If I really want to, I can hit 6 with my thumb. But I don't really need to. I don't know, I just kind of vibe. Now, Shift 1, Shift 2, classic combo. 3, 4, classic combo. 1 is a spam, 2 is a spam. Do I have your hair ties from when you fucking shot them at me? Crazy how the turntables, how you spin the block with a bunch of hair ties, and now you come back to me asking for forgiveness. You don't want any issues now, but you wanted issues in the first place. Take your fucking hair tie. Next time I take your life. What? No, we're doing that. There's another. Bro, there are two back there. What the fuck do you mean? How many hair ties do you need? Hold on, I'm getting gibbed. What do you... What in the fucking Chicago did you do to me? Hold on. How are there hair ties back here? There are three! Don't think me yet. Goddamn hair ties. Look at that dad bod. Stumps. I'm in like an Adam Sandler fit. What do you mean? Brother, I will probably run any bit of distance in half the time you will. I've actually lost weight since Carlo moved in, fun fact. Hold on, I'll go weigh myself right now. What? You have? Yeah, I absolutely have. What do you mean dad bod? I'm just in like a loose fitting, like, fit. Wait, what is this dad bod accusation? This is ridiculous. Been self-conscious? No, I'm not self-conscious. I'm just not gonna have a 5'6" bald man tell me that I have a dad bod. This is a ridiculous accusation from Sergeant Stomps, and he doesn't even have a body because his 5'6" ass just goes head fucking shoulders into his legs because there's no room for a torso at that height. Me, a 6'5" athlete, I'm gonna go weigh myself.
Whoa.
Swole, Carla said. Are you missing one? I'll be able to look up. Chad, if anybody sees one of Carla's hair ties in the background, let me know. I am... Vithar, where the fuck? Ah! I swear to God. You've got a dad bod now, but only because you reacted. Think about it that way. I swear to God, I will literally make babies with all of you and make the dad bod true. I will just full NFL running back up in this bitch. Fubo, not you. Not you. That would be an interesting situation. That'd be like a chimera baby. I don't know how that would work. Here, that burns calories. Stumps. Give me the biometrics right now. What are you coming in at? I'm 6'5", 191. 150. So you're 191, so you didn't lose weight? I was like 194 before Iceland. I lost like 3 pounds since Iceland. So yeah. Like, that was also post Vegas. So in Vegas, we ate out pretty exclusively. So I put on a little Vegas weight, and then I shed the Vegas weight. So yeah, I'm down 3 pounds net since like after Vegas. Which I think is quite respectable. What do you mean? I'm very transparent that I have a small dick. At least I'm not trying to like set false expectations. 191 is skinny, probably missing weight. Can you do push-ups? Excuse me, I played college basketball. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, okay, so if we're being completely honest, I'm in shape, but push-ups and bench press in particular are more of a range of motion thing because as I mentioned before, I broke both my wrists. So my right wrist, I have like partial range of motion, like most of it, right? But that was my senior year of high school, so like, there hasn't been a whole lot of like, you know, range of motion ability there for push-ups and stuff. So while I do other physical things quite normally, the push-ups and like a raw barbell set is kind of like meh. So anything arm strength days, I can still use my arms, you fucking Dumbo. What do you mean? Like, I just don't do like fucking bent wrist, palms flat push-ups. What up? Are you looking? What are you looking for now? Your charger. Why would your charger? Is it behind the couch? There is a charger cord plugged in behind the couch. Not this couch, couch in the living room. By my potted plant that's in the corner. It was kind of like pulled over the edge of it. And I'm not the organized one. If you get rid of your girl, your wrist will get stronger. Or they'd get weaker, who knows? Who knows? Everyone knows when you're in a stable relationship, it stops, chat. Once you get married, that's when you're the loneliest. I mean, that's... Why, Gratz? I don't fucking know. I have no clue. What do you mean? Wait, I'm not... I think Vithar... For perspective, I have no children. They won't even let me type in global. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I that you know about. I would find them and exterminate them. As a good father would. Because, like, realistically, would a good father let their own child grow up with a shitty bad father? Or save them from growing up with a bad father? I feel like the best thing that I could do as a potential bad father would be being a good father and not raising that kid. Your spider plant was taking my charter hostage. You can never fucking trust that spider plant. It's really bad out there. It's really bad. And like, I left a couple knives over by it one time, and I woke up one day and it was just kind of like dual wielding knives. It was a really, really rough time out there for a lot of people. And I'm just glad that we were able to make it through and kind of like come out the other side stronger. But yeah, that spider plant's a fucking snake. What? Oh, shit! Oh! What the bear's doing? Oh, oh. Oh my. Can I show this on Twitch? Fuck the birds and the bees, we got the borks and the bears. Spider plant dual wielding knives sounds so cute. Sounds like it would be a Final Fantasy boss. I don't know why, but I could absolutely see that. I don't think that's PG. Yeah, no, it's like what is Baldur's Gate rated? Because you can fuck the bears in Baldur's Gate. So whatever that is, we're fine. Jesus Christ. They were just like getting to it. Okay. Probably because you're fucking bears. That makes sense. He had my charger wrapped around his twiggy arms. Well, why does this now sound like the start to a DustyWhy fanfiction? Sounds like you're trying to talk about me. His beer-filled belly protrude past his supple, slender waist. CG3, you're fucking everything that moves. You know what's crazy? Imagine me, somebody who wanted to play through Baldur's Gate 3 to establish, I don't know, the lore and the world building and like all of the cool things that were available from the title. Carla just wanted to murder everything. I would be like talking to an NPC and she would just start killing it. What? Carla, what the fuck does that mean? For all the hype, this looks almost exactly like Guild Wars 2. Well, if you think it already looks like Guild Wars 2, then wait until you see it when it's actually launching, man. If it's already catching Guild Wars 2 comparisons in your mind, then I think seeing it shape up for the remainder of the development process will probably give you a lot to yap about. Over on the private test realm as well, we already have some visual improvements coming out from the transition to Unreal Engine 5.6. We got a new movement system. We got a lot to it. Now, Ashes is a game that draws inspiration from a lot of like really good MMOs in times past, but even with the transition of 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.4, which is what this environment runs on, it looks fucking beautiful on the private test realm. It looks really good. It looks nicer on PTR. Oh, substantially, yes. I think it looks much better on the private test realm. It's like more sharp. It's more crisp. Like the visual fidelity of things like these leaves are all better. Like everything just looks better. There's more depth to like looking at something close versus medium versus far away. It's really nice. I like a lot of what they've done, and I didn't notice it as much with like not going directly from PTR to live, but today with PTR being up earlier and then live being up after the fact, I kind of got the immediate contrast of both, and it's nice. The art style layout. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The art style for me is a nice kind of mix of that, and keep in mind a lot of the kind of a unique identity, I guess, of Ashes will come in like the later phases in terms of the visual style. A lot of our next phase will include a lot of that, and as of right now, it'll kind of have your old cozy MMO feel, but it's got a nice mix of this fantasy built out world without being too ungodly high fantasy where there's just arcane and ether flowing everywhere and it's all saturated in glowing hues, and I like the balance of it. It's got that nice element of like cozy, a nice element of like that fantasy world building, a lot of just like small things that I enjoy that make it seem fresh. Now, a lot of the different biomes or the different zones will also have different feels to them, different vibes entirely. So I do like that too. As the world continues to expand, you'll be able to have a lot of choices that cumulatively impact like what your gameplay loop not only feels like, but also looks like. So health bars are still kind of fucked in PvP. What are you having trouble with health bars in PvP? Ashes will probably be rated M. Are we gonna be able to fuck? Wait. No panda race? Probably for the best. Now, if you are a furry, then the Tolnar will probably be for you. The Tolnar are kind of like this super hot, steamy orgy race of everybody that went underground during the apocalypse, So they all just went down there and started fucking, and then they made a society down there. So it's essentially Alabama. A lot of people just ran down, started fucking, probably a lot of like, I don't know, family lines crossed in that whole realm of things, considering they were all sealed in and just trying to build out a society. So, you know, it's Tolnar have a couple things going on. Tolnar's dope. Not all Tolnars will be furries, but all furries will be Tolnar. Tolnar software doth decree it. If there was a Tolnar that looked like a ferret, do you think it'd be enough to bring pirate software back? Was just talking with someone about art style complaints on another stream. More lore and symbology equals more art style. We're not there yet. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And even something as simple as like, oh, why is there basalt in the Riverlands? Well, basalt is a volcanic rock. We have the crucible right here that's not added yet that is going to be a volcanic area. So if the crucible potentially has an eruption event that occurs, you could see this area being like volcanic lava fields with a lot of basalt and some mossy area and not a lot of trees. And then as it cascades through the Riverlands, it gets a little bit less volcano-y and more of like, you know, your natural preserved area. But when a volcano erupts, it can be an absolutely fucking massive eruption, right? So you could have always had an eruption come out of the crucible, something happened there. And as a result, your town presence, whatever it may be, is forked. Everything could get wiped, like whatever it may be. I don't think that'll actually like happen as like a live thing, right? But like during the apocalypse, they could have had volcanoes exploding and shit like that. So there could always be more lore. There are ocean fossils on top of the Rocky Mountains in Canada. Not everything makes sense. Well, somebody just carried them up there. Yeah, people visit the ocean and then people climb mountains. I went to the ocean many times in my life and then I was in Iceland. Yeah, super easy. Super easy. On the PTR, the enemy health bars disappear randomly, but only player enemies. Weird. I already love how their zone lines are not a solid instant change in gatherables, but there's some crossover. When each node is based on racial architecture, the visuals will be incredible. Oh yeah, absolutely. As an artist, I love the visual cues that come with gatherables and the differences you can tell from so far away. That's been one of my favorite things as well. Like, initially when I was playing, the first time that I got my journeyman, like, lumberjacking axe, and was running around just looking for braidwoods, the distinct look of a braidwood trunk. Oh wow, they made all these rocks traversable. These rocks a while ago, going into the tropics, were not traversable, and you would just kind of like bug out on them and just like move all weird. So they finally fixed these and made these made these traversable. Okay, we're good. Not those though. Okay, only some of them. Okay, they're making them more traversable as we go. We're up tremendous. Doesn't happen in van events. Interesting. That's very weird. But yeah, I think a lot of like visual fidelity stuff will continue to... Oh wow, Willow. Very cute. I think a lot of visual fidelity stuff will definitely continue to improve later into P3. And with core systems coming in the spot that they're going to be coming in, I think it's like a rounding up of the core systems, visual fidelity passes, more of the unique identity of things, like between, like Pog said, node architecture, eventually reflecting like the racial architecture. You could also have crossovers of different races contributing depending on like election turnouts, whatever it may be. Like you could have nodes that are entirely like constructed by one race primarily, that are constructed by, you know, a multitude of races together that have a bunch of different buildings to them. You could have freeholds in a certain node that's constructed entirely by dwarves, and the freehold is an elven freehold. Like, all of those small differences will add a lot of, I don't know, variance, uniqueness, and I think a lot of cool, I don't know, memorable areas for Ashes. That's just kind of where I'm leaning, though. Maybe it still hits and it's lackluster. Maybe it hits and it's incredibly successful. Who knows, boys? Who knows? But I'm pretty excited for the future changes that we have coming in. I think overwhelmingly it's going to be very nice to see everything continue to shape up, see everything continue to develop, and from my point of view, I think that it only continues to get better from here. I think it just continues to like expand, work its way deeper with its systems, and really just, I don't know, clean up the existing systems too. Shut up, Raptor. This isn't your time to yap. This is not it. Boys, what do we do while we wait? And by wait, I mean wait for P3. Is it PvP prac? Is it PvE? I've got my gear set. I even have the changes that I wanted to hit. I don't know, man. There's a lot going on. AOC will only succeed if it's free to play, I think. Why do you say that? You have 24 days to start the wall. No, we'll be able to get PvP and incentivize people to get over here. I think with the PTR up today, it was a little rough to get people on after PTR stuff as well. But I definitely think there will be plenty of opportunity to get like PvP. We're also going to be trying to do some guild events that will have like P3 rewards for like, you know, winning in P2, so to say, or 2.5. So not only did my UI get reset, my binds got wiped. Yo, wait. What do you mean wiped? Like your binds are completely empty? Go into your key bindings and try to hit reset all, if that's the case. Because that should, or like reset category, not reset all. Monthly subs are not really popular, or buy to play is also good. Are you aware in the MMO scene that the most popular MMOs of all time and those with the longest staying power have been monthly subs? And that buy to play MMOs without a monthly sub are traditionally those that fail? Not to just kind of like discredit what you're saying, like monthly subs can definitely be a little bit of a push off to people, but traditionally nearly every one of the major like successful MMOs with staying power are monthly subs. And I do think at the end of the day that realistically a monthly sub, keep in mind I come from a game that was buy to play, no monthly sub, expansion cost, stuff like that. Ashes being the antithesis of that, with no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 monthly sub only for your monetization of play, no power gain, no anything like that from other money spent, is a direct correlation of, in my opinion, incentivization for developers to continue to put out good content and the player base to make sure that they are voicing what they want, you know, from the developer. If there's content that comes out that is not good, then the player base is able to say, oh, we're not enjoying this, we're not vibing with this, we are going to not sub this month. If the content that is coming out is constantly good and is, you know, increasingly good content, then the player base will keep their subs going, more people will sub, that will increase the capacity at which, you know, content can be brought out, because it will increase it to like the development capacity of the studio. So in my opinion, and of course this all breaks down to like, you know, different people's personal opinion, this is just my opinion on it, I think that coming from New World, where their incentivization was trying to get new players in but not retain players because the sub cost was not present over there. New World was all marketing towards new players, all built on the retention through the first couple hours and not through the first couple months to years for a player. So no paid DLC / expansion. Correct. Ashes will be no box cost, no DLC cost or expansion cost. It's just a monthly sub. So that is like when it launches as well. Right now, it's the one-time upfront cost to get into the playtesting, but again, this is pre-launch. Everything right now gets wiped, so there's no like direct correlation to, you know, you take anything over on launch or anything like that. You could gain the same amount of knowledge watching streams as you could playing yourself. So just keep that in mind. What do you mean? I mean, there are a lot more than just WoW that were incredibly successful sub-based MMOs. And I also think that it's important to keep in mind WoW was far from the first MMO. Like you say, easy when you're first, you got that status. WoW was not the first MMO by any means. WoW was actually quite far from the first MMO. And realistically, even when WoW came out, the cost for a sub was $15 a month, and it was box cost, plus expansion cost, plus sub cost. And that was in 2004. $15 a month sub cost for a live service MMO when it does launch in 2027, 8, 30, 50, whenever it may be, factoring in inflation. That's pretty fucking cheap. When you factor in like what even like WoW was, or any other industry standard $15 a month sub, it's kind of really inexpensive. And the cool thing is, without a box cost, which Ashes would very likely be, you know, we'll say at least $40, right? Yo, Richie, what up, my goat? We'll say that Ashes would be a $40 box cost. That alone is 3+ months, roughly, like right around 3 months of sub time. Just under 3 months. And with that, you can hop in for your first month at $15. If you don't like that, wait, what? Why is Bozen on a level 16 mage just skirting through? Bozen, why can't you be level 25 so this could be fun? I'm not gonna like fucking bully you on a 16 mage. That's no fun. Ragnarok Online used to be sub-based as well in 2002. They went pay to win with Cash Shop in 2007. They're now box cost, no sub fee. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, like, I respect the whole, you know, I don't like sub costs or anything like that. No, he's not even corrupted. It's a node war. Because I think Seahook decked a node war on Squall's End a while back for funsies. Because Aura is the, like, the community in Seahook. So, I thought that at first too. I was like, is he corrupted? And then I checked my map, not corrupted. So, I was like, that might not be fun. That might not be fun. Zyback would have done it though. I guarantee he would have. No mercy in his dojo, man. But yeah, I mean, I definitely understand the concept of like not necessarily enjoying a sub-cost game. But I think a lot of people do regard it as one of the, I don't know, one of the most mutually beneficial things in live service MMOs, especially where the expectation is that continued content is delivered. It's a way for the player base to almost like ensure in a sense that continued content is actually delivered, instead of it just being like, oh, okay, we got you hooked for the leveling and then the end game sucks. Looking at you, New World. New World was actually like never incentivized to fix their end game, because by the time people had leveled for a couple of hours, they kind of just like went outside of the refund period and had no reason whatsoever where they would refund. No way that they could refund. They had your money. So New World was all built. Leon, fuck you doing out here? So New World was like, it was really just built around that actual like early retention, and then from there nothing else, because they had none of that sub cost. Personally, I really think that the sub cost is going to be healthy for Ashes in the long term. And then I'm going to have actual gems in the game as the reason for the sub, where most games don't even do that anymore. I mean, keep that in mind. But also server costs. They're also doing like a localized server cost. So if you're from Brazil and you play on like a region lock server for Brazil, your monthly cost will be Brazilian instead of based on NA prices. So surely those servers will probably be equally as expensive to run. And I would imagine from a business standpoint, it doesn't really benefit Intrepid that much to go to, you know, that length for player accessibility. But again, we have to remember that Intrepid is not necessarily doing things just to extract the most money out of their player base as a whole. They are, from my standpoint, as someone who's been active in the PTR, well, not in the PTR until July 1st, but like in the playtest, in the community for a bit, it really does feel like Intrepid does have the best interest of the player base at the forefront, even down to the refund policy that they have with your copy of the playtesting coming with a 90-day, no hours limit refund. Like, that shit's insane to me. I think that is probably the safest refund policy that I've heard in gaming in recent time. And just, I don't know, I feel like people really do sleep on a lot of what Ashes and Intrepid does for the player base, especially this early. But it's insane. It says a lot. It absolutely does. It says how confident they are in their product. It says that they are going to allow players to hop in and check it out without the pressure of having to feel like they need to get their money's worth. They need to stay now. Like, you can come in and check it out, and if you don't like it, you can wait until launch. That's okay. You can never come back, and that's okay. Like, Ashes isn't going to be a game that every single player in the world stops what they're playing and just plays Ashes instead. Like, gamers are still going to play other things even if Ashes is a hit. It's very simple. Nothing you ever do will appeal to 100% of people. No streamer will ever be the streamer that 100% of people are watching. It's not like a 100 or 0 thing. I think Ashes presenting a very low barrier of entry to people with a $15 a month sub cost. Keep in mind that is 50 cents a day. 2 quarters a day for entertainment. I think that is going to be a very, very, very reasonable cost of entry. Extremely reasonable. Now, keep in mind, New World sold over 8 million copies on launch. And it was, what, like 30, 40 bucks on launch for its cost of entry. Ashes will be fine. Ashes will be just fine. But yeah, historically, you have to remember, WoW was far from the first MMO, far from the first sub-based. But sub-based MMOs have historically had a lot of staying power. Now, there have been plenty of sub-based MMOs that have also failed. It is quite literally a sink or swim type monetization. Through and through. But if you swim, brother, you swim for a long fucking time with a monthly sub-based MMO. A long fucking time. I think, as Z said as well, without having that box cost, without having that DLC cost, brothers, come on. Anybody who wants to check Ashes out is going to be able to check it out. Even in playtesting. In playtesting, on launch, it's nice. It's a good time. It's a very good time. So how many people do we think are actively over on the alpha realm right now? Just out of curiosity. Curiosity. Because I feel like it's not many. I feel like it's not many at all. I even came out of the Trops to see if people would be out here. Like, no one's kicking around, but I was thinking the player experience will feel the same if the active player base is 10,000 or 1 million because you're only playing on one server. Yeah, exactly. As long as there is at least a server that is alive and popping, yes, absolutely. That is like 1000% true, in my opinion. Ashes is not something where it'll have people like playing on multiple servers, bunch of different regions. The emphasis being I don't know, just kind of like having 1 or 2 good servers, having people active on the server, having people participating. Just all of that. I really think people overestimate what you actually need in a player base to have a successful title now. It doesn't need to be 2 million players. You could have something with 20,000 players as your peak concurrent, and it would be wildly successful. Guild Yappage is done. God damn. Y'all be yapping, huh? What the fuck? It's actually absurd. Anything crazy going on in here? I would say it's probably the furthest from crazy. I ran around the map a good bit and then got all settled over in the trops. And I'm just kind of balling now. So right now, I don't think there's a metric fuck ton of stuff that we can actually do. I mean, with only a certain number of people on, it's hard to get PvP, hard to get anything. So I think we're probably live server 1v. Well, I gotta sleep at some point. I think we're probably gonna try to plan out an event, maybe like later this week or next weekend, to try to get a little bit of incentivization for people to log in, because right now there's not much. Speaking of other games, Blight was playing a new game today and watching him on Twitch. I got a key for it. Curious if this is something Intrepid could do for potentially the beta 2. I wouldn't do it earlier, but maybe really good for advertising. I mean, Intrepid could run Twitch drops or do like key giveaways or anything like that whenever they want to. That's all kind of like on them, right? They haven't spent a single penny on marketing yet. And I don't necessarily know if or when they will, especially in terms of sponsored streams. But with that being said, I also think that Intrepid is a type of company that would very heavily incentivize the content creators in their content creator program for stuff like that, instead of just like sponsoring it out to other streamers that don't play Ashes or giving it to everybody. I feel like Ashes will utilize their content creator program once that's all established to essentially support those content creators that they've picked as their like brand representatives. And personally, I'd like to see more games go the route of that. I hope that becomes the standard instead of like everybody in the directory insta getting drops and everybody having basically botted viewership because so many accounts just come into farm drops. I would like to low-key see like more developers work directly with creators on like a one-to-one, or even like a, you know, you're in our content creator program, we've selected you, gone through the application process, you are now running giveaways, like we want you to run your giveaways in between these like these dates and these dates. And then from there, those content creators are able to hype it up. The content creators that they want to benefit from the sponsorships, from the hype, from the advertising would be the ones to benefit. And that also seems like a cool thing. Keep in mind, I'm not in their content creator program. They could very well decline my shit and never, ever, ever get back to me whatsoever. I've applied, but I don't know all of what it will entail. Probably won't entail anything that deep, but it very well could. So just some food for thought there. But I definitely do expect more events, more advertising and stuff like that, right? As it gets closer to launch, I don't really think they would be too likely to do anything of that. Like, closer over here. Doesn't matter if I get accepted either. They're already stuck with me just streaming their shit. Yeah, they're not getting rid of us, so looks amazing though. Oh, Ashes is beautiful, man. I will say, like, and the thing about it is, like, on the sub thing too. Part of the reason why I like the sub is because people can stop playing whenever they feel like it doesn't work for them. They can cancel their sub whenever, right? Ashes is something where, even in the current standpoint of things, with it being in an alpha and not even launched, I would still be happy paying $15 a month to play this game currently. And it's an alpha. Like, Ashes as a game, if you compare it to other games, is okay. Ashes, if you compare it to other alphas, I would be willing to go out there and say that in terms of alpha MMO projects, this is probably one of the most put together that there is and has been. I don't think many other true alphas have been cooking this much, especially from the start that Intrepid had with 12 employees, ramping up to 250 plus employees now. Like, inventing some in-house dynamic gridding just from scratch that we're getting ready to test. It's kind of crazy to think, like, really how far it's come and how far it's gonna go. So I personally, like, I'd be more than happy to give them $15 a month if this is what continues. Especially with content cadence, like seeing what we're getting on the PTR during this kind of like lull in phase 2.5. It's nice. I haven't gotten it either, but I'm truly a nobody. I mean, I don't really think anybody's a nobody in a directory that, I mean, let's see. Shit, right now the entire directory has less than 200 viewers in it. So I don't really think anybody's a nobody and anybody's like the big guy, so to say. Like, there are a lot of people that could come into the directory at any point and have multiplicatively more viewers than any one of us here. That is simply what it is, right? That's just how things work in these parts. But I think overwhelmingly that, I don't know. I think overwhelmingly everything over here leaning into the future is fucking exciting, man. I'm excited every day playing. I'm excited every day kind of like theory crafting and looking at what could come. Holy shit, my UI reset. Oh yeah, you're full fucking cooked. You were absolutely full cooked. I don't know, like, at that point, what you even do to get uncooked. But my god, you're full cooked. So, how long does it actually take you to reset your shit toast? Is it genuinely 20 minutes? Because you split your bars and everything, right? Oh god, why am I so tired? Jesus Christ. Said it for a while, this alpha is more of a game than many games that are full release and are already oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. A lot of titles come out with way less organized, established, and in place than Ashes does, brothers. A lot less. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I'll let you know when I'm done. Oh god. You've got to... Oh god, you gotta put in so much work. I feel so bad. That's cooked. You remember that reset we had during the 8v8 tourney? I found out that was one of my raid frames moved back to default, so I was so lost and I couldn't find them mid-fight. Oh no. That server reset that we had for the downtime? Yeah. Now, supposedly, I did hear that they're putting out a fix tomorrow, like a workaround tomorrow for the PTR logging back into live after, so our UX doesn't get reset. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. We just have to make sure that we actually do that. Otherwise, we're gonna kind of like log out of the PTR, log back in over here. Our UI is gonna be fucked, and then we're gonna like shock Pikachu face ourselves. So we gotta be a little bit cautious of that. We gotta be very cautious. Jesus. Zombie is going fucking hard. Promoting his stream in global. My god. I think, like, if we scroll up, there's another one here. We gotta teach him the tact. My goodness gracious. That brother's going crazy on the plugs. It's like the whole like adage of how do you know someone's a vegan? They'll say they're vegan or whatever like that. I really hope we don't go down the route of how do you know someone's streaming Ashes, because they're always talking in global about how they're streaming Ashes. Soul theft from the Varric boots boss, drop boss did 16k. Is that supposed to happen? Yeah. Soul theft steals your soul. Yes. Absolutely. Soul theft quite literally takes your character's soul and spits it out and cooks your shit. Yes. 1000%. It stole my soul and my shoes. Did your shoes drop or no? Cause you didn't kill it? Oh, you got soul thefted like during it. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's yeah, that's rough, dog. That's a big yikers. It's a big ol' ouchies for everything. So are you gonna try to go back and take it on again, or what's your goal here? Good to know though. Oh yeah, I've died multiple times to soul theft. That shit in Forge goes fucking sicko mode, I will say. Goes absolutely insano style. Get my soul sucked out of my face. Jesus Christ. I mean, that sounds like a good fate to suffer though, I will say. I will say. Oh my god, oh, I'm so tired. Actually, I think... Wait, Thogly's turning in Pox's quest right now. Boys. I do believe. It may be time for me to take my leave for the eve. Oh god, that has sound on. So, we got some good PTR testing in today. We came over to live and fucked around and saw what was what, and there's not much going on here at the moment, I won't lie. But tomorrow, another part that takes forever, I gotta make a group and fuck around with my defensive bar. Oh no. Yeah, that's a whole nother step to it. Tomorrow, boys. Hopefully PTR update before the weekend. I believe tomorrow night, excuse me. Tomorrow night is PvP night over in Jova as well, so I think we'll be popping out there, doing the guild stuff at 7 p.m. EST. So that'll be fun as well. You guys will get streams of the whole damn thing. We'll be able to yap. We'll be able to pop off chat as we always do. If it's your guys' first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through. Today's day 743 in a row with no days off. Streak's not stopping anytime soon. So make sure you guys drop the follow if it is your first day here. And if you're one of my everydays, I appreciate y'all so much. You guys know I love you. We're ramping up for the phase 3 launch, and it's going to be a big fucking launch for the boys. It's going to be an absolutely massive day. And every day up until then matters. It's a grind. It's a long grind. It's a hard grind. But boys, we're grinding nonetheless. So I will be back tomorrow. We'll get more PTR testing in. Guild PvP night at 7 p.m. EST. Bring your groups, bring your guilds, bring your mobs, because I'm fucking everybody out there. Boys, I will catch you guys tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.